My name is Daisy Amdani, and I'm the Executive Director of Crown Trust. So Crown Trust was formed in May of 2010. Particularly of women. So the organization runs on 5 pillars, all that they're interconnected to achieve our goals. Our tagline is impacting lives and transforming communities, because we believe for you to be able to...
Morning. Welcome back to the second day of the annual Women's Rights Convention 2023. In case we were not introduced yesterday, or just to remind you, my name is Olive Burrows. I'll invite those who are seated outside to please come in so that we can kick off the program. It was our intention that we would have our tea break snacks, but they are yet to set up, so we'll just go ahead with the program as it is. This morning we have one panel discussion before the tea break, another before lunch, and one after lunch before we deliberate on the action points. But first, I'd like us to begin with an opening prayer before we recap what transpired yesterday, what your takeaways were, what you're looking forward to here today. And as soon as we have the opening prayer, I want to also recognize those who have made this convention possible. But first, Cindy Kobe, if you could open with a word of prayer. Again, if you're seated outside, I'll request you please come in, so that today we have ample time for questions. I know there were many questions that were left pending yesterday on account of time. We intend to get all your questions addressed as comprehensively as possible. I believe I saw Cindy walking in. Oh, there you are. Yes.
Let us believe and pray.
If you could please stand.
Let us believe and pray. Loving Creator who embraces us all with boundless compassion, in this moment of unity and purpose, we gather with hearts wide open, recognizing the beauty of diversity that graces our gathering. We come before you, dear Yeshua Messiah, and Yahweh Elohim, seeking your guidance, grace, and blessings as we embark on this transformative journey. We acknowledge that in your eyes we are all equal, each soul a precious creation bearing your divine essence. As we convene at this annual Women's Rights Convention, we ask for your divine presence to guide us as we strive for a more just and inclusive world. May this event be a beacon of hope, radiating your love and compassion to every corner of our nation. May it serve as a catalyst for change, inspiring us to create a world where everyone's rights and dignity are upheld. As we join hands, hearts, and spirits in this sacred endeavor, we humbly ask for your blessings upon our deliberations, conversations, and actions. May the choices we make reflect the values of inclusivity, empathy, and compassion that you have bestowed upon us. In the name of Yeshua Messiah and Yahweh Elohim, we offer our prayers knowing that through your grace we can transform our aspirations into reality. Amen.
Thank you for that, Cindy. And as we get the program started, I just want to acknowledge those who have made this convention possible. And I'll begin with CARE International Kenya, Global Affairs Canada, Africa Women's Development Fund, Reinvent Kenya, University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, Echo Network Africa, Women's Political Alliance, Justice Advocacy and Empowerment Center, UN Women, the National Women's Steering Committee, the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, which was represented by the CS yesterday, who officially opened this convention. And last but definitely not least, Crown Trust. Makofi kwao. All right, so I want to do a brief recap before I invite our first panel. And our first panel will be moderated by Dr. Agnes Meroka. And she is of the UON, University of Nairobi, that is Women Economic Empowerment Hub. And we are discussing investing in women. On her panel, we'll have Sarah Muhoya, Echo Network Africa, Dr. Mary Mbithi, who we heard from yesterday in the opening statements, and also Nancy Gitonga, African Women Entrepreneurship Program. But let me just remind you what we discussed yesterday. And given this is an event where you're meant to amplify your voice, we want you to be heard. I'll ask our sound team to prepare, because I'll invite you to tell us what your takeaways were, what your expectations still are with regard to today's discussions. But we'll begin with yesterday. And the first discussion we had was on the 2/3 gender principle in elective and appointive offices. And we had a presentation from Dr. Nancy Barasa, the first female Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. That session was moderated by Beatrice Kamau. And on her panel, we had Honorable Sophia Abdinur, former MP Ijara. She explained, she painted a very vivid picture of what her experience has been in seeking out elective office. We also had Winfred Lichuma on her panel, and I believe she was joined by a member of parliament from Tharaka Nithi on the panel as well. And after that, we had a conversation moderated by Winnie Maru. Also on that panel was Honorable Sophia Abdinur, Wanjiku Thiga, and Winnie, who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting somebody, the Deputy Governor, Elgeyo Marakwet, who sat in on that panel. All right, so that discussion, what they were discussing was navigating the terrain, taking stock of women's political participation. So we had from you comments, questions at the end of those two sessions, but I'm keen to hear what the rest of you thought, what your takeaways are. And, okay, I see my sound team is ready. How many microphones do we have? Just the one? 3. Oh, plus this one, eh? Because we have 3 sections of the room. So should we start with this side? Yesterday, this side really felt disenfranchised. Watu wa grao. Perhaps I'll ask for volunteers first before I point anyone out. Volunteers first, what your takeaways were.
Good morning. My name is June. Yesterday was an amazing session. We had a great one. And my greatest lesson and what I took from this conference was we need to take our position. We need to go out there and get prepared. Mm-hmm. Things will not come in a silver platter. We need to get out and be there. Yes. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for that. Anybody else from this side of the room would like to share or even talk about what you expected to hear or wanted to learn or find out, and maybe your expectation was not met? Perhaps we can see about getting that met today. Oh, there's a lady there.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I just came in and with a breather, so glad that today we get to speak this morning. So I'm really happy. My name is Sophie from the World March of Women, and yesterday was a good day. It actually gave some of us, it was like a rebirth, because as Kenyan women, we were actually almost like losing it, looking at all the struggles, everything, where everything has come from and where we are. and then we feel like we don't have hope. But what we had yesterday and strategies and the ideas that came out yesterday was amazing. One of the questions that was also like I had from our table here, for burning hands there, someone was really just wondering, the information that was given by Honorable Nancy Baraza was quite amazing. And people were just wondering, how do we get this information down on the ground? Because if we are talking about strategies and how to strengthen our women's movement, and we know that the greatest impact is actually on the ground. So how do we get all this great information that we're discussing in this room down to that woman who's at that ward level or the door level to get to understand, if you're saying that we are going to talk about women and the strategies we are making to get more positions for women, elective positions, then all this information needs to go down there. So how do we get it to the people? Yeah.
All right. So that is actually should be one of the challenges to our organizers to address. She's asking how do we get this information. Well and good that we've heard it, but she's asking how do we disseminate it further. Do we have any questions from this portion of the room? Before, there's a video we have of a recap of yesterday, but first I wanted to get your thoughts. Any comments from this side of the room? Okay, there's a lady wearing spectacles at the back.
Okay, my name is Vexina Mweni. My name is Vexina Mweni. Mine is to say I'm so thankful because yesterday it was an amazing day. Meeting likes of Kabira, Daisy, meeting those great women and speaking to us and knowing that the journey wasn't easy was an amazing thing. I think as we pick the baton, we have a challenge and it's upon us to make the decision. Where do we take the baton? For me, it was good to hear stories, and I think it is very important if we can document these stories. At times you find that we come together when we are looking for elective positions, when women are ready to go for elective position. But the people down there do not understand where the journey how the journey has been. If we can sit back and document all the stories Kina Honorable Sophia were giving out and other ladies, the young one who was kissed severely, people can understand it's not easy for women to be in leadership. So let's wake up, start documenting these stories, share as early as possible so that we can make the journey for women in leadership easy. Thank you.
All right, that's a brilliant recommendation, Mweni. Documenting these stories for posterity. Anybody else? All right, we have a hand here and another one.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Rosemary from PPLC. The discussion of yesterday was very good. Everything was explained. We had so many experiences being told about, but what never came out clearly is how can we achieve the 2/3 gender principle? And I hope today that one will come out. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nelly Chepkemoi from ODM and We Care organization. For me, I was not here, but I followed the discussion online. And one thing that I came to realize or would like to allude to is that as young women and as youth, we are normally told we are the majority in the country. But now when it comes to leadership, it is not reciprocated. So it's time to rise up. It's time to support each other. We are not yet there, but we will get there with tenacity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nelly. Couple of hands here on this table.
Thank you. My name is Rose Chege. I congratulate all the people that spoke yesterday. And all I could hear about is 2/3. We're still talking about the 2/3 gender rule. most of us, or me personally, I did not understand a thing. But every person who stood up spoke about the two-third gender rule. So if we know about the two-third gender rule, ikatakatwe vizuri, we get to know, then we can be able to go to the mashinani. As the lady down there said, how do we take this report to them?
Yes.
Because without the two-third gender rule, then again, we are still stagnant where we are. Yeah? Okay. But I also compliment all the people who spoke yesterday. They were well putting their points out, and the information we got, I personally got a lot of information. And I'm still awaiting for the question time, because I'll stand up again. Thank you very much.
I promise you today we will allocate sufficient time.
Thank you very much. That's why I'm seated in front.
And my apologies for that. All right, this side of the room. Anybody who has some feedback on yesterday's discussions? You could also say what you're expecting from today's conversation. So we are looking at, the first panel is looking at investing in women. The second is going to look at women with disabilities and disability inclusion. There was a question that was raised with regard to two-thirds. Where do women with disability fall? And then the other two panels will deal with intergenerational mentorship, bridging the youth divide, and paying the price, all hands on deck. So if you have no feedback on yesterday, you could also tell us what you're looking here today. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Evelyn Haimba from Pambazuko la Wanawake Magharibi. Something I wanted to say yesterday, but now I have the opportunity to, is about the two-third gender and how we roll this down to the mashinani. Somebody has said before, and I think two speakers, on a challenge on rolling this at mashinani. Now, I look at this challenge at different levels. It is a challenge, and again, it's not a challenge, because under the National Women's Steering Committee, we have the networks that go deep into mashinani, Pambazuko la Wanawake Magharibi being one of them, and others like Sauti ya Wanawake Pwani, and other players too. So my appeal, and what I wanted to call out to the task force on the realization of the two-third gender rule, of which Daisy is part of that, and she's a co-chair, is we had made steps in realization of this, and we even did the Green Amendment campaign. So I'm just calling out to the task force to see how maybe they would want to ride on this, I don't know, but ensure that even as the task force goes out to do the work, kama mama wa mashinani, mama ambaye niko in the rural, we talked about taking bottled waters, and I've said this very many times, even to Daisy, that let's get out of these four walls in the hotels. Now, let's just sit with women in the villages under the trees. So as we think that we have a challenge of getting, it's not so much of a challenge. We already have the networks there. What now needs to be done is to strengthen the linkages between the national and the support for the grassroots networks to take up this. For the two-third gender in the Western and Nyanza, and even at the coast where we did some work, and I think even for the Green Amendment, it was almost throughout the whole country. We might not, maybe, I don't know, might not adopt the formulas that you were talking about, but at least if you go to where we did these campaigns, women at least have an idea of what the two-third gender means. And we even did some studies at our own local institution, away from the elective position, even the appointive and at the executive at the county levels. So thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Two-thirds, it seems, Daisy, people want to fully understand so that they can go into back to their communities and explain with confidence what it means for them and their constituents, so to speak. Anybody else? All right, one more. We'll check this one more, and then we'll play the video. And during the video, I'll ask those who are sitting at the periphery, tukuja pamoja, juu sote tuko pamoja. I don't see any reserved signs on the tables, maybe just one or two, so we should be able to occupy the space right at the center, close to the panelists, so that you can hear them clearly, you feel like you're part of the conversation. So I'll invite you, now that COVID is behind us, if you could please move closer so that we don't over-rely on the screens. There's plenty of room here. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Wanjiko from World March of Women. From yesterday's discussion, I felt that we didn't discuss well the myths and cultures that hinders women from being elected from elective position, especially during election or in political parties. I think we should elaborate more, because most of the time the myths and the cultures, the ones which hinders women from being elected, even ourselves, even the learned ones, they still say mama hawezi ruka shingo, or they say wanawake wanavaa vibaya wakati wa uchaguzi. But we see even men wakati wa election, hata hao wanasag, but no one speaks about it. Watu wanasema wewe hajaolewa, but how many men pia hawajaoa, but we don't speak about it. So I think today we should elaborate fully about the myths and cultures that hinders women from being elected from elective positions. Thank you.
Right, the myths and the cultures that hinder women from being elected. I remember there's a Grace Kamau who also contested, and she agreed with Wanjiko Thiga, who spoke yesterday. She said when she was campaigning, one of her, some elected officials said, ye kazi yake ni kuwekwa mimba na ekwe kwa nyumba. So she, I think, was making the same point that we need to address that. How do we counter that? All right. Okay, just one last one. There's a lady in red there.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Agnes Nduta from Maendeleo ya Wanawake, and I'm so grateful to be in this forum. I have learned a lot. What I would say, what I heard from yesterday from politicians, is that how hard it has been for them going through this journey. And it's not only for them. This is a story from the grassroots. I'm a grassroots woman, and I'm happy to be in the midst of very learned women and very experienced. From my experience, I am a secretary in the ward, Maendeleo ya Wanawake. And when we were vying for those seats, it was not easy, because the senior women are the ones who were opposing us and bringing the people they want. So if we as women can have one spirit and appreciate each other in whatever level you are, I think we can go far.
Okay.
Secondly, is that true that? And I heard somebody say about learning on mashinani. There are so many challenges. When you call women, or you call a woman from to maybe to teach them or to discuss these issues, some of them will not come because there's no money. They'll ask, what are we getting? So we have to have a sense of ownership and a share of the responsibility. I don't know how, but I would love to see from this forum if we can do that from the very young girl from nursery school to the university level. That would be very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Nduta, did I get your name right? Nduta, yeah? Sorry? Did you say Nduta? Yeah, okay. Thank you for that contribution. Okay. I promise, very last one.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Esther Mwikali. I come from Women Political Alliance. I fight last time as the first of MCA, Komarokowat, Embakasi Central constituency. But one challenge that faced us, especially women, is about the alliance, what we call this one, Azimio, and this one, those alliances, they affected us so much. So I was asking about what is the RPP doing about it? Is it legally abiding? Political parties are the ones which are legally abiding, because when you are Azimio, you are under Azimio, and your party, you are on a certain party, they were coming to campaign for one person who they chose. Not everyone who is in that alliance. So I was asking if ORPP can work around those alliances, because they affect people. I thought it's only political parties that is legally binding. So it affected so many people, because I was in NAC, somebody was in Jubilee. When they come, they just say, fought somebody from Jubilee. So I was wondering, then why did I register with a political party if they are against other parties which are in the same alliance? So thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, so I will leave that there. There will still be opportunity for you to give your feedback, ask your questions. But Daisy, what I'm hearing is, especially on two-thirds, there are a lot of unanswered questions that remain. Okay, so at this point, we're going to play a video that is a recap of the events yesterday. But as we play that, I'd like to invite Dr. Agnes Meroka and her panelists, that is Sarah Muhoya, Echo Network Africa, Dr. Mary Mbithi, and Nancy Gitonga, if they could please be making their way up to the podium. Thank you.
We must appreciate intergenerational approach. We must appreciate what has been done, because we stand on the shoulders of many, and everybody has their space, you know. So Pia, the young people, we must embrace the wisdom of our elders. We must embrace the vigor of our youth, who are our greatest assets. And we must shape a leadership narrative that transcends the age gap and time. We must learn to celebrate one another. We are stronger together. Let us kindle the flame of hope within our hearts and channel our passion into actionable change. Through our collaborative efforts, let us weave a tapestry of inclusivity where every thread, regardless of its color or texture, contributes to a richer and a more vibrant Kenya and a better future for all of us. Thank you for joining us in this transformative agenda, and may our time together at this annual Women Rights Convention inspire us to create the change we seek, to be the change that we want to see, and let us stand united, for in unity we can forge a path towards a Kenya that embodies that essence of Sote Pamoja. With Yahweh on our side, we cannot fail, and Kenya will be the richer for it. Thank you.
Despite the challenges, women have navigated, broken the glass ceiling, making it into public, private institutions and communities. Women have excelled, and women have done business. Some of us, Secretary and I, from the 80s, and many other Kenyan women were involved, women who are not celebrated in an industry of export in this nation. And they did business, and these are stories which have gone not celebrated. Some have died, but those who are still alive will come to you, because those days Kenya did not even have foreign currency. It only liberalized in 1994, and the families went out into the markets and sold Kenyan handicrafts into the world and brought money into this nation. They need to be celebrated. So
I have a clarion call to all duty bearers and other stakeholders represented here to work together towards the realization of two-thirds gender rule and in aspects of governance. To us, and to me specifically, gender equality is more than a goal in itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and building good governance. Women should embrace all the facets of leadership and never apologize for being a powerful woman, or being a leader, or being voicing your ideas, because we are also Kenyans. And if Kenyans have rights, and I add with what Hillary Clinton once said, that women's rights are human rights. Thank you very much.
Ladies in this room, that there is no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise. That force is very, very powerful. We are not putting a fight to fight men, but we are fighting for a human right.
Yes.
Because women's rights are human rights. According to the World Economic Forum gender data, Kenya has made a significant leap in the Gender Development Index, moving from position 118 in 2018 to an impressive position 56 in 2022 globally. We made a significant positive change in a number of areas. For instance, for elected women in National Assembly, we have 29 from 23. From 3 governors to now 7. From 97 to 115 at the county assembly. Sound progress has been made in promoting positive social norms, attitudes, and behaviors that prevent gender-based violence. This is evidenced in the Kenya Demographic Health Survey 2023, which indicated some decrease for women and girls aged 15 to 49. I am committed to an inclusive process, leaving no one behind. Taking the lessons learned from the previous attempts, I envision a bipartisan process that will adhere to the principles of public participation as exposed in our Constitution. Further, we are currently implementing the 9-point agenda that covers critical areas, which include economic empowerment, gender equality in leadership, combating gender-based violence, and safeguarding women's land rights. I value the support that organizations represented here have given to government through Gender Sector Working Group in my ministry and beyond. I look forward to receiving the proceeding of this convention for implementation through partnership and collaboration. It is now my pleasure to declare the Annual Women Convention 2023 officially opened. Thank you, all of you, and I wish you a fruitful deliberations.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen. Daisy is indicating that I am vertically challenged. Akina mama hoye! Akina baba hoye! And I am being requested to sit Daisy because the camera cannot. Yes. So welcome to today's panel on investing in women. Ambapo kwa Kiswahili tunasema uwekezashi katika kina mama. So lazima leo tutumie pia lugha yetu ya taifa, kwa hivyo tutaongea Kimombo, kwa lugha ya Kimombo, tena kidogo katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo leo tuko na panelists wetu watatu ambao saidia katika haya majadiliano. We have Sarah Muhoya, who is the head of positioning and democracy trust fund at Eco Network Africa, and she is also a director at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Sarah, if you could wave so that they can see you. Hi. Hi. And we have our champion, Dr. Mary Mbithi from the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. Dr. Mary Mbithi wears many, many hats, but for today she is a researcher. And she is going to be talking to us as an economist also. She is an economist and a senior lecturer at the Department of Economics, University of Nairobi, and she's also the director of research at the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. And then we have Nancy Gitonga, who is the CEO of African Women's Entrepreneurship Program Kenya and the president and founder of Zamora Consulting Company. And Zamora Consulting Company does something very interesting, Nancy, because you work towards promoting increased women's participation in trade and economic empowerment. So we are looking forward to hearing from you. So in order to start, we need to understand what is investment. Uwekezaji. Can you please tell me that in Kiswahili? Uwekezaji. Uwekezaji. What does it mean to invest in women? How do we invest in women, and why should we invest in women, Dr. Mary Mbithi?
Good morning. And it is great to see all of you this morning. You are looking fabulous from where I am seated. So it's great. And what is investment, and what does it mean to invest in women? Investment means setting aside resources, and the resources can be time, it can be money, it can be commitment, and many other ways. Setting them aside for future benefit. You commit the resources, you use them today, and you expect to find output or benefits or returns. To be more specific, returns in the future. So investing in women means committing resources in terms of money or time or whatever other commitments governments can make into women. The women themselves, as well as the women's work or the sectors that support women's work. So when this is done, then it means the women themselves will develop, and it can also mean that committing resources in those sectors where women work most, such as areas related to food production, food preparation, such as in energy sector, and also health, because that is the area where women's work is normally is. Women spend a lot of work in those areas, and because of women spend spend a lot of time in those areas, and those areas contribute to what we call unpaid care work, and therefore they become a barrier, because time spent in doing unpaid care work, which is very important for the family and is done with a lot of love, it means that time spent there, then it cannot be spent in doing other activities. So it's about spending, money on those sectors so that the work for women and paid care work goes down, and this sets time for women to get involved in the other areas. How do we invest in women? We need to invest in these sectors both from the public spaces through government and government actions, government commitments in resources, as well as in the private sector or in the corporate world. Because again, the barriers that keep women from participating in the economy and contributing to development, we can find them both in the private space of work, in the corporate world, as well as in the public sector. So for government, it can take commitments to reducing the barriers to women's participation. It can also take actions to enhancing women's participation, including ensuring access of women to finances to do business, including, investing in girls' education and provision of the necessary information for them to be able to participate in opportunities that come up in the economy. And the private sector, again, they need to commit resources to support women to overcome the barriers that make them not participate in leadership or participate in the workplace in a way that simplifies their doing this. Now, why is it important to invest in women? It is important to invest in women because investment in women has a multiplier impact, or simply a ripple impact that trickles down to the whole economy. You invest on the women, we know this will touch in the children, it will touch in the family, it will touch in the community, and it will touch in the whole economy. When we invest in girls, and especially girls' education, we know that, for example, in Kenya, the recent report from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Kenya Demographic and Health Survey shows that teenage pregnancies in Kenya is about 15%. And this is a big number of people that will drop out from school. So what happens next? It's necessary to invest in finding out what we can do to these people, because when we spend $1 investing in a girl, we know that our future will be better by over $20. That is very important, because we invest today and expect to find the returns in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mbithi. And allow me to just bring this conversation home. I don't know, looking at the audience, I don't know how many of us woke up and had to do a couple of things which Dr. Mbithi is talking about. How many of us had to prepare breakfast, prepare people? I can see Winnie Maru saying that she had to do all those things. Gentlemen, how many of you had to do that? Prepare breakfast, make sure people are ready to go out to work? How many? The ladies, how many of you did that this morning? So you can see where Dr. Mbithi is heading, right? There is a lot of unpaid care work, and we need to think about it. And there are many other things that we need to think about that prevent women from getting into positions of leadership. But I want to come to you now, Sarah. What sorts of investments do we need to make in order to promote women's leadership? We are talking about the 2/3 gender rule, and yesterday we had Dr. Nancy Baraza, Winnie Lichuma, and the experiences of women in politics. Basically, they are saying, once you get into that position of leadership, nobody wants to know that you are now, you have this position of leadership, which is in the public space, but they still expect you, uko na majukumu nyumbani, you must still undertake those, your responsibilities within the home, and sometimes there can be a clash. So what sorts of investments do we need in order to promote women's leadership in this country?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I want to concur with my sister here about the barriers, and I'm glad in her definition, she spoke to the barriers. And I think part of the motivation for this conversation is for us to say, to take us to the level of the whole issue of inclusion, to say that the basic reason, one of the basic reasons why we want to invest in women, and I dare say girls, is so that we can create more inclusive, more diverse society in which men and women, boys and girls are all living and participating in society as they should. So for me, that is very important. But in terms of, and therefore, I think that when we speak to issues of investment, we sometimes just go to women's economic issues, but we do know that they got to transverse, they got to go beyond that. We need that whole 360 definition that takes us to the holistic person, so that we see the investment as in totality. And so in terms of what sort of investment we need to do, I think for starters, we do need to appreciate the value that women bring. And I want to say girls and women, because the minute you don't see the value of a girl, and you just see the value of that girl as only fetching water, carrying firewood, I don't know in Nairobi what they do, washing dishes. These days they are washing machines, so you know, maybe definitions have changed. But we need to start by appreciating the value that women bring to the table. And those of us who have grown up either in rural Kenya or in urban areas, we know that it is the women majorly who carry the bulk of the of children, of their families, etc. But I don't think that even the value of the women leaders that we often criticize has been appreciated. I think that we need to interrogate what value did, for example, Rose Warohio, Mother Karua, Zipporah Kitoni, and just keep coming over. What value have they brought? And they have brought a lot of value, even in leadership. So we are more full of criticism than seeing what it is they have brought to the table. I think of some studies, and I think this is where the University of Nairobi comes in. They need to invest more in research to continually help us appreciate the value proposition. Secondly, I think that we need to honestly invest in expanding the pools from which we draw our women's leadership. You know, I've been intrigued to look at the figures, for example, in the 2022 general election. I'll just read them for you. We had a total of 16,100 candidates, like from president to MCA, including the women reps. There were 16,100. Out of those, we had a total of 14,101 male candidates. You can see where I'm leading to. So basically, we only had a total of 1,999 women candidates, like in total. So what were our results? Out of the 14,101 men who ran, we recorded 1,682 successful men who are right now holding various leadership positions in the country, elective, that is. How many women? Including the 47, the 200 women. What that tells us is that our pool is so small that it can't yield numbers. It doesn't matter, Daisy, what we do. We give them lessons, we give them posters. They are so small, and I think Dr. Nancy Baraza pointed to that fact. So we do need to invest in and expanding the pool of women who are ready, willing, prepared, knowledgeable, capable to run successful campaigns and to hold leadership. Now, what that also says is that we also need to invest, once they are in, we need to invest in their agenda. What is their agenda? What change will they make? Once they, because that change, that impact is what will then roll back and be the yardstick by which they will be judged. So we need to invest again right there in the woman who is leading. And I think finally, because we can't exhaust all the things that we can do, we need to invest very seriously in massive, massive campaigns for the public to understand that it is not a gift to women to lead. It is not welfare. It is actually a right. Beyond a right, it is important for all of us. And finally, we need to invest in collaborations. I've spoken about the role that the University of Nairobi can play. If you look at that, you will see the role that KEWOPA can play. You see a role that those of us who are like Democracy Trust, Fadeco Network Africa, Crown Trust, etc., can play. So we need to invest again in collaborations and enhancing partnerships so that then we can, as the UN Women keep saying, deliver as one. So I think there is a huge investment that needs to go on, but I can't stop before I say, we're always asking, where are the women? We need to invest in mining the women. And ladies and gentlemen, our women are not here. They're here, but they're more elsewhere. Our women are in chamas. Our women are in the faith-based communities, in churches, in mosques. Our women are in the tea farms. Our women are everywhere, but not the usual normal spaces. So we need to go to those spaces where we will find the women. We mind them, we educate them, we identify them, we tap them, we train them, work together, and basically just do what we haven't done or go beyond what we haven't done so that we move ourselves into completely transformative and innovative approaches that will then, we can then invest in. And it is not about money here. For me, it's more about the ideas, the concepts, because I'm a believer in that money follows ideas, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Sarah. And I think the rallying call you're giving us is we need holistic investments in women, not just to get women into positions of leadership, but to keep them there. Thank you. Nancy, I would now like to come to you. And my question to you is, what then are the sorts of investments that are likely to benefit women? Where should we be saying this is where we should invest if we intend to benefit women, whether it is women in leadership, whether it is women's enterprises, whether it is women in different sectors? What sorts of investments do we need to make so as to benefit women?
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much, Daktari. Akina mama mpo? Akina mama mpo? Asante sana. Thank you very much, Daktari. It excites me when I meet a group of women, because to be very honest, whether we like it or not, if you're not economically empowered, if you are not economically empowered, my sister, even when you left your house in the morning, you may not have had the power to put some little tea, a cup of tea on top of the table for your children. So for me, trade and gender goes together, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. I am glad my two sisters have really brought it out very well, and I'm very happy because, like Sarah has really brought out the political angle. We must look at this from an holistic perspective, political, economic, social, and technological. If we women must make steps that are going to help us get included. We are talking about inclusion. So how are we going to package ourselves? Tutajipangaje akina mama? Hiyo ndio swali. Siasa si mchezo, and you had our own CS tell us here yesterday. Si mchezo. Lazima utatafuta hela uingie nayo pale. It's not a joke. You must invest and invest wisely. You must have experts with you. So we must invest in a lot of experts, and I'm happy because all these organizations here, they have invested in terms of technical very seriously when it comes to enabling and supporting women in politics. Economically, institutions like Econet, some of them who are here, Econet, Work Africa and all that, we've worked with them. Economically, they know the value and they're investing very seriously when it comes to economic. Social, all these institutions here, this has really worked herself crazy all her life since she was a young girl to help bring out that social aspect that is going to empower the woman to get herself out there, well packaged. Technology is here with us today. Whether we like it or not, we can't run away, so we must really invest in it and see how we women, how can we get using the technology today. I love all the young women here. My young girls. They are champions of using technology. And even in my own organization, what we are trying to do, we are identifying the young, the youth, who are very quick with technology, and we are linking them up to seasoned business women who they sit down, they develop for them programs, they go into social marketing, marketing online for them. So for us, if we must move to the next level, then technology is very important. So those four things must come together. Now, going back into investment, me, like I told you, friends, the only thing I understand is how a woman can make money. Please. And I'm not apologetic about it. A woman must make money. Because when you have money, I was listening to Nduta. Nduta, where are you, my dear sister? Nduta said we struggled. We didn't know where to begin. And if we investigate, at the end of the day, honestly speaking, it was about, does she have enough financial support to get herself on the ground to do proper campaigns? Ladies, let me tell you, we need to make money. Number one, equity. For those of us who are in business, the best investment, and I'm talking about you as an investor. How do you, as a woman, become an investor? Dese and the team, they are doing very well trying to bring investors to us. Whether it's political, there are those who are coming to invest. If it is, there are those who are coming to invest. Econet, Work Africa, they are doing whatever they must do because of the economic investment. But you as a woman, equity, if you have a business, you are struggling. My sister, just look for a partner. Sell part of the company. Sink in the capital. Don't struggle. You know, we own ideas. Friends and relatives is another source. Our Asian brothers, listen to me. I have a couple of them who are very dear and personal friends. Yeah? They invest within their friends and within their relatives. Go and give an Asian brother a building like this to build. You bring his cousin to supply the cement. He will bring the other brother to bring the construction machines. He will bring the other who is going to provide the network and relationship so that he can get the loan at the whatever bank. He will bring the other who is going to supply XYZ. What happens to us as Africans? Wa ukipewa kazi na sister yako, unanyakua, unaenda mara kijijini, vita ndio hiyo. Tuseme ukweli, let's be very honest to ourselves. Wivu. Hautaki kuona dadako akiwa nayo bwana. Unaanza kufikiri tangu dese apandishwe cheo, siku hizi akiingia huku hata asalimianangi. Tangu aanze kuendeza ile Prado yako ile dese. Siku hizi asalimianangi. That is not acceptable in the business realm, friends. We have to grow up, we have to stir up. Kitu ingine mimi napenda sana, Tanzania kule tunaiita vikoba. In Kenya we call them chamas. A beautiful investment, let me tell you, friends. You throw in that coin of yours at the end of the year. When they break, they need kuvunja vikoba. Kuvunja. You go back home with your 300,000, 500,000, and it may look not regulated by the CBK, which is true, unlike SACCOs, but it's another good way of investing, because in business we have two sets of women. We have those who are in formal businesses, we have those who are in informal businesses. Those who are in those we call informal, they are 70%, they are the majority. But you see the chama, the vikoba thing, they come to help you to become an investor. You become an investor in your own self. SACCOs, I love it. When I go to town and I see all the matatus, when you go to the markets, it's this and this and this SACCO. SACCO movement is very powerful, cooperative. It's another way you as a woman, I said I'll talk about you, how you can become an investor. Allow me to give a good example as I finalize. Esther Passaris was a businesswoman. Yes. She invested in business, grew up learning. Today she's in politics. We need to give clap to her. Let us look at our sister, Kiroche.
Yes.
Doesn't matter whether beaten left and center. She's one of the Africans' top. Tabitha is one of the top African women business owners. Today, look at her. She's risen and she's right on top there. So, sisters, let me tell you, our banks, traditional banks, they are giving boats. They are selling boats. Minimum 100,000. Today, one of the best-selling boats, sisters, is the infrastructure one. But nobody talks about it. There are no taxation in it. Really? Oh, yes. And guess how much even some of them are going for? 13.8%. Yes. Big money. Big boys are making money because they have all this information with them. We have no information. So, bandada kuweka kale kapesa kako pale in that account, unaingia pale unainvest. Wanaume siku hizi wanainvest in those infrastructure boards because the government needs money. Wanangojea mishahara wakiwa wamelala kwa mabibi zao. If you ask him where he's getting this money, he's not telling you. I think I want to make my final call and say, sisters, while others are investing in us, please invest in yourself. Invest in something.
Teach us.
I am here to teach you. Let me just take it back to Daktari. Then she will show us how we can come in and see how we can. We will, at the end of the day, we will live here as investors. Thank you very much.
Daisy, please call us for a meeting where we discuss investments. We need a class.
Nancy, Baliana na Beatrice, we are doing it ASAP.
Wajua sisi tunaelewa tu nunua kashamba, fuga hivi kidogo, mboga kidogo. Sasa tunataka kujua hii bonds yenye haina tax, sababu tax inatumaliza. Lakini lazima pia tulipe ushuru tujitegemee. Now, Dr. Mbithi, I want to come back to you and I have two questions for you. I know, Dr. Mbithi, you have looked at the budget statement for this country. several years with Professor Kabira, you have been looking at the budget statement with other economists. What are some of the challenges you see around how investments in issues that concern women? What are some of those challenges that you see in that context? And how do we navigate those challenges? How do we deal with gender barriers? Some of the things we have been told, like Nancy has said, it is even lack of knowledge. And why don't we have that knowledge as women? Why do men have that knowledge? So how do we deal with the challenges? How do we navigate the gender barriers that prevent women from investing in themselves, and also the state, the government investing in women, and also other partners investing in women?
Thank you. I think the challenges that women face are many. And for example, one of them, when it comes to participation in the economy, and the one that we see in the budget, is that the resources committed to those sectors are limited. In economics, we say resources can never be enough, but the point is to prioritize and find out, what makes a lot of impact and put more resources into that. So one of the challenges that women face is accessing capital. And with regards to budgets, we find that little amounts of money are committed to affirmative action funds, for example. And that goes down to mean that when women access these funds as a group, then they will end up accessing very little funds, which they may not be able to use. They may access them, yes, but the size of those loans are small for them to make those big investments and invest in those big bonds, for example, such as infrastructure bonds and others. So they end up getting like 5,000 or 10,000, which again is limiting. So availability of resources is a big challenge. And why do women find this particularly a challenge? Of course, it's the issues of collateral and so on. And therefore, they find that affirmative action funds, which have less requirements, what they can access there is a little bit much less. So the other thing Nancy has very aptly talked about it is limited access to information about the opportunities that exist. We just heard about the infrastructure bonds. We have done a study in many counties in Kenya, and they were asking them, have you heard of Women Enterprise Fund? And it was shocking to find that only 49% of the women that we talked to in 4 counties in Kenya, and that can be extended to mean the whole of Kenya, we found that 49% of the women we spoke to had heard about Women Enterprise Fund. But I think Women Enterprise Fund is one of the funds where women can easily access, and it's affirmative action funds, but women don't know. So that is one of the simplest a way of showing limitations in information. Information about HAGPO. We've talked to so many women. We told them, do you know there are opportunities that government has given for you as affirmative action fund? As affirmative, you can be able to supply government services and goods, whether it's at the county level or at national level, and women don't know. So access to information is another one key challenge that remains a barrier for women today, which we have as really highlighted and needs to be addressed. So another thing is, for example, time constraints. And I think, Dr. you've talked about it at the start. Time constraints, because we know that women have a lot of care work to do. And we do this with a lot of love because it's our responsibility, it's for the family. But again, that creates, it's not a mutual. You can't do it when you are taking care of a sick person or a child. You can't be in the marketplace at the same time. You can't be investing in doing business and so on. And so those are some of the challenges. And of course, the capacity. Capacity in terms of, it can be in terms of the finances to go to the investment that Nancy has talked about. It's about the skills. It's about the know-how. All those are challenges that women face when it comes to doing business. And of course, we find that there is little finances in budgeting that goes, or it is not enough. that goes into supporting women or supporting and addressing such barriers. Now, when it comes to education, and because when you talk about capacity, education is one of the best ways, of supporting women so that they can be able to participate or to build their capacity to participate in the economy. Of course, we do have money that goes into education, but we know these resources are particularly constrained in higher levels of education and even in the basic areas of education. And as I talked earlier of the girls that drop out of school, because of pregnancy and so on, what happens? Do we have resources going to those to support these young women? Because when these young women are supported to continue with education, that will mean better value for their future in working. It will increase their earnings by 20%. Because when these women are trained, they go back to school, they get the skills, they get trained, that will give them the ICT skills that we are talking about. It will give them the know-how, it will give them the competitive edge to participate, to apply for that job and to get those opportunities. Those resources tend to be limited, or investments in those areas are less limited. The other thing is about supporting women in leadership. Let me not talk much about that because you have said it, but about women's health, reproductive health is another key area, because we know there are many challenges that come with reproductive health, and that those challenges are particularly, relate to women. So again, we find there's not enough investment in those areas or commitments in terms of budget to support those areas, and it is important that those areas are really taken into account. The issue of data, it is very important, and research, I think Nancy has talked about it, or Sarah's talked about it. And for example, for us, what we are doing is we are investing in knowing what works, because we know it's one thing to say, let us invest in this area and in the other one. And it is important to understand what works when we invest in that area, because we'll be able to highlight that and upscale that what has worked, and what is not working we do away with and think of other ways of investing in areas that can support women. So research is important, investment in research is important on what works for women in businesses, in the workplace, because that is the only way to get women in the workplace. And then another thing which is very important is also investing in gender disaggregated data, because it's when we'll be able to know, these finances which were available, who got them? Is it men? Is it women? And if it is women, we ask, how can these women be able, what are the barriers and how can they access these finances better? We consider that important, because once we have the evidence, then that is good for advocacy, because when we advocate with statistics, they say that statistics do not lie. So that is very convincing, and it can, make people change mind, because they will understand we have invested in a childcare. This is what it means for women's businesses. And with regards to that reproductive responsibilities of women, let me talk about investing in supporting reduction of the burden of unpaid care on women. And for example, we find that currently in Kenya, for a long time we did not have public investments in childcare facilities. Yet childcare facilities is a responsibility mainly for the women. And we know that norms really, and the requirement by the community is that women undertake these care responsibilities, even for the sick and the elderly and so on, and people that are also challenged. And women take them very positively, and they can do this work very easily. So it is necessary for the state, for the county government, for government to set resources, that will support such services, that will enable women to perform those responsibilities in a faster way in terms of technology, and also in terms of ensuring that there is infrastructure. For example, for child support, child, cages or child care centers where women can be able to leave their babies so that they can go to work, so that they can be able to concentrate in their businesses. And that will be helpful for these people. So we have realized that we have, when, for example, women who are involved in informal cross-border trade have a place to leave their children, and they can pay as little as 50 shillings per day, they'll be able to spend more than at least 8 hours in a day, and they will have a lot of peace. And because where the babies are is not far away from where they are working from, and they can, step in, check on this baby, find the baby is doing well, and come and work. And when they do that, we have realized that women within 1 year have been able to increase their sales turnover, the amount they sell per month, by 25%. And of course, their profits have been able to increase. And this means if we invest in such infrastructure, it's good for women's development. It's good for women to be involved in businesses and in economic activities. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Mbithi. Sasa naambiwa kidogo muda umeyoyoma na umetupa kisogo kidogo. Hivyo lazima turudi katika floor ili tuchukue maswali yale ya plenary. Hivyo basi tutawapa nafasi Sarah na Nancy na pia Dr. Mbithi kujibu maswali yenu. Muda umetupa kisogo. So let's take some questions from the floor for our panelists, please. There's a mic going round. We'll take, I think, 2 rounds. We'll take 1 round and then another round. Okay. Please let us know your name and then your question. Your name, organization, then question.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Nelly Chepkemoi, representing We Care Organization and the ODM party. You talked of, Daktari talked of the budget. So when you look at the budget, just recently before the bill was passed, and Daktari, thank you for your insights. You talked also about investing. So when it comes to the budget and how views were being collected publicly from the public, there was instances where women and even the youth had their concerns, but now you have the issue of when it gets to the floor of the House, then things are manipulated. There's a lot of cannibalization in Parliament. So how can we as women fight that? Because you're speaking of the budget, you're speaking of us voicing our concerns, but when we voice our concerns, they get to the floor of the House, due to the cannibalization that is happening, all our concerns just remain untouched. So how can we solve that? Thank you.
My name is Marion Njoroge. My biggest question and challenge is how are we localizing this conversation? We are all here gathered in Nairobi, Panari, Africa. But there are other very aggressive women down there in our villages. In my village in Kihara, there are women who would want to benefit from this. How are we localizing this struggle and this conversation? We want women to get into politics. A constituency, let's talk of a constituency maybe like Ijara, maybe few women have gone to school, but they are very aggressive women who mobilized and turn around things there. If we localize this conversation, we can be able to put that woman into school in the next 4 years. She'll complete and vie. But as long as we keep speaking from Nairobi, as long as we speak, I think bado mapambano.
Good morning, ladies. Okay, my name is Diana Kolek, and I'm representing Women in Business. And I just want to say thank you to Madam Nancy. What you said, I cannot even top it up. It was really excellent. So for me, I have a comment, and I just want to talk a little bit about one of the challenges that was mentioned by the speakers, about increasing the pool of women going into political office. And there are these people, I like calling them the unsung heroes, or the king makers or queen makers. And most of them are actually women. And there's one thing that we need to note. Most of the people who go out for public office, most of them are women doing businesses. That is one thing that I would like us to appreciate. And you will find that these kingmakers are actually the ones who are usually called the mobilizers. And most of them are women. So how about we look at how we can invest in these women to actually take up political office or to vie for these positions instead of looking for women from elsewhere. Most of these mobilizers will find that they are the women in the communities, they are the women in the chamas. So for me, I think that will be the best place to get a bigger pool. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the panelists. My name is Hannah Wangombe. I'm here in my capacity with the WeHub. A lot has been said yesterday and this morning, and the common phrase we are told is that when you're not on the table, you're on the menu. But we are being told further that if they don't give you a space at the table, bring your chair. Bring your own folding chair, isn't it? And I think we had many women giving their experiences about how they had to force their way to sit at that table. But my question has been, and even as we're talking about two-third gender rule yesterday, and today about investing in women, do we go to the table prepared? And I think it was alluded to yesterday. How are we presenting ourselves as women? You go to the bank, you're ill-prepared. You're going to present yourself for a political appointment, you're ill-prepared. And so as I'm reflecting about the issues of where we need to invest in women, I think there are three key areas that we have to prioritize. Education, and I'm not talking about school. I'm not talking about formal education. I'm talking about mentorship. Just soft skills about how you show up. Very soft skills. Number two, technology. This is where we are going as the world. We are competing with the women of the world. So for us, technology, when we are asking our young daughters to choose courses in our universities, in our vocational schools, where are we plugging in as women? What are the areas we should prioritize and say, even if we're taking our children for agriculture courses, the world is moving to agribusiness and value addition, looking at value chains. Where are we taking our women to focus their education on? When we talk about creating awareness for women, in what areas? We work with women in grassroots. They don't understand the law. They don't understand the regulatory framework. And this should be prioritized as areas of awareness. And so for me, Team Daisy, as we walk along, and the questions that we focused, where do we plug in, even to this conversation? Which areas do you want us to plug in? As women in leadership, as women working with women in grassroots. And so for me, I want to know, where do I sign up after this? Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have a couple of hands, but time is also not on our side. So I'll just take the three hands. There's one there, then I see Beatrice, and then we have one hand there. I think she, okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amoiti Immaculate. I'm representing Eco Network and also from Busia County. And so I just want to speak on behalf of grassroots women movement building. I appreciate the fact that grassroots women are being recognized and we are in the room. But then what are some of the approaches that can be used to ensure that the existing grassroots movement, number one, are strengthened, and number two, are well equipped to continue the awareness of the 2/3 gender rule? Because I'm looking at counties and I'm looking at municipal boards. How many women at grassroots level are aware that they can sit on those municipal boards? How many women, young women and senior women, are aware that they can sit in school health committees, in health committees? Because that is where we influence even standard operating guidelines at that particular hospital, at that particular school, at that particular municipal board. You find there are markets and there are no toilets because no woman at grassroots level sits at the board. So for me, the question is, from this room, because I understand there are various women from different places in Mombasa, in Machakos, how are these women strengthened to take this message back home? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Beatrice.
Hi everyone, my name is Grace. My question is in regards to Mary Mbithi. You spoke about reproductive health and sensitization investments, yeah? I work with Gala Pomoja. Our co-work is to enhance menstrual health, education, and eradicating menstrual poverty. But one of the challenges, most of the challenges that we get is mobilizing resources, ensuring the girls stay in school, because menstrual is a huge factor on its own. So is there a place where there are already mobilized resources that can equip organizations and many clubs in the machinanis, in the low-caste areas like Kajiado, where we can reach out, get the funds, because sometimes it's a challenge obtaining resources in order to reach out to many girls and educating, and you can't talk about education when they can't access the basic commodity that will help them stay in class. So is there a way, or people, or investments, or ways to access that?
Thank you. Finally, Beatrice.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Meroka. For those who don't know me, my name is Beatrice Kamau, and now I'm wearing the hat of the chair of the Women in Leadership and Decision-Making Gender Group. I hear my friend Marion talking about moving from here to grassroots. How many times do you come to these hotels? Let's not beat ourselves so hard. We only come once a year, and we have come from the grassroots. So can you go back to the grassroots now? Because that's where we are usually. Even Marion, I know you as a grassroots woman. So sometimes we beat ourselves hard and then we criticize ourselves just because I have not been in Panari for the last 4 years. Now I'm happy that I'm here today. So I think it's good that sometimes we come here and discuss. Then in leadership, we are talking about expanding our leadership, where we don't just see the political leadership, but we see all kinds of leadership, even in businesses. We have several women here from different movements. We have World March of Women. Able lift your hand if you are world. Yeah, we have many. We have Nabwe. If you are from Nabwe, lift up your hand. That's another movement. Hey, Nabwe, wanawake wale wamekuja kutoka WeHub, wao ndio Nabwe. Then we have National Women's Steering Committee. Yeah, these are also, that is a movement. Now, and we are on the ground, but now today we are coming here. Then I come back to Madam Nancy Gitonga, I feel like taking you tukae pamoja sasa tutajirike tukitoka hapa because you have the answers. But we women have to start talking to our women, and please give, even if it is 1 hour or 2 hours every week, to the women there at the grassroots. Now we have WEF, which has been doing very well. It is one of the government funds that has been doing very well for government. But now they introduced what we are calling digital, and they have gone down now. You have to register afresh, and you are getting 50,000. That is the minimum. First of all, we had said that amount was very little because you have to be 10 women, 5,000. Utakula hiyo pesa ama utakopa ufanya naye biashara, inaleta shida. Alafu, they are not considering the ones who had even gone up to millions. And then some groups are not made of 10 women. So you have to get the minimum number of women to make groups that is not making sense. Rather than having a group of 300 women, au hata wakipatiana shilingi 100 kila siku, wanaweza kupia kusaidia, lakini it's not helping. I want to ask we have. They have the digital, but now women today, there are people who are calling themselves teachers, especially in Kiambu. They are charging every woman 600, a group of 10 to access 50,000. So 6,000 is already gone from the 50,000. And I don't know whether they are government agents and what is the government is doing about it. I know you are not government, but what can be done about it?
Very quickly, thank you. Okay, my name is Cynthia Mutere. I live and work in Busia, and so I feel empowered enough to speak on behalf of Busia. Thank you, panelists, for that very rich conversation on investing in women. But I just wanted to add on, without really speaking too much, on how do we get this message down. One of the strategies that we are doing is that 2/3 is almost related to Daisy. Daisy is 2/3, so everybody's like Daisy, Daisy. So the name that is quickly coming is Daisy. What is Daisy doing? Daisy was at the Devolution Conference last week. That you did a commendable job. I'm not just patting you on the head, on the back, but I really need to say that we now have devolution. We now have county government. We now have members of the county assemblies. We now have nominated women in these county assemblies. These are the people that need to be involved in public participation and be our champions. Don't shy away from approaching these women. Please, if this message needs to get to Mashinani, we also need to use these strategies. What is Econet doing in Busia? And how are they reaching those women, Mashinani? How do we get those women to come out and be part of public participation? Because in public participation, that's why government policy is being reached. You don't leave it to the Ligulu and the sub-chief to mobilize, and whoever they have mobilized, the Nyumba Kumi, are the ones who are going to show up at these barazas where this information is coming out. I'm really speaking as a former MCA, and I've been on the ground and I have seen how the information gets Mashinani. There's minimal participation of women. We have the strong women in the strong chamas, the chair ladies and the treasurers and all, but then you see they have remained in their groups. If they can come out into public participation where government policy is being spoken of, and then we are going to get into that critical mass that Muhaya was talking about. We want as many women in 2027. Yani wawe tu, yani kila mwanamke, yani kila nyumba itoe mtu, mwanamke mmoja, yani we get to that. Minimum kila boma iwe na candidate, mwanamke, you know, and start saying this. It sounds foolish, but that's what it was. People had the startup packs for youth. I know youth were very aggressive in the last election, but women, we really need to do that. Kila boma itoe mwanamke, and let's see if we can get that critical mass. And that's how this information is going to get down there. let's not beat ourselves for being in this conference here in Nairobi. I've actually also just traveled into Nairobi for this conference, just as Beatrice was saying. We are down at the ground, the information is reaching there. Don't shy away from speaking it. Daisy keeps speaking about 2/3, 2/3, 2/3. Daisy, 2/3, Daisy, 2/3. Even you make it your agenda. And I think Nancy Baraza said that yesterday. And thingy, the Professor Kaberia, yeah, she said, let it be on your lips so that we are all champions of 2/3. Let your name be synonymous of 2/3. Asante.
Thank you, everyone. I see there's
Dr.
still
Meroka,
hands.
if I may, like you, I see there are very many hands up, but unfortunately, on account of time, please engage these panelists during the tea break, which we want to take immediately after these questions are answered. I assume you will be available? Okay, they say they will be available, so engage them, please, one-on-one. And I also want to... All right, I will look at your comments after they give the answers to these questions that have been raised here. But I also want to acknowledge the presence of Susan Ngugi, MP, Tharaka Nithi. Here she is. Yesterday, some of you were asking, where are the MPs? There is one. I hope you will stay for the better duration of today's convention. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Kilicho na mwanzo pia lazima kiwe na mwisho. Hivyo lazima tuanze kumalizia haya mazungumzo yetu. Kwa hivyo nataka niwape panelists wetu kila mmoja dakika moja ili mjibu yale maswali ambayo yameulizwa kutoka kwenye floor. Lakini pia ningependa kila mmoja wenu atupatie action point. Mada yetu ya mkutano, kongamano letu jana na leo ni inclusive governance sote pamoja, and we are asking what are our action points. Tukitoka hapa tukirudi mashinani, Beatrice amesema tumetoka mashinani, tutarudi mashinani, hivyo lazima pia tuwe, let us be kind to ourselves. It's been a good meeting, but when we leave here, what is our action point? Please, in 1 minute, if we could each respond to the questions that have been fielded, and then give us your action point, your rallying call for us. And I'll start with you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me not to go back to the questions that have been answered, but I do agree. Bado mapabano. I know it sounds like cliche, but you know that is the reality. Hatujafika. We are on the right track. The trajectory is okay. Numbers are increasing. Women are getting more money in their pockets. FGM is getting reduced. We are on the right track, generally. And I think the Cabinet Secretary stated that. But we are not there yet. There is a movie by that name, title. I want to therefore say that you are the people to go to the grassroots. That is why you're here. We must start what my group CEO, Dr. Jennifer Riria, calls the catalyzing approach. Umeshika patia mwingine. Umeshika patia mwingine. And don't, I think it was one of the American presidents who said, don't ask what America can do for you. Ask instead, what can I do for America? Don't ask, what are we doing to go to the grassroots? Instead, turn that question and say, I will do something and reach my mother, my grandfather, etc. That's a challenge for you and for me. Number 2, in terms of the responses, ill preparedness, that is true. We go into business ill prepared. I liked the way, I think it was Joroge who put it. We just enter, you know, kina mama tunaingia tu. Kihorera, is it kihorera urera? Like we just get into situations. And let me speak for the women who want to run for political offices. In 2019, the UN Women and a couple of other organizations, together with Eco Network Africa, put together a national curriculum for women running for political office. And we picked a lot of advice from Democrats in the US. And within that curriculum, there is the A to Z of running for office. We're going to start the rolling out of that curriculum for phase 2 next year. I can tell you, Daisy, we already have allowed 60 women who have signed in. I don't know that we have any here. Is there any? Julia is one. I see another there. There are women who are saying, hii safari ya kesho tuanze sasa. So I want to suggest to us, if you want to run for political office, enroll with Democracy Trust Fund. You can see me after this, or you can, whatever you do to get to us, and we will put you on the list for the women who will be trained. It is not just training and preparation. We are also encouraging women to save. Hii kitu ya kusema, I don't have money to pay for this, to pay for that, lazima ishe. So we have said, start saving your money now. A little money. Among the Democrats, they say early money is like yeast. Emily, you save kidogo today, tomorrow you'll have some money to pay for your party nomination fee. Daisy and I may come in and help with materials and branding, etc., but you must be able to finance basic things. That is where the money from Nancy comes in. And so we must start saving now. Hii safari ya 2027 ianze sasa. Safari ya kesho lazima ianze. And then my last comment is that we really need to professionalize our path to leadership. Because women start and stop. So you never quite accumulate your political gains. Your political capital keeps diminishing. I guess that's the word. Because you don't build onto it. You must keep building the numbers you got, Julia, in 2022. Don't stop. 2027, build on them. You never know. That could be the one vote that will make you win. But our women are always starting and stopping for many reasons. So I encourage us to join the Democracy Trust Fund so that then we can all work together as others come in to help. Finally, I really think we need to stop breaking down the woman into pieces. The woman in business, the woman in politics, the woman farmer, the woman teacher. It's the same girl, isn't it? So where are we splitting her? Let us look at that girl. The one who is in business is the one who will run for politics because she's a wholesome woman. So this siloing and splitting and breaking the woman, like we are many different pieces and faces, really got to stop. We must invest in that woman so that she has money, she's prepared to run, she is able to look after her children, she is a good advocate, and she is also championing for the rule of law, including enforcement of critical legal pieces. Article 43, for example, on socio-economic rights for us, the articles on the 2/3, we must be one, moving together, though different. Thank you.
There were several questions which were directed to me. The first one was how to fight cannibalization, and especially when we have made, women and youth have made contributions through public participation. One thing I would say is whether our ideas are taken or not, ideas that we've committed through public participation, I would say let us keep it on. We need to participate at the county level, at the national level, at whatever areas which require our input in with regards to public participation. Let us keep going, whether our ideas are taken or not, because I believe one time they will be taken. And how we can reduce this is to work with our representatives there, and especially the women are members members of parliament and women representatives, just to talk to them because they are at the center stage. So if we increase participation of women and youth in parliament and in decision-making positions, then they can lobby, better lobby, because they are at that table and will contribute better. So better working with them. The other question was, how can we take this conversation like the one we have today to mashinani? I think a lot has been said about women movement, and I want to reiterate what Beatrice has said. For example, the Women Economic Empowerment Hub. We have the networking and alliance building for women economic empowerment. And what we are doing is we want to be in touch with women all over the country. This is a women movement. We want women to be involved in issues related to policy, to women economic empowerment. And what we are doing at the Hub is we want to take advantage of technology and use online meetings, use, all those available technologies, and we can collaborate. Different women movements that are existing, let us collaborate and let us use technology so that we can be able to participate. Because women, even in mashinani, have smartphones. They can be able to access through Zoom, through Google platforms, through WhatsApp. They can be able to communicate. So this is a powerful force of technology that we can use for women movement in Kenya, so that we advocate for things that matter for women and youth and for our inclusion in all the spheres of the economy, in decision making, in politics. Reproductive health, there was a question related to where the resources, what are some of the resources which can be used, especially to support menstrual health. And one of the things that we can do, again, as a part of public participation, is to continue looking at the budget, identifying reproductive health, and giving in our request, even at the county level, proposals on how more monies can be committed to such sectors, because the money is always less that is committed there. Probably that will raise the monies that can be committed to those areas, and that will be helpful. One more interesting thing that the Hub is doing is we are supporting women groups. For example, we have a group in Tharaka Nithi or Meru, one of the two groups, who are working on banana fiber. And what we have done is we have supported them through Kildi and through Kenya Industrial Estates. They'll get the skills to use banana fiber to produce, pads and so on. And this will be helpful because if we have more production of such products, then prices are likely to come down, and that is helpful. So we can also think of ways of, increasing the supply, and that will mean less cost, and especially when we use our local materials and technologies are there existing, like we have learned Kildi as a machine, which can do that. That is helpful to the economy. Thank you.
Dr. Mbithi, your action point, please.
Okay. Now, with regards to better inclusion for women, one of the things we can do is incubate women businesses. I think that is very important because women businesses have continued to remain small, and they are not growing, and one way we can support them is let us incubate them to grow. Secondly, let us ensure support to infrastructure that reduce the barriers related to care work where women are mostly involved. This includes more investments in clean energy, which will be efficient for women, whether it's public or private investments, and also access to childcare facilities, affordable. Actually, it's access to affordable and quality childcare services, because this will save time for women. And of course, social support is very important, including transfers by the government, private private as well as public support through cash transfers, because this will support the need, those that need care, for example, persons who are sick, the elderly, and so on. If these investments ensure, increased support, it will also lower the time that women spend in such activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think most of the questions, Sarah and Daktari here, they have tackled them. Allow me please to just give a serious backup to what Beatrice Kamau just said. It is true. One of the investments that we need and we must tap into as women is the government funding. USO Fund, Youth Fund, Women Fund, Hustler Fund, whatever fund. It is our constitutional right. However, how is it being given to us? Vitu ndogo ndogo ambaye iwezi kajaza mdomo ama nini? 50,000 you are supposed to divide among 10. Team Daisy, Njemeni, for those 6 months mukienda kuandika hiyo vitu na Sarah and the rest of the team, because we were given that list. These are some of the things that need to be addressed, revised. It's a joke. Where is the missing middle? The woman who really is in a capacity to run for a political office is in the category of what we call the missing middle. The missing middle is an empowered woman, is an knowledgeable woman, is a woman who need to wake up and look for money, need to go akope hela ya kutosha milioni moja, milioni mbili, and she has the capacity to repay back. So why can't we have that category also being included in the government grants or government funds? So I'm with you 100%, Beatrice. And the team, they say they will see how they're going to work on that. I think listening to most of my sisters, lack of information is what is killing us. Exactly. Biblia inasema we suffer because of lack of na ni kweli. A lot of information is being hidden from us. I think it's the high time we are going to look for it and get it. By force. Because when you get that information, my friend, utaingia hiyo ofisi ukishika hivi unasema mimi niko na hii, si mimi niliandika, hii ni katiba, hivi ndivyo inasema, niko hapa naomba nihudumiwe. Na watakupa nafasi. Let me give you an example. The other day I walked into an office. Hey, mkubwa aliingia akaita the secretary akasema, hii kikao tuko nayo kwa boardroom haitafanyika. Get that woman called Nancy out of here. Get out to find out ni nini anataka. Akasema alisema lazima kuone. I am allowed because this boardroom, the meeting in it will not take place when that woman is out there. By fire. You have to get in ukiingia hivi wanasema address her first. Mundumie kwanza so that the rest of the business can take place. We're in a lot of problems, friends. Let me tell you. We have AGPO, another beautiful gift from the Constitution. Try and go and look for AGPO certificate today. You'll be so frustrated. Why? You need a CR12, updated. If you don't have a CR12, you can't get it. You need a compliance certificate. I'm not saying we must pay taxes, definitely. But the things that come for you to become that compliant, to get that KRA compliance certificate, you know what it means. And the list goes on. Before you get that AGPO certificate, the tender you want to go for, imepita. Higher. You have gotten the AGPO certificate. You have gone to government website and downloaded those forms to tender. The language there, my friend, not many women understands it. We need revision of that information. We need things put in a language we are able to understand. So information is very important.
partnerships. That's the other thing, friends, we don't know. That's why we are struggling with mashinani. Now us in mashinani, akimkikaa huko mnakula tu mandazi, then sis mashinani. Partnership, friends. Munaona hiyo? Angalia hiyo. Ndese vile yeye anajuanga maneno ya partnership. Wote anawaingiza ndani. It is partnership, collaboration that is going to get you there. Don't stand alone. Uko mashinani, kuna akina mama wa kanisa ya PCA, kuna akina mama wale wa jumuiya Catholic, kuna akina mama wale wa hii, kuna walimu, kuna this. You as a leader who is seated here today, please get them together. Have one common goal. I'm telling you, hata huyo mheshimiwa atakuwa na wainda na watafuta nyinyi ile kikao sasa, because they start getting worried when we women come together. As I finish, ability, you must have the ability to connect, to compete, and to adjust. Life is about adjustment. Don't stick there. See what is working and move to that level. And my take home, friends, I've finished. My take home. Business opportunities. Mimi niliwaambia mimi ni mtu wa biashara bwana. Mimi hiyo ndio lugha tu naongeanga na kina mama. Business opportunity. In Africa today, in 2019, in March, African Free Continental Trade Area Agreement was signed and Kenya is a signatory to it. Kenya has already ratified. How many people are trading? If you are here, you are trading using the AfCFTA, please let me see. Anybody here? It's only one lady? Only one. Do you even know what it entails? How many people here are sitting in the Kenya AfCFTA committees through the Ministry of Trade? If you are sitting in there and you are here, please put up your hand. Only one. Kuna moja tu, kuna wawili. Really? Out of all this big group, that is our chance as women to really to get to know what is happening in Africa. We need to push for bigger numbers. I sit in AfCFTA committees, but not in Kenya, at African Union. So I go to Ethiopia all the time. But here in Kenya, I have trying to see where I can fit in. Nobody is willing because they say, huyu anajua mambo mingi sana atakuja kutuvuruga. Anna, thank you very much. And occasion, opportunity, leadership. Anna is in charge of mining as far as women are concerned in Kenya. How many people are doing mining here and extraction? It's big business, friends. Ela kule ni mingi sana. You need to talk to Anna. She's here with us. Mining is big business. Anna, stand up. Women need to see you, Bana. Thank you very much. We are talking about recycling, environment, cleaning, takataka ni mali, Jemeni, Coca-Cola Foundation has billions of money in recycling, friends. Talk to me, Bandaye. Niliwaambia nitawafunza jinsi ya hela. Building and construction, mijengo. Hata serikali Njemeni wanasema kuna law housing nini. Kama unataka kuingia mjengo, lazima uende you have to register yourself. And let me tell you, friends, you don't need to register a construction company. All you need to do is get yourself linked up to the construction companies, sign MOUs, use your lawyers. They will do the work. And you can keep 40%.
Yes.
You don't need to own construction companies. There are MOUs you sign with the companies that do construction. And you sit down.
Allow me, Nancy, to say that we have to wind up.
Sorry, I finished. Let me just give the last point. My last point is, friends, this is the beginning of it. We are here. I'm here the whole day. Let's talk and let's see how we can invest in women.
Thank you, panelists. Tumeelimishwa, tumehamasishwa, jamani, tuwape maua yao. We can do better than that. Tuwape maua. Thank you, Sarah Muhaya. Thank you, Dr. Mary Mbithi. Thank you, Nancy Gitonga. Back to you, Olive. Thank you.
Thank you too.
All right, Dr. Meroka, and because we said information is power, we have a representative from GAF who just wanted to speak to the products they also offer. 30 seconds.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aziza Lesorogol, and I'm representing the CEO on GAF. Mine is just to talk about the women economic empowerment. And as much as the government is giving out the grants and the loans, GAF is offering grants through the Women Reps office. Naona mheshimiwa ananiangalia sana, so she knows what I'm talking about. So you guys, mnaweza liaise na Women Reps kwa ofisi zenu, because those funds are not for loans. They are grants. They are being offered to groups, yeah, women, people with disabilities,
guys,
youth.
Please, let's listen, please, tafadhali. Thank you.
Youths, the elderly, and even the scholarships are there. So kindly liaise with the Women Reps. There is a committee in GAF in the county, so kindly do that and you will be helped. Amtalipa loans, mtapewa grants. Sawa sawa.
All right, thank you. Mumemskia? You can still find her, she's around. She's been here since yesterday. Ladies, tafadhali, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nyoka Bengare. I am here representing Eco Network. We also offer legal services in the grassroots areas. I only have a comment, and my comment is with regards to public participation. I feel like there's a lot of ignorance when it comes to that, and I'd like to say that we actually mobilize women to come out and participate in public participation. The only challenge we have is that government does not normally meet us halfway. So I'd like to know how is it that, or rather how do we approach or meet our leaders out there who at the end of the day when you meet them, they'll tell you that they don't have a budget or they don't have money for public participation. So a lot of the times it's the CSOs that are left to cater for the public participation for something that is supposed to be catered for by the government. So I'd like to understand what exactly or how exactly do we get to liaise or partner with our government. Thank you very much.
There was just one more point of information from WEF, and then I will invite us to take our tea break as we're ready for the next panel discussion. Quickly, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Catherine Mwangi, representing the CEO Women Enterprise Fund. I feel that I needed to say something in regards to the comment by Beatrice. I know Women Enterprise Fund remodeled. Initially, I'm actually happy to see some of our beneficiaries on the previous model that we used to lend to the women. Previously, we used to lend up to 750,000 to the women groups. But with the current government of the day, we have digitized our products, and unfortunately, the limit of 50,000 for 10 groups has been discussions, and I want to confirm that we've noted the concerns from the women at the grassroots, the mashinani, and the localized areas, and we are working to ensure that we increase and be able to give maybe up to 750. I don't want to confirm that it will be 750,000, but the 50,000 threshold, we know that it's minimal. Na haiwezi saidia up to 10 women in a group. So let me say that and be on record that the management, the board, and the leadership, together with the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, State Department for Gender, the leadership is aware of the concerns from the women at the grassroots level, and we are able to, we are working to ensure that we increase the limit and be able to onboard all the women.
All right, thank you so very much for that point of information. Katu Mesmama, have you taken note of her face as well? And there's a lady from GAF, you can stand again. Yeah, if you have any other questions, follow-up questions on their products, seek them out during tea break. I know you had more questions for our panel as well. We're going to take a tea break, and I'm going to give you until 11:30. But I want us to thank by way of our hand clap, Dr. Agnes K. Meroka Mutua. She is a researcher, teacher, gender equality advocate, and human rights advocate. Makofi yake. Thank you for a brilliantly moderated panel. When we come back to discuss disability inclusion. Na wenye wametujoin online, junasikia pia we have wakona watu wao wametujoin online on Crown Trust pages as well. I will look at your comments, I will share them, and we will also include you in this conversation. Enjoy your tea.
That has given us a platform to address issues that are affecting women in many ways, and how this can be, and how we can be able to address these issues at different levels as well. And the third thing that is of benefit to us, that it has helped us develop like kind of a movement where women can come together and make it, just discuss women stuff, women issues, and look in ways of how we can hold each other. Women, and create an avenue where women can be able to rise from where they are to leadership positions.
This program is very useful to us, especially we women, because it is a sensitization of women in order to get power.
To me, I can see it as a milestone, simply because I was raised by 5 girls who are in front of me. So I've grown embracing ladies leadership, and this gave me a platform and opportunity to know them well, to know their capability. And when it comes to our society, we have grown in the culture that we don't embrace what we call women leadership so much. And when I came and I met people of the same caliber, people who used to believe in ladies, it gave me a reason to walk out, to go and talk to the ladies so they can understand how they can engage in what we call responsible leadership, still within the community level, still within the, let's say, the church level, within their working places, because by believing in them is when they realize that they have something special.
Basically has created awareness to these groups of these categories, that is men, women, the youth and persons with the disability, has given them a platform to learn more and become more conscious of issues affecting them, so that they can even task the agents of change around them to get solutions to their issues.
But since Crown Trust came to Kajiado North, we have formed so many groups of PWDs, which we have walked a step to know about our constitution and our rights, and now we can stand and talk about PWDs, because already we have learned from Crown Trust how to stay with the people according to our situation of PWDs.
It has already enlightened us so that we can be very good leaders, and we also eliminate something that what we said, women are enemies of themselves. So when Crown Trust come, we are also trusting other women.
Imenisaidia. Juu hata kama nimekuwa kiongozi for many kwa muda mrefu, kuna mambo sikuwa najua. So imekuja ikani empower with knowledge, nikakuwa niko na yani fikira zangu zimepanuka kiasi, naweza ingiana na wenye sijawahi ingiana na wao.
For the first time, we've seen women, young women, youth, who are vying for positions of MP. And they have never vied for any other position. You know, you would imagine a young person want to be an MCA, then rise to an to an MP, and then maybe try to be a senator, try to be a women rep. But no, some went directly to MPs.
At least we can see women coming up, persons with disabilities speaking up on issues and concerns that affect them. So I would say yes, the project has given them a good platform to participate and become more aware of their issues.
I'm very happy with Nakuru County. By seeing the Nakuru County, all the elective positions that we had, ladies were elected in almost each and every position. That shows if we believe in ladies, they will come to realize even them they have the potential.
The 20 wards, it was mostly dominated by local women who believed in me, and they were happy. And actually I got votes from those wards. Many of them were encouraged, and they were really inspired that even the marginalized can take positions like elective positions and still make it.
I have seen persons with disability vying for a position, and even when she did not make it, she has applied to be nominated. So this is confidence versus a very clear understanding of what I should be. It is something else.
Apart from PWD's groups, we have also formed so many groups of women groups in our area, and already there are so many groups we have run from Crown Trust. There before, you could not find a woman who could represent a board or a committee in any school or any hospital committee. But from when Crown Trust come into this Kajiado North, you can see we have women representing other women in so many committees, especially in school committees, church committees, also in Chiefs Baraza.
The Women Forum, in terms of sensitization through, or rather to ensure that we are involved in electoral process, and we are also involved in elective positions as women, it has been of great importance to us in 3 aspects. 1, helping women rise from grassroots to elective positions. 2, encouraging other women who have decided to be leaders and journeying with them in terms of ensuring that we give them space and we give them ultimate support to rise into leadership because they can be leaders. And 3, through this forum, we have been able to engage women to understand actually what does the Constitution offer for us as women and how we can be able to protect those rights through electing leaders who understand our fate as women. Decisions are made by people who are present. So if women are not present in decision-making tables, then it means nothing will ever happen in their lives and they will just remain just women. But through this program, in terms of sensitization, I have seen women now rise in different positions, in church positions, in chamas where you have several men, in clans where women will not even be leaders. You know, in clans, traditionally, women may not be allowed to be leaders. But with this sensitization, they stand in and say, no, we have to be part of the process. We have to be part of making decisions. And you cannot make decisions when we are seated. We can only make decisions when we are on these tables.
Since I've done all this, I would like to be empowered with the security, because security is very important. Like we saw during the nominations, there were a lot of irregularities, like people are buying votes openly without fear, where I can't do because I don't have money.
Maybe some, they also hear their husband, their whatever, their culture.
Finances is the most challenge to women, because like we are now starting the year, the term. By the time we are starting the term, men are now in the campaigns for next term 2027. A woman is not able to do it, since a woman is the role model, the overall in the family.
Maybe at timely meetings, if it's online, if physical, take them maybe to levels where even people with various categories of disability can access, bearing in mind the vastness of of our county.
I would wish if we can have, even though it is a social media platform, where we can be able to engage a lot of people from different areas, airing their views. And from there, we'll be able to reach people at the shortest time possible.
Pia changamoto zingine, kuna shida pia ya elimu. Unakuta wamama kuna siku tulienda Kajiado Central na tukaenda mahali kunaitwa Nalepo. Tukakuta huko wamama hata kuandika jina yake yenyewe ni shida, hawajasoma na inabidi uende na mtu wa translate.
So far the program has tried to reach out to many areas, but what I understand from the geographical location of Kajiado County in entirety is very wide, and maybe the organization could consider reaching out to the grassroots level so that other women, other communities get to benefit or even to improve.
So we need to have as many awareness forums as we can so that we can actually again pull women from their comfort zones to ensure that they can become good leaders. The positive attitude that the community or the women in Kenya have gained, every day we are seeing something changing. There is that positivity that we can have women as leaders. But again, there's also a question, now that we have women, what are the likely scenarios? That's also an opportunity that we can learn from. So the positive change of men and women, that women can lead, is a very good opportunity that we can ride on and say, see, we have done it, now we can still do it. The other thing we need to do is to ensure they also understand the opportunities that we have within the Constitution, so that as we rally behind, we also have our expectations. So as we build up the women who want to vie for positions, as we create those opportunities and avenues, then they also need to understand what are their responsibilities within that Constitution. We need to create a movement of women where we can say, if we want, because if we're able to do that coordination, we can have all leaders in Kenya
should say, I would only be in your way. So I'll go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way. And I will always love you. Could be the way that you hold me. Could be the things that you say. I'm not really sure what it is, boy, but I know I like feeling this way. Hey, baby, I think you're truly something special. Just what my dreams are really made of. Let's stay together, you and me, boy. There's no one like you around. Oh, baby, I really like what you've done to me, and I can't really explain it. I am so into you. I really like what you've done to me. I can't really explain it. I'm so into you. I cannot explain it. I really like what I feel when I'm with you. You're a dream come true. Don't you ever leave my side, 'cause it feels so wrong. Oh, I really like what you've done to me, and I can't really explain it. I am so into you. I really like what you've done to me, and I can't really explain it. I'm so into you. I cannot explain it. I really like what you've done to me, and I can't really explain it. I am so into you. I really like what you've done to me, and I can't really explain it. I'm so into you. I cannot explain it.
If you're outside, I'll ask you to please come back in so that we can begin the next session. If you're outside having tea, please come back in so that we begin the next session. I'm asking those outside to please come back in so that we start the next session. As we do that, I'll ask the moderator and her panelists to come up on stage. Can they hear me?
Good morning.
come find you. Just give me a second. Let's please sit down. Please take your seats. Let's settle down, please. Lisa, thank you very much. You and your band, Lisa's band. Please, let's take our seats.
But we're waiting for the deaf lady, the one coming in. Oh, yes. Where is she going to sit? I'm not sure whether she's supposed to be sitting up here. No, we actually have
All right, as we get settled, let me just remind you what we are discussing for the next hour. And our moderator for the next hour is Sarah Mudhoni, Association of Professional Women with Disability, and they're discussing disability inclusion. Let me tell you a little bit about Sarah. Sarah is a woman with physical disability. She has a long-serving experience spanning over 30 years in different capacities within the public and the private sector. And during this time, she has gained immense knowledge and skills in communication, as you will shortly learn, social work, community development, administration, disability mainstreaming, environmental audits, environmental impact assessments, supervision, monitoring, evaluation, organizational, education for sustainable development and environment, and she has a keen interest in promoting human rights, especially those of women in disabilities. She has participated in successful negotiations of disability inclusion in a number of regulations, policies, and laws locally and internationally. Her technical skills helped in restructuring the organizational governance structure at UDPK and strengthened its operations, become more efficient and effective. She has vast knowledge of disability rights, competence in governance, and in governance skills, negotiating skills, spanning over the 10 years she has been in the disability movement in Kenya and many years in the public service. She is Chair, Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum, Chair, Association of Professional Women with Disabilities, Board Member of the Christian Blind Mission, Committee Member of the Disability Inclusion Coordinating Committee with the IEBC, Member of the Interagency Coordinating Committee in the Ministry of Public Service, Senior Citizens Affairs and Special Programs, Department for Social Protection, Senior Citizens Affairs and Special Programs, Chairperson of the Board of Handicap Community Fellowship, among others. She is a champion of women's rights, especially those of women with disability who are marginalized in many areas of life. She holds a Master of Rural Sociology and Community Development. She's also a holder of a Master of Arts degree in Community Development and, and a Bachelor of Sociology and Diploma in Social Work and Social Development from the University of Nairobi. So quite the lengthy credentials there. So she is best suited to take this conversation forward. I will allow her to give us a bit more details on those who are on her panel. Some of the detail is already indicated on your program. Janani Loom, World University Service of Canada, the gentleman sitting next to her there. We also have Josephine Kakoma, Kenya National Women Deaf Network, and she's sitting there. Oh, here she is. Oh, she even asked a question yesterday to do with 2/3. And inclusion of women with disability there. So she can expound on that. And we also have Gladys Gitonga, National Women's Steering Committee. Karibuni. I hand over to you now, Sarah.
Thank you and welcome members to this session on disability inclusion. Like you have heard, disability is an agenda that needs to be on the table and not on the menu. All the time when we are talking about women and women rights and human rights, without discussing in detail disability inclusion and involving people with disabilities in the discussion makes the agenda sometimes be forgotten. So like you've heard, my name is Sarah Modhoni, and I'm the chair of the Association of Professional Women with Disabilities. And I bring to these discussions ways, we are going to discuss how persons with disabilities and what strategies and support can be put in place in order to have them take up leadership positions and leadership roles even in our country. And I know leadership cannot be spoken without talking about political participation of women with disabilities. And this means that women with disabilities need to come to the forefront so that they can participate in the electioneering process and also be nominated or elected as such and given the positions that they can be able to make decisions on behalf of other women with disabilities. So to start this conversation, we have Jonani Loam from the World University Services of Canada, who is a panelist in this discussion. We also have Gladys Gitonga, who is a member of the National Steering Committee. And we have Josephine Kakoma from the Kenya National Women Deaf Network. This will bring the different issues and the different rights that persons with disabilities, especially women with disabilities, face from day to day, and what needs to be done for them to be included and to participate fully in the same level with other people without disabilities. The issues around inclusion include issues of accessibility, issues of information in accessible formats, issues of leadership in political spaces, economic empowerment, and generally leadership capacity building, because we see sometimes it's because of not having the capacity that maybe they are not able to present themselves for such positions. And even emerging issues like now climate change issues and impacts that they have on women with disabilities as a whole. So I want to ask our first panelist, Jonani Loam, to just briefly talk to us about disability inclusion within leadership roles, which has gained a lot of attention because of the way we find them missing in action. Yet we have a lot of challenges that persist. And drawing from your gender experience as a gender equality and social inclusion advisor, how can civil societies actively promote the inclusion of persons with disabilities in decision-making processes? What strategies can be implemented to counteract the attacks and biases often faced by persons with disabilities seeking leadership positions? Jonani, you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you for Crown Trust for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you for inviting me to be one of the panelists for this important discussion. I'd like to start by saying, Sarah, that as civil society organization, we are in a unique positions to drive advocacy and movement towards the inclusion of persons with disabilities. How do we do that? We also, as civil society organization, we need to be exemplary. What are we doing to show our commitments towards inclusion of persons with disabilities? Before we start going to knock at the doors of other people and other institutions, as civil society organization, we need to also demonstrate that commitment by actually taking proactive steps in inclusion of persons with disabilities. If we don't do that, the people that we go knocking at their doors, that we advocate for them to also join the movement will not actually see the realization and will not see the need why such things have to be done. Civil society organization can do so many things to ensure that inclusion of persons with disabilities in leadership role is actually something that is pushed forward. I'd like to say that when I reported for my assignment in Kenya with the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, one of the first things that I did was to form Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Council at Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So I think that this was a very good step, and I had an extensive discussion with our CEO why Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Council was very important for the organization. This is a council that will be looking at issues to do with diversity and inclusion of especially marginalized groups of people within the organization, but also among the staff. So this was one step which I think it is important that civil society organizations take this proactive step to ensure that inclusion of persons with disability is something that is driven forward. Being exemplary starts even with us as individuals. We were outside here for breakfast, and I know that among us, there are people with physical challenge, and they couldn't stand on the line for a long time. How many of you actually took a proactive step to ask them to sit down, and you went and served tea, you brought it to them, by show of hand? So you see, we have to actually take a proactive step to actually demonstrate that, you know, we care about persons with disabilities and that their inclusion matters a lot. We also need to identify the challenges that they are facing so that we are able to come up with ways in helping them. Sarah, I'd like to talk about one of the ways in which we can actually promote the inclusion of persons with disability, especially in leadership, is to develop an inclusive policies. We need to develop an inclusive policies within our organization which demonstrate our commitments toward inclusion of people with disabilities, especially in leadership roles, so that they can also be involved in higher decision making that affects not only them but also other members of the society. We also need to raise awareness, especially civil society. We need to raise awareness and educate our members about the important roles that people with disabilities can actually bring to the society. This kind of awareness is very important so that people start to see them as members of the societies who equally have the ability to contribute towards the development of the society. We also need to build capacities of persons with disabilities so that they are able to acquire necessary skills that will be used, that they can apply those skills in leadership. And we also need to train them in skills like communication skills, negotiation skills, and we also need to be able to empower them so that they understand what their rights are. And once they understand their rights, they will be able to demand for nothing less than their rights. We also need to create partnership. We need to come up with mentorship program and networking. We need to, connect people with disabilities with the mentors within organizations so that they can be given guidance, and so that the mentors will work with them so that they gain valuable insights in leadership, but also they gain valuable confidence that they would need to apply it in leadership, but also to take it on decision-making tables. It is also important that we amplify voices of people with disabilities, because there are successful people with disabilities who have actually done incredible things, but their voices out there is not being heard. I don't know how many of us know Stephen Hawking. Do we know Stephen Hawking? He is arguably the most famous and most influential scientist, and is a person with disability. And he changed the way people look at person with disability, because what he managed to bring in the science community was incredible. He's a physicist. So we need to actually celebrate and actually amplify voices of persons with disabilities, especially with the successful things that they're doing, so that people can actually see them as people who equally can contribute, and people who must be included on decision-making tables, and people who must be promoted so that they take up leadership roles that benefits not only them, but also the society. While we do this, I think it is important that we always continuously collect data and monitor implementations of existing policies. Collecting data about the disability disaggregated data will help us to drive meaningful advocacy, which is based on evidence about the underrepresentations that is currently facing persons with disabilities. Sarah, you also asked me about what other strategies we can actually employ way to ensure that we counteract the biases that is directed at persons with disabilities. I think we need to empower them so that they are able to respond to this attack and biases that is directed to them. Not in a confrontational way, but so that they are able to articulate what they can bring to the table and their contribution. We also need to come up with policies like zero-tolerant policies to discriminations, especially in organizations that demonstrate our commitment, and then punishment, sanctions that are actually directed towards people who discriminate, people with disability, or any other person within the organization. I think that is very important.
Thank you for that very elaborate ways on how we can include and make sure persons with disabilities are not left behind. I would like to call upon now Josephine from the Kenya National Women from the Deaf to also tell us about the challenges that women who have hearing impairment how they face challenges when it comes to trying to seek these leadership positions, and how these barriers that they face can also be overcome so that they can also find themselves in those tables where people are making decisions at. Josephine.
Thank you very much, the moderator, and also thank you, Crown Trust, for giving me an opportunity to be here, and also for the recognition. I think my brother has talked about all the points that I wanted to share with you about persons with disability. And also, you know, I'm speaking with the interpreter, and they were here smiling with the paper, whatever we had prepared to come and present. And it's like he has talked about persons with disability, and I really don't want to repeat what he has said, but I would want to just add a few things that we had, like the challenges that we face as a disability community, whether physical, whether you are deaf, or any challenge that you have had. And I think we have all heard what he has said about the challenges that we have. So now I'll talk about the deaf, on the area of the deaf persons. Mostly, you know, we have a challenge with communication, and also the barriers that we have. For example, if I don't have an interpreter, and also for the campaign, and if I stand in front of you and I start signing, you might not understand. Actually, you won't understand what I'll be saying. It is a great barrier for us, which we face even when you go to the campaign trail, when we are asking you for the votes. So that's why we keep insisting we need to learn sign language. We need to have it. We learn it and speak in it. But for now, I think I have seen someone came in to greet me during tea time, and then because I've not spoken to them, they have just thought, I don't know what is happening, and they thought I was just ignoring them. You know, I had a baby sister, and the parent would not communicate with us. Like for me, my parents and also my sisters would not be able to communicate with me. So going through the education system, and now that I grew up, and I have a baby girl, and my body changed from young to an adult, and I had to give the information. So anytime I met the women, like the Daisy, for example, I cannot tell how I'm feeling, you know. If I am the daughter, it's very difficult for me to express myself to you if you are my mother, because you don't understand my language. So I am just alone. When I try to, maybe when I get to I have menses or something, or I am also on menopause, it is very difficult for me to air my challenges to you and also communicate. So that is one of the biggest barriers that we have. On the societal attitude towards us, they believe that the persons with disability are not able to lead, or they see us like a curse, you know. Most of the families who are there, they will lock us in, or lock persons with disability. That has been there from time immemorial. So right now, as we grow up, you had been hidden all the way. You don't know how the world is out there. and you're never out. So even for advocating for your rights, and also you're not able to lead. So for all of us who are here, and the ambassadors or the communities, to advocate, and also to become the ambassadors of advocating for persons with disabilities. Stop hiding the persons with disabilities in your families. Don't hide them. Don't hide the children. Even in school, before my parents, before I was deaf, they felt the burden. Up to now, my parents, the society has the burden with me. So right now, as I don't know, they feel like I felt like I would commit suicide because I was not shown that love at that time. So now we know very well that Kenya is very good in policy, papers, education, you know. So anytime you're vying for a position, you need some qualification. Maybe you need a PhD or you need a master's. So for us, the deaf people, our education has always been a challenge. The system and the curriculum has not been favoring us from time immemorial. So sometimes when you're done with the primary school, you're taken to the vocational training. And that you are taught like being a tailor, that's what, not a degree. So you become, anytime you want to vie for something, for example, in my situation, when I became deaf, 18 years old, I was, I think, in Form 4. So in 1996, when there were no deaf schools. So anytime you will drop out and just go, you are deaf, there's no sign language, people don't understand you, it's very difficult for you to learn the sign language. So you are stressed up. I'm deaf, what do I need to go and do? For 10 years, I stayed at home with nothing because I was just given that short course. So it was a big challenge for me. So if I explain for me what I have learned through you, I am motivated to become a leader, and I'm lacking papers. I'm a good leader, but I don't have papers. So I decided to go back to school and learn so that I am able to vie. And then for political position. But now when we are here, if you clap, now I'm not able to hear. You need to clap for me like that. Yeah, thank you. This is how you're supposed to be clapping for me. So you see, I hear through my eyes. So for me, whether you clap like that, I will not hear. I'll maybe think that you're doing some other sign. But when you do that, I feel happy and I feel like I'm in heaven when you clap for me in the deaf way. Thank you. So right now, the financing and also for persons with disability, we don't have that. The jobs, where are we getting these jobs from? And also the businesses, we don't have them because, again, there's so many challenges. If you want to vie, for example, to pay the membership in a political party, when you are campaigning, when you come to me and you want to speak to me, I'm not able to waive or give anything to people. So even in transport, where am I going to get that money? The interpreters, you have to pay them. The leaders, so there's no that support that we usually get. So I'd want to request all of you, as you think about supporting us and also financially, in finances, maybe in economic empowerment, we are able to finance and also to strengthen us as we are vying for these political positions. In the societal attitude towards us, we got one MCA in Nyeri County. He's a deaf man. When he was being sworn in, people on Twitter would just give some negative comments, you know? And they would say, no, how does UDA employ or just nominate somebody who is using the hand, somebody who looks like he's mentally retarded, you know? Those are some of the negative messages that we are getting there. So for the accessibility also, when we go for the campaign, some of these areas or these fields that we go, they're not accessible to us. So I'll give an example like today, Crown Trusts, for example, yeah? Yes. You, as you're planning for this meeting for persons with disability, you know, as the panel here, but imagine this ground that, is it accessible? There are stairs. You see how our sister might have struggled coming up all the way to the stairs, you know? We must start with ourselves as we talk about inclusion. Not just advocating from outside, but being here, let's try and level the ground for us at least. If it is about the stairs, just putting in a ramp if you are using a wheelchair, not the stairs. You know, the stairs were not accessible. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I think I think I'll give the next person to speak, because all of you here will change our attitudes towards persons with disabilities. Yeah, when we come even to your offices to come and meet you. Sometimes we have the lifts, we have the lamps. It's fine. Some of them are very difficult. They are third floor or fourth floor. We are not able to come up to your offices some of the times. So when we come and we meet you there, maybe we'll need to come. I feel like it's too much for me. So maybe you think I don't want to enjoy coming to your office upstairs, you know? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for.
You don't. Yeah, thank you. Now, yeah.
For advocating for even accessibility issues. We know accessibility is not just physical, but even on the information. Like if we don't have Braille, if we don't have large fonts, if we don't have sign language interpretation, persons with disabilities are left behind when it comes to access to information. And on the same note, I would like to ask Gladys Gitonga, who is from the National Women's Steering Committee, to just also tell us about how participation of women with disabilities has become a challenge, and what strategies they could put in place for them to be able to achieve those positions in leadership with a mind of what the Women's Steering Committee can also assist and do. Thank you. Welcome, Gladys.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Crown Trust, for having us here. We appreciate your the recognition of the persons with disabilities and trying very hard to accommodate them and make sure that they are able to be in your meetings, in whatever you're doing. You try very well. When you make when you propose things, I know that you've done quite a bit of improvement in accommodating persons with disabilities in our meetings. And it's a continuous process. You can't learn everything at the same time, because I'm sure when they were considering this, there is so much that you can see there is effort, that they were able to get a place where we can move around, where we can have access to washrooms that a person with a wheelchair can access. And that when you're moving around now, when they like, it's just now like the podium that is not accessible. But it's also good when you're looking for a location. This place is not accessible for somebody with a wheelchair and using public means. Yesterday, Melody, there's a lady here, a young lady called Melody. She uses a wheelchair, and she couldn't use public means or matatus. We had to get an Uber for her, because you can't cross to the other side when going to town. There's no access to crossing to the other side. You're right. Yeah. So maybe for, even when you're looking at the location, it's the way yesterday Daisy was saying that when you're not in a certain position, you don't remember certain details, because if you're using a car, you're okay. But for someone who is using a matatu, it's a different case. Yeah, and that is how people get left out in things, or maybe unable to participate. And even as we hear, I think that the thing that we would start thinking about, there's something that Jana has spoken about. Most of the time we wait for what the government is doing, but you as an organization, or you as a person, how do you handle persons with disabilities? What do you do for persons with disabilities in your organization? Because that's where leadership starts. Because when we're here on this podium, maybe people are expecting us to talk about getting to political leadership positions. But if you want to build a leader, you start from where you are. And where you are is you as a person, you as an organization, like the government has made effort to make sure that they have reserved places. Maybe it has not worked very well, they have not achieved, but there is effort. What about in your organization? Do you have persons with disabilities working for you? Are your premises and your information that you have, is it accessible? Do you, like, for procurement, the way there is AGPO, is there anything that you do for procurement, maybe to reserve something for persons with disabilities? Because that's where we start. Because if you want to make a leader, you start where you are, and you also start small. Like in our CBC curriculum, for the deaf, that's where we started from the child. The CBC curriculum for the one that the new curriculum, there's nothing, they haven't developed materials. I was talking to this, she's here, a lady who is a teacher for children who are deaf, and they don't have materials. They have to know how to convert whatever materials the government has given so that the children can be incorporated in the new curriculum. As an organization here, can you think of adapting one of the deaf schools because they need the materials? If they are approved by the government, and they can go and recommend, and because they are the ones who are teaching, if they make a recommendation, that can be used as materials to teach the deaf children. For the children who, like, there's a school in Isili that has a section for children with autism. The teacher is the one who is doing caregiving. The teacher is the one who is supposed to teach. If the parent doesn't come for their child from school, she's the one who is supposed to take them back to school. So what can we do? Can we try and do advocacy for children the way the schools provide for, like these days they have to be a counselor in schools. Why don't we have like caregivers in schools? Why don't we have physiotherapists in schools? Because the children with cerebral palsy and the autistic ones, they need therapy. Why don't we have the physiotherapists in schools as part of the requirements? And in that, and thinking about that, there is what there is something called inclusive education, where they are trying that to see that all schools can accommodate children with disabilities, so that they don't, like, if a children has cerebral palsy, they don't have to look for a school where there is a unit, because these children, as they grow, they won't grow in their own world. They are going to grow in a world that is where there is everybody. And that is where we should start even with our children. What do you tell them about persons with disabilities? How do you stare when somebody comes in with a wheelchair or a child with a disability? Are you the part of the people who stare and don't know how to react? And that is why we would suggest, in whatever, maybe in your capacity building, you can consider inviting somebody to help you learn the disability etiquette, how to handle persons with disabilities, how you can help them, because at times we give help, which is the wrong help. Like, you don't ask if you find somebody maybe is on a wheelchair, you don't ask first how they want to be helped. So you assume they want to be pushed forward without asking first. If, like Josephine here is with a sign language interpreter, you want, or a blind person, the guide, you want the guide to give the answers, and you're not addressing the person with the disability, but you're addressing the guide or the person who is the sign language interpreter. Those are the small things that we need to learn about, which we can start learning at our own levels. Not wait for the government to make an announcement that we are now going to start doing disability mainstreaming and trainings. You can do that in the organizations. And it's going to be so easy to create leaders, because when you learn what you're supposed to do, it will be so easy to move forward. And then for persons with disabilities, the mindset, when you're born with a disability, there is already a perception from the society. And that makes you maybe lose your self-esteem. It makes you not productive in the society. But if we have mentorship for persons with disabilities from a very young age, from the time they are teenage and as they grow, so that their self-esteem is still becomes, they are able to express themselves and accept who they are, I think we would have great leaders. And it will be easy for us to work as a society, not as persons with disabilities and people without disabilities. And I think working together, changing mindsets, will be the beginning of making leaders who have disabilities.
Thank you, Gladys. I know disability issues sometimes seem very small, but it is that small step that we take that is going to cumulatively make those who have different barriers be able to access services and goods on an equal level with others without disabilities, and also play a become fully engaged and participate in society like anybody without disabilities. And we know we have moving upwards a constitution that has put those benefits for persons with disabilities. If you look at Article 54, where elective and appointive positions, 5% of them are supposed to be for persons with disabilities. But to date, we cannot even account for 1%. It is not there. So what are these regulations that are in place that we think we need to do something about, to push? Sometimes we are told we have rights, yes, but unless you fight for your rights, sometimes you don't get them. So we have this constitution, we have other regulations and laws, the Act, the Disability Act, that allows persons with disabilities to access a lot of rights, which unless they fight for, it's not just given to them on a silver platter. I would like to engage Jonani from World University of Services to just tell us shortly Kenya's institutional framework that plays a critical role in ensuring disability inclusion. How can existing laws and policies be further strengthened to create an environment that fosters equal participation and representation for disabled people in various spheres in society, including politics? And are there specific amendments that you believe are necessary to address the barriers that persons with disability face as far as the laws are concerned? Just shortly.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Before I respond to that question, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the government of Kenya for some of the proactive steps they have taken towards recognitions and driving a movement towards the inclusion of persons with disabilities, even in leadership. You spoke about Article 54 of the Constitution of Kenya. Article 54, Section 1 up to E, speaks about various requirements that has to be given to persons with disabilities. Section 1A speaks about respectful treatment that should be given to persons with disabilities and referring to them in a respectful way, not in a demeaning way. The same article also speaks about right to access to institutions of educations. And then the same article also speaks about right to access, accessibility of all places, including public places and transportations. Also, the same section talks about support to persons with disabilities to be able to communicate effectively. There is a particular article, Article 7 of the Constitution, which speaks about, complements Article 58 by saying that, by requiring that the Kenyan government promote the use of sign language and other indigenous language. If I remember correctly with what I read, is that it has been a sign language bill that was presented, and Senate already passed that. The sign language bill was presented and is waiting approval of Parliament. So sign language could potentially be the third official language of Kenya if that is approved. And that would be a very big move towards inclusion of persons with disabilities, especially in leadership positions and decision-making platforms. To respond directly now to your question, I think it is important that we need to form more collaborations and partnership with the organizations that are working towards inclusion of persons with disability and disability-focused network. Collaboration will ensure that the efforts and expertise of the members of the partners are tapped so that we can create synergy while we work towards inclusion of persons with disabilities. We also need to have, I think it is important also to actively involve persons with disabilities in decision making. We need to invite them in, at policy tables. We need to invite them at different committees that work towards formulations and implementations of policies. I think this, if we take this would be a very good step towards, valuing their input and inviting them on the table where they can learn also to become good leaders, but also they make decisions that, affects them. There's something which has always struck me is that when you look at the inclusion of persons with disabilities, especially in political positions, we find that there are still challenges that exist, and we need to address those challenges. We need to promote representation of persons with disabilities. I'm glad you spoke about 5%, which is reserved for persons with disabilities, but how much of that is being implemented? When political campaigns are taking place, how many sign language interpreters are actually there at a political campaign where they're doing interpretation, so that even those who have some impairment and they cannot hear do understand the messages that are being passed by those political candidates. We need to have voting booth that is easily accessible to persons with disabilities, and like I said, that specific seats should be reserved for them so that they can also take up leadership position at various levels for sure. Then we also need to ensure that all engagement activities, events, materials, and information are accessible to persons with disabilities. If we do this, we will make sure that they are also included when things like sign language interpretation is there, when they can access documents. You spoke about access to documents as, as one of the ways of access to information as one of the ways of including persons with disabilities in all spheres of life. And so once access to information is something that is difficult for them to attain, then we will have denied them valuable information that will help them to participate in the various spheres of life. We also need to empower and build their capacity so that they can effectively participate in and understand negotiation skills, policy formulation, and implementation. This is one way of inviting them to, participate in the political processes of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would also like to get the perspective from Josephine, knowing that we have support systems. There's nowhere we can work in silos. We need to work together as stakeholders so that we can be able to support each other from the different angles and the different aspects of rights that we are fighting for. And these support systems, are very pivotal in fostering inclusion. And from your perspective, what kind of partnerships and collaborations between organizations, government agencies, and civil societies are necessary to provide the necessary resources and support for deaf women who aspire to leadership roles? And how can these structures address both individual needs and systemic challenges that we see currently? Shortly, Josephine.
Thank you very much. What the support that we need right now, number one, will be breaking the communication barrier. That's the first and the most essential thing that we'd want. Everything else will flow if we have the communication barrier broken. We need to have support from government, the NGOs, so that we can strengthen our capacity. Also the mentorship issue. We have some of the deaf women who are really inspired and aspiring to vie for different places. And when they go for the campaign, most of the forums, they'll come and teach women how to do the public speaking, how to attract people, and how to do everything concerning public speaking. But for the deaf, I don't think we have gotten to that level. Also, we'll need to a lot of research to know how or what we have done right now or what we need to improve. Consult us, consult persons with disabilities when you are making the decisions. Because I think whether it's a good decision, it's a bad decision, we are the people who have the disability. Maybe consulting us, and also whether you are doing the government or the public partnership, when you're looking for the deaf leaders, and deaf organization, consult them. Just try and listen to their views and their opinions. Sometimes we are left behind because persons with disability think that persons with disability are specifically those who are physically challenged. They don't know the hidden disability. Like there's the deaf, there are persons who are visually impaired, there's the mental disability, they're all there and they have the hidden disability. So a lot of them are left behind, making everything accessible to all of us. And also, we know that media plays a key role in media is a very important tool. So sometimes when they are making their announcements, some of them, they use some spoilt words, or some of the demeaning words, when they are calling the ignorant, I don't know whether they're ignorant or it's because they didn't have the correct names, they call persons with disabilities some derogatory words, like some bad words, We are going back like to let me go to Kiswahili, for example. I just know a few Kiswahili words, though I don't know Kiswahili as a deaf person. There's one person who would call us Kiziwi, and then I will call Kipofu, Kiwete, K-I, I think the facilitators who are learned here is in the class of Gelila Vitu. You are seeing us as objects. We are like objects, like a kiti, kikombe, We are living things. We are breathing. So when you put us in that category or that ngeli ya vitu, it sounds so bad for us. So for me, I am not able to remember, but maybe I might not even be able to know which word that you are using. And then there's that word that you use, deaf and dumb. Who can tell me the meaning of the word dumb? I don't know if you have anybody who has a meaning for that word, dumb. Oh, all right, if you don't know, let me just tell you, dumb means somebody who's stupid, or somebody who lacks intelligence or is not intelligent. So now, if you look at me, do I look like I'm not intelligent? And then why do you call me deaf and dumb? So why would you say Josephine is deaf and dumb, or you just say deaf and mute, mute or something that does not speak, or has no sound, has nothing. But I do have a language. I have a language. I am able to express myself using sign language, and I have the interpreter there who will be there to help me. So anytime I'm presenting, I can present, I can preach, I know the Bible, So God maybe chose me because to become a leader. Like Moses, who was speaking through the brother, you know, Moses was a stammerer. So he was not able to speak well. So what I need to say, all of us leaders, my interpreters are my voice, you know? Those are my voices. So anytime I think you think I am quiet, does that mean that I am dumb or I'm just boo-boo? No, I am not. I know some of the words that you would use like boo-boo or it's okay, but I would appreciate the Constitution because it has recognized us and there are different names that I use. The Constitution have the words that we'll use. So if you use the wrong word, maybe I can go and report you and you'll need to pay me. Maybe out there, the media needs to be sensitized on what they are speaking and how they are calling us, and also empowering us and not oppressing us on other bases. For example, we know one professor, someone who is well-educated, very educated, and the brother, when the brother came to support the person on a wheelchair, they'll go out and call, my brother cannot, hawezi, my brother hawezi. So we need to be supported. You support your children to pay the fee, the clothes. You have been doing that, and then somebody just goes and disgrace you and say that you are not able. Haujiwezi. You know, when we talk about haujiwezi, it's not like hatujiwezi. We are able. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing I forgot to also ask for as persons with disability, because of interpretation, the time taken for that panel should be longer than the normal panel because more time for interpretation cannot be compared to what anybody else who's just talking directly does. So I think I forgot to ask that, but for the interest of the issues that are at hand, it's a time for us to do some panel discussions. We have questions, maybe to the panelists from the participants, but I would appreciate if you give me some extra, maybe 5 minutes for that, please.
For the questions, for the plenary.
Yeah, for the plenary, please. Yeah, we know they have spoken a lot about disability inclusion, and without collaboration and partnership, linkages and networks with other stakeholders around, we may not be able to make it and to get our rights achieved as we would like. So let's hear what the questions that you have, please.
Questions, maybe I can start because she spoke about the media. So what then would not be derogatory? Did you get the question? Because she said if we use kiwete, kipofu, it's like we're objectifying because of the ngeli. So then how should what's the preferred terminology? Okay, that was from me. There's a lady here with her hand up.
Finally, after 2 days raising my hand and not being picked. Good afternoon, beautiful ladies. My name is Evelyn Wanjiko. I'm the head of programs at Freer Girls World Network. Kudos to the panelists. That was a very good discussion, and thank you to Crown for putting this conversation and also including somebody from the disability. You know, we cannot be talking about disability and then you do not put somebody there at the panel to discuss these issues. Our organization basically does deal with women and girls empowerment, specifically the deaf. So I'm very passionate about this. So mine is not really a question, it's just a comment to what was being discussed by the panel. Few things that I've picked, a lot of advocacy is needed in our organizations. Even us as individuals, we have a role to play. You cannot say only the government, but you in your small capacity in your organizations. As Janani said, what are you doing in your organizations? Do you have somebody with a disability in your organization? What are you doing in your organizations? So that is a challenge to all of us who are here. The issue of political inclusion with persons with disabilities. And I'll share an experience. Our CEO, Ashura Michael, took a risk to vie for a position as senator in this beautiful county of Nairobi. Unfortunately, a lot of things happen, but I wish the leaders who are here and even the ones who are not here, who are not here, it's good for you to also do mentorship to these young women who are willing to vie for these positions. They're already women, so it's already a challenge. But now imagine a woman vying for a position with a disability. You see, everybody is against that person. But if you decide, just pick 5 women who are interested, mentor them to be great like you. So we'll be building a generation of young women who are vying for political seats. So more advocacy is still needed in our offices. Provision of sign language interpreters in banks, in schools, in hospitals. We experienced a challenge at Nyayo House when we went to renew our CBO certificate. And apart from the basic sign language that I know, and I was taught in fact by one of the interpreters here in Mine, it was a challenge communicating to the office. And it's a government institution, so more advocacy is really, really needed. But kudos to Crown for this opportunity, and for the team, continue fighting for the champion for the unspoken. Thank you.
All right, makofi ya Crown. All right, Mweni and Ms. Rehab, I'll come to you. But Mweni had a question here. There's the lady with the glasses. Here, I see the other 2 hands. And you?
Okay, thank you. And I'm happy that the persons with disability are speaking for themselves. I happen to come from a county. All the types are there in Machakos. We know we have the school for the deaf. We have the school for disabled, for the disability, and we have the school for the blind in Machakos. We have been engaging them in different aspects, but still we usually find a challenge in engaging them. And some of the challenges is, how do we get to them be involved in governance? Yes, there are those who need the braille, there are those who need even the interpreters, and we understand some of them are very expensive. Just to give an insight, what we are doing in Machakos is that we have organizations who have come up with helping them. We have like the Blink in Machakos, where they do the documentation for, they have a machine which can do the brailles. And what as organizations we usually do is we partner with them when we are doing this documentation. We pay a certain small cost for them to give us the materials. Okay. So as the organizations who are here, yes, we are leaving them out because we don't know how to involve them. But we need them in all outspheres. Okay. Let us come out and support them. Right. They can make the best leadership, and they can be engaged and even engage those who will live at home. So we wish you the best, and we are looking forward to engaging more. Thank you.
All right, Mweni, you can just pass the mic on.
Good afternoon.
And I'll ask you, please, if you can keep your comments brief, so we have another panel waiting.
My name is Suli. I'm an associate on gender empowerment and social inclusion with the cross-border program in the Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia borders. Thank you for the special panel, people who are sitting there. I don't like referring to you as persons with disability, but I like using the word persons with special needs. You're only special, but you are not disabled. So I have maybe 2 questions and 2 comments. Sorry, I have some homework. How far is the sign language bill? Is it still, at what stage is it now? The other thing is about mainstreaming inclusive education for all. Where I come from, Wajir, actually what she said is true, because we'll see a school, people saying the mentally handicapped school, the deaf school, the blind school, something like that. So I think we need to mainstream, we need to have inclusive education and making sure that all teachers and education stakeholders are trained the media are trained and they talk, good language instead of, stigmatizing people who are already left behind. The other thing is, you see, at the county government, there is the ACPO. I think most of you know the ACPO fund. So when we're talking about ACPO, it is women, youth, and everybody. So even the person they refer to with persons with disability, which I like to refer as people with special needs, are grouped there. So sometimes you see these persons are left out because of, all the, the special needs they have. They might not access the county government office, all that. So I'm asking the policymakers, if you are here, I'm sure some people from the government high ranking were here, or someone will talk to them. I think instead of having the ACPO, the persons, we refer to persons with special needs, I think we need to have a special fund for this group so that they can have their own access and they can be supported like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there are some questions pending on that side. Tunakuja kwenu. But quickly, please, Mudhoni and Ms. Rehab.
For me, is really to appreciate the organizers of this conference. There is nothing as fulfilling as having your voice heard, being given an opportunity. This is the first conference I am attending where we have the mainstream society, if I may call it so, but having a panel specifically for persons with disability and by persons with disability themselves. For me, as a person with disability, I really want to appreciate. I want also to say that mimi naoneanga wamama huruma wakati mwingine. Hata mizigo ya serikali ni wamama wanabeba. Si ndio? Now, hii ni pano ya wamama, they are the ones who have now appreciated. I can see people, and I know at one time you talk about people with disability, you will find here, when you're living here, you will have somebody talking about, I have a child, I have a grandchild, I have a person, what do we do to empower that person? But the most important thing I also want to say is that I wish this panel was there, or a person with disability was there, especially Josephine, when Anne Derito was here yesterday, and the minister. The reason I'm saying this is because there is so much legal framework and provisions in terms of mainstreaming persons with disability, empowering them. But we still have a big challenge in enforcement. So for me, is also to call upon the partnership of the women who have carried us all along, that we need your voice much more stronger with us in terms of enforcement of already existing. As much as we go trying to open new spaces, we still have so much that has not been achieved, but the laws are there, the framework is there, and they are provided for. So for me, it's just to applaud everybody, and any person with a disability who is in this forum today, I say kudos, because sometimes we also want to be mainstreamed, but we are also not there. So for all of you there, I really, really, really want to appreciate you. Thank you.
You can pass that to Mrs. Rehab.
Good morning. Is it good afternoon? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking Daisy. We organize very many meetings in Maendeleo, but I can tell you, not in the way you have done it, especially taking care of everybody. And we sincerely are humbled and thank you for really thinking through this. And that is why we have to be a team. Everybody has what they know different and what they do best. What we are calling disability, there are many people like we are standing today who have been disabled when they are the way we are. Through a road accident, unaanguka kwa nyumba, and you become disabled. It is not something we do not know and we have not lived with. In Maendeleo, Muthoni served as a national vice treasurer, Muthoni here, for close to 8 years. And Muthoni's disability does not limit her in doing very many things. Maybe it's just the running she can't do, but let me tell you, when push comes to shove, she can also run when it is her seat. She is getting, I think I have seen that. We have our national treasurer today, who has been a bank manager, Susan Owino, for many years, Standard Bank, and today she's using clutches. So what do we do when we are traveling? We do that what we need to do. And she's actually been my neighbor over that 5 years. She didn't have a disability. She fell right in her house. So this can find all of us. So what are we saying? We have the governor of Nairobi today. First of all, let's take out self-pity from this situation. Tusijione huruma. God knew at a time like this, you'll be born this way. And I have lived with a nephew who we lost in December for that 9 years. And he was okay at 3 years. He got measles. I was in the US. My sister-in-law called me. And by the time we arrived and go to the doctor, a pediatrician, he said he has lost thinking and all those things. And for 20 years, because my mother was alive, sorry to go there, when you arrived home, he knew you have come. And because I'm a first daughter in that family, I would call him Nawi Nikikamba, Nawi is dad. He would smile and do everything. But along the way, he started losing. So as a family, we decided never to take him to a home. So we nursed him until we lost him in December last year. So this goes with a lot of love. And because Kenyans, we have lost utu, even to all of us who are walking, then the challenges we have had from Josephine here. I think I want you to translate that. We are together after we finish. Even to ourselves, atuna utu. Even when we are driving, I want to get there before you, and we are on the highway, but my car must pass yours for no given reason. You know, really, there is nowhere we are going. We are just going home. But I must speed to pass you on the highway, and there is no reason. The women seated here with a lot of humility, we are the people to rectify this. We have professors here, we have business people here, we have young girls here, we have all of us here, women leaders. So it is us to sit back and ask ourselves, so truly the stories we have heard, when you meet somebody at the lift, what do you actually do? Don't you just pass them and get in the lift because you are in a hurry? There's nothing like tuingie lift, wewe after you. Hatuna kitu kama hiyo Kenya hii. Hatuna kitu inaitwa sorry, I'm sorry, you don't die, just pass. Hatuna thank you, allow me to put everything, because this forum is very important. We don't have thank you. Yeah, we don't have. We don't say it. When did we say thank you last? When did we say asante sana last? And so these little things are what is making us hear what we are hearing today from Josephine and everybody.
All right.
So Daisy, allow me to finish. As we do the report, we have Agbo. We have been told how much went to the disabled people. Allow me to finish. How much went to the disabled people in Agbo, Rahab in Maendeleo included. What went to the disabled? You and I spoke about the CBC curriculum, imesemwa. And I said, Professor Munavo, we sit together in the Council of Kaba Elders, and I'll take that to him. So we are trying to get solutions to the problem. So allow me, we look for solutions. So CBC materials and children, that Maendeleo can be tasked through Professor Munavo, who was in charge of this. We also know you import a car duty-free. Our national treasurer was able to get a car duty-free. We facilitated, we helped as an institution. How many of the disabled people know that your car is duty-free and you are also tax-free? Muthoni knew that when she was in Maendeleo. So these are the stories, Daisy, we need to take out. Finally, because of the interest of time, I can see my girl here, is to say, if campaigning as a normal Kenyan, you go through what you go through, what do we expect Josephine to tell us she wants to campaign? Can we then lobby for nominated seats on this group of people. I rest my case.
All right, thank you.
Nomination, Daisy, advocacy on nominating the candidates. Because if we do nominate people, let's not nominate those ones who are also working. We know they work very hard for the political parties. That's okay, let them have their slots. But this is where our 2027 advocacy should be very seriously be part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hilda, gentleman will take it. Daisy, please, next time 3 days, so that we give everybody ample time. But tafadhali, 2 comments fupi mbili kutoka. I think there are some hands on this side. There's a lady in red and, okay, the lady in glasses here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it is afternoon. My name is Irene. I'm a teacher, and I think I'm the one who Gladys was referring to. I need to get someone whom I can send to Sakaja, our governor, and or maybe he can hear me through media. In Nairobi, PP1 and PP2. The regular pupils, when they come to school, they get teachers waiting for them. But for this deaf child, they have no teachers. What are they thinking about them? Now that we are talking about CBC, we are talking about implementing it, there are no materials. Imagine CBC child, deaf child, they have no teacher.
Okay.
Please, fikiria mti ulio mchanga, uundo ukiwa pale chini, ukikuwa utunzwe, ukiwa mkubwa, they'll be leaders. Thank you.
All right. Please, there's a lady I promised there, and then I'll come to you very last one on this. Please keep it short.
My name is Veronica Kenyanjui from Kangemi Women Empowerment Center. I'm a product of Mrs. Kabira, Nancy Baraza. Organization was started after the Beijing conference, and we have been working on women issues. I had 2 questions yesterday. Let me take this opportunity to ask one of the questions about elections for, now that the chair of Maendeleo is here, about the elections of Maendeleo, because I'm the chair in Kangemi.
Okay. Hiyo shikilia tu hapo. Kuna open mic inakuja.
Okay.
Kuna open mic inakuja.
Also, I have a question on disability, because
quickly, please.
I have a challenge. Hata mimi nimejikuta tu vile chair amesema. I'm now using my stick. And I'm just saying, I was seated in the same table with Modoni at tea break, and there were 2 ladies with children who are challenged, and they don't know how even to access, to go for registration and even the funds. So I think we need more empowerment for the disabilities. And what else? I forgot.
All right. Ukikumbuka?
Yeah, and
Velona, fanya hivi. Velona there is one who's putting together the action points. A lot of them have come up. Ukikumbuka, take it to her. She'll write it down. All right, the final comment or question? No. Yeah.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Daisy and the entire team for this conference. I think we are learning so much. Now, I just want to make a comment, not a question. Okay. And I want also to base this on the previous speaker when she talked about how disability can come at any time. And that is true. And this is, we call it an open chama. You know, every day, you are welcome, because you never know the next minute what happens. Yeah, but there's one thing. This disconnect, I think, would require us incorporating some special units in our curriculum, right from primary. That way, we would always appreciate disability and know it's just part of life. You incorporate it right from maybe in primary. Second, the special unit would go also to include also issues of traffic. Because I know when we are in the road there, you even cease to be the same person we are all competing against each other, going to different destinations. Yeah, but I think it's always good for me, Daisy and our entire committee, let's think of how we can incorporate also issues of traffic, you know, so that we can understand. And I know in Russia, before you even get your license, you have to visit each and every hospital. And you are taken specifically to wards where there are these, accident. Those who are the patients who have been engaged, who have been, involved in road accidents, and then they talk. You have to engage them. It's an interactive session. They tell you why they ended up there. Some it's out of maybe alcohol and what have you. And that's how now, before you get that license, you appreciate and you take it very, yes, not the way we just get. Some of Kenyans, I know they get licenses right from there. Yeah, you just brought a license in your house. You've never been to the road, and then you can imagine. Anyway, thank you. I just wanted to bring that into them.
Thank you very much. I know there's a young lady in a wheelchair who had wanted to say something there.
Okay, good afternoon, people. Okay, my name is Melody Mora. A student at Thika Technical. Mine is just to encourage those mothers, those parents who have children with disability. I would like to tell you that charity begins at home. Once you love your kid will grow knowing that there is someone there caring for me. There is people outside there that are looking up to me. Yeah, and also learn to engage his or her siblings in various activities. Don't let your kid know that he or she cannot do. Please omit the word that you cannot do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Beautifully spoken. Sarah, mzigo ni wako. As concisely as possible, the questions that are pending.
Hello. Yeah, I want to give the panelists a minute to respond to the questions that were asked, and just be precise to the answer, especially on the issues of law, the bill, the sign language bill. Just be precise to the point. Nani, please.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think there was only one question in that regard, and I'll defer the questions to Nancy. I just want to take this few seconds to actually talk about like the next action. For me, I think from now, I really hope I'm looking at individuals coming from organizations who are going to go back to their organizations and create what we call Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Council. By next year, when we converge for the same conference again, that council should be existing in most of the organizations where you come from. I am available if you need support and resources in coming up with those councils in your organizations. We can support each other. And then secondly, I hope I'm also looking at individuals whom refer to in Swahili as watu wa kuigwa. watu wa kuigwa, role model people who can actually demonstrate the needs and the drive to actually include persons with disabilities in all spheres of life. And I also understand that there are some officials from the government, maybe members of parliament from here. I challenge you that when you go back to parliament, please, you need to propose a bill that will exempt any business started by a person with disability from paying tax for the next 5 years of its first existence. And then for Daisy, I think this is a very big challenge. I think by next year, this time when we converge for the conference, please make sure there's a consortium of organizations working towards the inclusion of persons with disabilities that has been formed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janani. We can ask Mdhoni for your last points and actions that you would like moving forward.
Let me just respond to just a few things that I've noted down. My sister who said that she refers to persons with disabilities as special needs persons. Let me explain why we call them persons with disabilities. It's the person first, not the disability first. So it's she or he is a person, but with a disability. When you say special needs, it becomes like there's something special about you. And it's usually globally accepted as persons with disabilities. So that is a term that is appropriate for most people, but you can, when you're with persons with disability, it's good you ask. If a person is deaf, ask them how you want them to, they want you to refer to them. If it's a person who has a physical disability, you can just ask whether a person wants, or whatever term they want to be referred to them, but the common term for persons with disability is just that. And then about ACPO, I like demystifying ACPO because that's what I do every day. It's not as hard as people think it is. That's what I do every day. I do this because I have a passion for disability, but what I do every day is ACPO. So registration is not hard. It used to be hard. But right now, you go to the website, to the ACPO website, the requirements are well listed. You attach your documents as long as you have the documents that they need. You know, it's good. The documents are there for regulations because they don't ask you for tax compliance. Why do you want not to pay tax when you're supposed to? And if you pay your taxes well, you're going to get, and whatever other registration, you don't have to have a CR12. You can just do a simple business name, and you'll be able to register your business. So ACPO is not as complicated as people do. Yes, it's hard because it has its challenges, because every step has its challenges, but it's doable. Yeah, and for registration, maybe because of time, it's if you want to benefit as a person with disability, you have to register. And the registration, as I'm saying, things have been simplified. It's if you get assessment from a government hospital, from the doctors from the government hospitals that are there that do the assessment, you'll get registered by the National Council for Disabilities. Otherwise, I would say that we start disability inclusivity. You start by you. Don't think of what somebody else is going to do, but start from where you are. Thank you.
I think, sorry, Josephine, now, shortly, please, because of time, just your action points and just respond to the question on maybe derogatory language use.
Okay, I'll start with the words that we use when referring to persons with disability. We say the person, we see the person first, as Mdhoni has said previously. We cannot, or somebody, a deaf person, in Kiswahili, mtu asiye na uwezo wa kusikia. That's the deaf person. Asiye na uwezo wa kuona, mtu asiye na uwezo wa kutembea. So if you just say the mama bubu, ni kama unamwagilia maji kwa huyo mtu, so ni mtu asiye na uwezo wa kusikia kwa Kiswahili. In my organization, we do the disability mainstreaming. We are teaching people sign language for accessibility, for communication, and other things. If you need to meet with me or you'd want to interact with me, you can meet with me and we can chat the way forward, because I have the interpreters here and Crown Trust has my contact. You can ask for my contact from Crown Trust though. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much.
That will be easier to make the world beautiful for all of us and inclusivity. Also, I just want something, there's somebody who talked about the KSL bill. We have a lot of challenges with the bill, at least. We started like in the previous parliament, where we had Senator Gertrude Musuruve, who was taking it up, but it was like a business. That's how, because she didn't consult us as the deaf people who are the user of that language. So it was her idea. So recently we amended that, and we came up with our own. So I think there's a Senate, they were supposed to be in the second reading, I think so, or it is being reviewed right now. It's in that level. So the name is Kenyan Sign Language Bill, not Sign Language Bill as it had been written previously. So yeah, I think after that I'll request the parliament that is right now there to try and regulate that on the policy. And right now people who are training sign language also, it's trying to regulate for persons with disability and also the teaching of sign language. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I want to appreciate the panelists and appreciate Crown Trust for giving us this opportunity to even talk about disability inclusion and really create that awareness and raise for those who don't have. My action point, my last point for Crown Trust, I would like to see a program, maybe starting now. We are saying for 2027, we want to start now. For women with disabilities who are interested in vying for political positions, if we can come up with a program or a funding so that we start mentoring them now, by 2027, we shall be somewhere different. So I am challenging Crown Trust to partner with us, Nothing About Us Without Us, the United Disabled Persons of Kenya as an umbrella body among other bodies, so that we can move together with Crown Trust and have a very elaborate and detailed activities around preparing women with disabilities for political positions in 2027. Thank you so much.
All right, Makofia Sarah and her panel. And we will need somebody to help Sarah come down. Yeah, and Sky Media, the guys you see in the green reflectors, have alerted me that there's something called the Kenya Business Disability Network, which is run by ILO. So it's free to join, and they assist businesses, is my understanding, on how to better accommodate persons with disability. Okay, but Gladys is available, I hope. If you need more information on AGPO, because you talked about registration, there's no time, she can assist with that. And Josephine has already stated that she is available to anyone who has any follow-up questions. They don't know that she has to give out her number in the public forum, but she can give you personally, I'm sure. She'll have no problem with that. Thank you so very much. I will release you and call up the second panel, and the second panel discussion. Youth, najua nyinyi ni watu very concise, huwa muna tweet. You can communicate a lot of things in a very short time and with very limited space. Sorry? Yes. Yeah, so please bear with me because we need to recover time. Bina has assured me she will help me do so. Tumetoka kunywa chai. So we can hang on just for another let's say 40-45 minutes, Bina, please, to discuss the intergenerational mentorship, Bridging the Youth Divide. We're bridging the youth divide. This panel will be moderated by Bina Maseno. Bina Maseno is the executive director, Badili Africa. She was also, if you see her and you're like, where do I know her from? Maybe you saw her on is, and John Iganga Mbingi, a National Women's Steering Committee. There he is. He was assisting me yesterday. Whip people back into the hall. So good to see that we'll be hearing from you this afternoon. Bina, as young people, so you understand the assignment? Thank you. Okay, so you can introduce your panelists.
I think Susan is here. Susan. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Akishwel, we just had tea. Good afternoon. So let's stand up. As we're going to use 1 minute to shake our bodies a little bit. Tusimame, tusimame, tusimame. Ini intergenerational, sindio? Intergenerational, jameni, hata mifupa yetu. Ona hii high table venye tuna stretch, just tells you, right? Everyone, right? Everyone. So we're going to use 1 minute. Me and Wilkis are going to share a few moves. Sindio? A few, yes, moves, Daisy. Daisy, a few moves. Aha, DJ tupatie mziki yetu. DJ. We're donating our 1 minute. Aya, tayari, space. Sauti, DJ. My panel already, right? Mko sawa sasa, si ndio? Tuko sawa. Muhimu. You know, our matriarchs used to dance, right? Our matriarchs used to dance as well. So thank you very much to Crown Trust and all the partners who are supporting this conversation. I personally really enjoyed the panel that has just left the stage, because as we were discussing that, you wake up one morning, you are okay, and you're no longer okay. You know, now you're battling and struggling with a disability that you do not even know how to live with. I think Daisy knows just 3 weeks ago, and my friends, of course, some of them at the panel, my dad got into a very, very bad accident. You know, one morning, you're in an event, and you're being called by cops that we've carried a body, it is here. Then the next moment, you're not sure if your father will walk again. And he's still in hospital 3 weeks down the line. And we're hoping that he'll get better and he'll be able to walk. So I could really, really relate with the previous panel, speaking of that. So I'll quickly introduce my panel, given the time that we are working with. I only have less than an hour, so I hope we can, right? An hour. Or less, right? An hour or less. Okay, yeah. So between now and 2, it's almost 2, Daisy. It's almost 2. So Susan Wanjiku is an entrepreneur. She's an economist. She's an advocate for good governance. And she is the CEO and founder of Strictly Pods, an agro-processing farm. So one of her passions for her home country, Kenya, is she began a YouTube channel called Wanjiku's Eye, and she's going to tell us more about it, where she discusses the link between governance and the social and economic issues in Kenya. And she's committed her skills to creating awareness on human rights and socio-economic justice and governance issues in this country. And a fun fact about Susan is that she enjoys studying psychology, especially of criminals and bad leaders, right? So I'm actually summarizing the bios. They'll have a minute to also just elaborate on why they're passionate about what they do. And then we have Mary Ododa. I hope I've pronounced the name well. So Mary Ododa is the Chief Operations Officer at Epuka Ugaidi, and this is a youth-led organization focused on countering violent extremism and terrorism in the Horn of Africa. She's a dedicated peace builder whose enduring commitment to underserved communities serves as a catalyst for positive transformation. And she has over 14 years expertise on project management, operations, research, resource mobilization, and her journey is defined by her unwavering passion for sustainable development and peace building. And her strategic insights and innovative approaches have facilitated successful implementation of impactful initiatives aimed at countering violent extremism, and she's going to share more on that on the panel. Then we have Francis Iganga. And Francis is the founder and director at consulting firm Research Dimension Services. His key areas of expertise include research, strategic planning, project monitoring, and evaluation. He's worked with the civil society movement since 2005 to 2014 as a senior program manager. And his best contribution was Kenya Women's Manifesto, 2006-2007, right? And an article titled Plus 21 Critical Landmarks for Women's Challenges and Breakthroughs in March 2008. So you can see we are still in the struggle, right? We are still in the struggle. And he's authored several articles, including Gender Agenda. And last but not least is Wilkista Aduma. She's a passion-driven champion for democracy and good governance. And this has enabled her to become a thought leader in this area. She's currently engaged as a strategy associate at Miale Public Affairs and as the partnership's resource mobilization lead at IBC Youth Coordinating Committee on a part-time basis. And she's the founder of an initiative called Run for Office, which champions political development with a focus on creating a value chain to increase levels of engagement in political and democratic processes. She has over 6 years' experience in political party administration, movement building, and consortium building. Please help me appreciate my panel. So thank you so much for creating time to be here and for this platform. And I think just to set context, even as we talk about intergenerational mentorship, and I love sharing data and statistics because they say numbers don't lie, and it's important to look at where we are at. If we just span in just this last election, right? We didn't even have enough women run for office. And you can imagine we're talking about enough women, how much more those living with disabilities, right? How much more if we don't even have just us ordinary women running for political office? Because we're talking about 16,000 candidates who are on the ballot in 2022. 16,000. And only approximately 2,000 were women on the ballot. And we can see there's no way we would have met the 2/3 gender rule given those numbers. But then when we talk about young women, and if we look at their electability, we only have 20 young women who are elected in 2023 when it comes to the general election. So I think for me, when it comes to this conversation, it's very important. And I think even as we talk about intergenerational mentorship, we also need to start having broader conversations when it comes to intergenerational co-leadership. How do we lead together, Because that's where the challenge is. And we were just chatting with Hannah over tea break. And, she made a remark, and we're discussing how for the first time we have 5 generations in our offices, like 5, from the baby boomers to Generation Z. So you can imagine even those scales, because in the past, we're talking about, majority are millennials, or majority are baby boomers, but currently, you're in an office with all the generations, like 5 of them, and everyone has a right in terms of, I think this is what we need to do. The Gen Zs are coming in, they're saying, Apana, I think we need to lead this way. So I think it's a very important conversation. So I'll start with Mary Ododa. So you can share a little bit about your passion in terms of the area you've chosen when it comes to violent extremism. And we know how indigenous knowledge, shapes our community, the value it brings. So when you think about intergenerational mentorship and conversation, how has this helped preserve and pass down the knowledge to younger generations, especially when it comes to countering violent extremism and enhancing peace in our communities?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. So to start off, one thing that I would like to say is that when it comes to our programming and the work that we do, information is king and localization is key. We cannot start any program without first understanding what is happening on the ground, and this is where indigenous knowledge comes in. So for instance, before we begin a project, we have to go to the ground, find out what the root causes are, because as we're designing a program, we need to know how will this impact the community. We just don't want to go in and get out just for us to be able to tick boxes at the end of the year to our donors and just say, this is what we have been able to achieve. So having knowledge that is rooted in tradition, in values, and in culture pertaining to a particular community enables us to be able to define how we can be able to assist women especially. So at Tepuka we have 3 different program areas. So we have for youth, for women, and for children. And I think for the purpose of this discussion, I will focus on the programs that we have for youth and for women. For instance, I think if I give an example, then it's going to put this into context. In terms of CVE, we also work in the governance space. At the moment, we have a project in Baringo on disarmament, disintegration, and reintegration. We all know the issues that are going on at the moment, and conflict has a gendered aspect to it. And the only way we can be able to address this is when we go to the ground and actually speak to the women and get to understand how does this conflict affect you. And from there, we then create a safe space whereby the older generation and the younger generation have an open dialogue. It can be a challenge because in some cultures, young people are not even supposed to sit with the older generation. And in some spaces, as a woman, I also cannot sit with the leaders of a community. So all these are obstacles and challenges that will not go away overnight, but so long as we keep having a look at what the root causes are, learning what a community needs, having that indigenous knowledge and to be able to create a safe space. That way, we can be able to carry out mentorship and ongoing conversation to be able to address governance, peace, and security, and to make sure that all these different generations, that there's an ongoing conversation in order to reduce recruitment and enhance peace and cohesion in communities.
Just staying on that, because you're talking about us understanding the context, you're talking about creating safe spaces. And in bridging this divide, we have to find a common ground. So how do we find this common ground? And maybe can you share a success story on how you've been able to achieve this when it comes to your own initiative, or perhaps something you've observed?
Yes, so some of the avenues that we use in order to reach out to communities, we use non-traditional methods such as sports, we use creative arts, we design comic books, just the usage of tech. And what we do, so for instance, creative arts cuts across. This is a language that the older generation and the younger generation can be able to engage in, be it music, be it poetry, be it creating a space whereby you can use arts to try and explain what the issues are. And from this, we've actually been able to see how the older generation perceives conflict, because conflict has always been there, and conflict resolution mechanisms have been there. It's just that at times, as the younger generation, we tend to think we have way better ideas. So if we can be able to merge traditional conflict resolution mechanisms and contemporary ones using the current resources that we have right now, that way we have been able to create spaces that has been successful in a way that now the younger generation, we can sit and listen and actually understand this problem has been here just in a different era, but this is how now we can be able to solve it using the current resources that we have.
Thank you. Susan, I want to bring you in because Mary is talking about, merging traditional and contemporary methods, right? And reverse mentorship, the conversation about reverse mentorship has been gaining traction, right? And we're discussing now that mentorship is just not vertical. It can also be horizontal, because even some of us learn from our own children who are way younger, and some of them even in primary school, but they teach us something. How can you speak more about this dynamic? But then even as young women, how can we contribute perspectives and insights to enrich, to enrich the older generations' conversations and insights about mentorship?
Okay, so I'm Susan Wanjiku. I'm the founder of Wanjiku's Eye, and I have a YouTube channel that's called Wanjiku's Eye, where I break down how our governance in Kenya spills down into our social and economic issues. So that's my channel. In fact, 30 seconds for everyone to get onto YouTube and search for Wanjiku's Eye and subscribe. And one thing has really been brought out from the conversations that we've been having is that women do not have knowledge and information on the things that can help them advance, whether it's in investments, business, political leadership. Women are lacking in the knowledge, and even when I look at my own statistics of my audience, over 90% of those people are men. So please get onto YouTube and subscribe as I speak. Now, onto reverse mentorship. I don't really think it's a new thing. I think it's the name that is new. Because as I was listening to the stories of the women who spoke yesterday and the ladies who've gone before us, Sophia Abdinur, her story was very inspiring. Daisy Elachi, all of them began when they were young. So it's not that reverse mentorship is now starting to gain traction, it's just that now it's being given a name. And because they started when they were young, that means that there were old people of that time who were opposing them and making sure that they couldn't break into women in leadership, whether it was out of tradition or culture or just attitudes and beliefs, or just men feeling like we can't compete with women, they have no place, or just feeling threatened by the fact that women can actually take over that space. So reverse mentorship actually has been in existence. And there always has to be someone who is willing to make that sacrifice. As we heard of the stories yesterday, Sophia saying, I really enjoyed her story, her saying that she had children running around her, I think with with a sufuria, saying she's a mad woman, and then even her students refusing for a woman to teach them because they were the men. So you have to be very ready to break, to just go against the grain, and it's going to be a sacrifice. So how has it been beneficial? Number one, you challenge stereotypes and norms and attitudes that are no longer beneficial to anyone. For example, who said that women should not own land or they cannot own land? Or who said, nani aliandika mahali na kwa nini aliandika that after a woman's husband dies, she must be inherited? So we have to have people asking those questions and be sure it will be met with resistance. So it's been beneficial because at the end of the day, no matter how long the fight, even, for example, the 2/3 gender rule that we keep speaking about over here, we've not yet achieved it, but we've definitely made progress with the number of women getting into leadership positions. And we also have more women being supportive of other women, because we know even we women sometimes don't support our own. Number two, another way that it's been beneficial is the younger generations. The younger millennials and Gen Z especially are breaking down something that, in my opinion, has contributed to Kenya's downfall for us to get into where we've reached, and that is something called power distance. Now, power distance is where we feel just because that someone has the power, kwa sababu anaitwa mheshimiwa, no offense to the waheshimiwas, kwa sababu anaitwa your honorable, they should not be asked questions. And just to reference an incident that happened recently, there was in Gishu scholarship scandal. There was a young lady, her name was Mercy. She was trending for calling out the county government of Uasin Gishu for stealing funds that would have taken them away from the problems of this country. But funny thing is, as she was trending, I was observing looking at the comments and the engagement, and we had the people who were celebrating her and applauding her and saying, you know what, we've had enough of this corruption and people stealing our funds. But there's another section of social media that was saying, that is disrespectful. And I was just looking at that response, and I was like, guy, Kenyans hamjachoka kudanganywa. Like, I was so shocked. And then later on, I saw a senator offering her a job, and once again, she declined, and she said, if you really want to solve the problems of this country, go to the Senate and make sure the people of Uasin Gishu get their money back. And we had a section of social media once again celebrating her. And another section of social media also saying, chukua hiyo pesa, wewe solve mashida zako, wacha wengine wapambane na mashida zao. You see, so it takes a certain kind of boldness to break power distance, seeing that mheshimiwa haezi ulizwa swali yoyote kwa sababu yeye ni mheshimiwa. And me, I normally say on my channel, I have a whole series called The Real Mheshimiwa. I say that we are the real waheshimiwas. And the people who liberated this country did it while they were young. They gave up their lives, and it's up to the younger generation to carry on that legacy that our great-grandparents and great-grandparents and grandparents in some other situations really fought for us to have all the rights that we enjoy today, both human rights, both democratic rights, the women's rights. All those were fought for, and they have to be carried on by the younger generation. So power is not given, power is taken. And if the young people don't engage, and the older people who have really fought to get where we are if they don't work with the younger generations, then I feel like we will really go back on what we have gained so far.
Thank you so much. You know, I love that you're saying that what is new is just the name, and this has always been there. And thank you so much for highlighting Mercy, because when I was thinking about Mercy and when people were celebrating Mercy, Mercy reminds me of women like Chelagat Mutai. I feel like if Chelagat Mutai was in this generation, she'd be trending every day, because you are elected at 24, not nominated. Elected at 24 in the Moi regime, and you speak truth to power without saying, "Uyu ni mtu wetu, siezi ongea," you know, because we have that thing that is eating us, where we are feeling like, if I'm elected under this party, I cannot speak because this is my person, you know, I have to, I have to be loyal, you know. I feel like if Chelagat existed in this generation, and she's a huge inspiration, you know, to think about political persecution, and still even the challenges we discuss as young women. Oh, I went to the community, they told me I was not married. I went there, they told me I don't have children. She was not married. She didn't have children, and she was elected at 24. So I think it's to celebrate those who've gone before us. And speaking of that, Susan, just still on that, when it comes to this, you know, movement buildings and the effort we are putting in as civil society. So how do we keep these movements vibrant? Because if we're saying this has always existed, the mentorship has always existed, so how do we keep these movements vibrant from your standpoint?
Okay, so for starters, just so that I give context to what I'll explain, the older generations, what we know they bring. They have the social networks, they have the social capital, which they've built over time. Like yesterday, we were told if you want to fundraise or to be put into a political party, and Derito said she could help you, Daisy can help you with the fundraising. So the older generations really bring the social network, the social capital, the knowledge, the experience, the history, and the institutional memory. Like for me yesterday, I really learned about the journey it took to get to the 2/3 gender rule getting to the Constitution. You see, that is something that I didn't know. And now the newer generations, they're mostly associated with technology, but they also bring new insights, new ideas, a lot of energy and different ideology. And the ideology is questioning why are things the way they are, and why have they been allowed to exist the way they are existing, even though they are not beneficial. So that's something the new generation brings about. So for the mentorship initiatives to remain vibrant, one thing that can really help with this is collaboration and not competition. It's not the younger people against the older people. They complement each other, and that's based on what I've said, what the new generation has to bring and what the older generation has to bring. So it's really working together and connecting them to the people who will push the agenda even further. And that also brings me to my next point. We cannot have gatekeeping in these issues. So what I mean by gatekeeping is, let's say someone has access to resources or information or knowledge that could help push an agenda forward, but they choose not to share that knowledge and information just because they feel that if I do share this, it's going to be a threat to my own relevance. So, for example, this has not happened. Let me use Daisy and myself. So let's say I am interested in championing the 2/3, which is really associated with Daisy in this country. And then I approach her and tell her that, you know what, I'm really interested in this. Can we do something together? Could you connect me to the resources that would help me build onto what you've already done? And Daisy will look at Susan and say, this girl is a threat to my own relevance. She might take attention from myself. So if I allow her into that space and connect her with all the people I know who can push this agenda forward, she'll make me relevant and she'll take my spot. And that is what is gatekeeping. So gatekeeping will not help in making sure that the mentorship initiatives remain vibrant, because it makes the agenda become personalized. So if it's 2/3 agenda, it's about Daisy and it's not about the benefit of Kenya. It's not for the good and common good of Kenya. So that is what I mean by personalizing an agenda, to make sure that it just benefits me and benefits me alone. If I make that noise, yes, people will have some benefits here and there, but the legacy does not go on beyond me. So that is what I mean. That is one of the things I see that can hinder the making sure that mentorship initiatives remain vibrant, and gatekeeping in the governance space is very real.
Thank you very much. And we're going to expound more on that. Wilkista, I want to invite you in. You know, when it comes to run for office, you're quite passionate about especially young people occupying office when it comes to politics, right? What are some of these obstacles that especially young women need to overcome, and what guidance are they seeking? But more importantly, how can we ensure that young women's voices are heard in such a traditionally male-dominated space?
All right. So before I start, any hands of someone who considers themselves a Gen Z in the room? Gen Z. Gen Z.
Generation Z. Gen Z. They were born from the year 2000. I work with them, so I know they were born from the year 2000.
Gen Z, can I hear a whoo? Hands of people who consider themselves millennials in the room.
Okay.
Millennials. Mlizaliwa between 1980 to no.
Millennials are between 39 to 25? Or between, between 39 to 25.
So it's 81 to 96.
Yeah.
No,
Daisy, no. Daisy is asking a question. If you go that direction, does it mean wengine ni wakongwe? She's asking a question. She's like, where it is headed, those definitions.
Everyone fits somewhere. Hands of people who consider themselves baby boomers in the room. Baby boomers.
Before 1981.
1946, 1964. Yeah, if you were born between 1946 to 1964, baby boomer. And then there's Generation X. Kama hujajisikia Gen Z, millennial. And then I believe the silent generation is not in the room because they were way before baby boomers. So the reason I highlight the different generations is we have to be conscious of the seasons and generations in our lives. So when we're talking about mentorship, cross-generational mentorship, we are conscious about all these tiers of generations in our lives. And at Run for Office, as you mentioned, young women face a lot of challenges in terms of getting their voices heard out there. And some of these challenges are no different from what baby boomers experienced when they were getting into this space. It's no different from what the silent generation experienced when they were getting into the space. It's not different from what the millennials are facing when they're trying to get into the space. And it certainly won't be different for Gen Z. Unless, of course, we do something to shift that. And one of the major challenges of young women in politics, and I want to spotlight young women who ran in the last election. If you ran in the last election, please rise. If you're a young woman who ran in the last election, please rise.
Yeah,
let's give them a better round of applause.
The young women who ran.
Please have a seat, waheshimiwa. In waiting or standing or sitting, please have a seat. One of the major issues that young women experienced in the last election, particularly regarding mentorship, is a lot of the mentorship happened between age mates or people from the same generation. For example, Wanjiku Thiga in waiting, Waheshimiwa in waiting for Kiambu County Assembly, we had a lot of exchanges, right? And that goes for a lot of different other young women who ran. What am I saying? Peer mentorship is taking center stage as opposed to this cross-generational exchange that we need to have. It is a lot more common for myself and my friend to learn from each other than from myself, a millennial, to learn from a baby boomer. In the political space specifically, and I am yet to understand why that is so. And it is not, and I want to demystify that women are their own enemies. They are not. They are not. They are not. I am here because of a woman. And my journey starts with a woman. The next one connects with a woman. And a woman and a woman to this place I am seated right now. I sound the way I do because there are women who told me, before you sit on a panel, you really have to do your research.
You can't not sound like you don't know your craft. So it was a woman. So let me demystify. If it hasn't happened for you, gravitate towards that happening for you. That women open doors that have been shut for you, all right? And for me, my plea, and particularly for women in politics, is I want for us to open the space where we have this cross-generational exchange. We cannot have very wise women who are winning elective seats at 24 in a time and period where patriarchy reigned more than it does now. Yeah. And then we don't have a trickle down of that wisdom. We can't have the likes of, Phoebe Asio leading the way they did, representing women in spaces where platforms that were dominated by men. And then in my generation, we don't have that. We cannot have in this generation very, very smart, brilliant women, and then in the generation of Gen Z, we don't have that. So there's a gap of creating that linkage in terms of cross-generational mentorship, particularly in the space for women in politics. So I feel that is what we need to create. So if you don't have in your circle, and there's Gen Alpha, hello, they are not in the room, but they're coming. They're coming. Gen Alpha ni wale tumewazaa tukaacha nyumbani. They're coming. Yeah, they're coming. All right, they're coming. So if you don't have in your circle a Gen Alpha, a Gen Z, a millennial, a baby boomer, and perhaps Gen X, then you're missing out something very important. You're missing out kabisa. So if you walk out of this room, if you don't have one of those people in your life, please consider bagging a person from this room. And I know very brilliant ones in this room particularly. Mm-hmm. I can spotlight Sally Ann. Sally Ann wave. Sally Ann is 19. She's brilliant. She's just started a YouTube channel where she's spotlighting women who are doing amazing things. Can someone hold Sally Ann's hand? Okay. Can she get people for her show here for the whole year? Sally, get up. Okay. Yeah, she should get an entire year of content from this room. She shouldn't have to struggle to look for a baby boomer, a Gen X, a millennial, a woman who's doing amazing. And I'm seeing all these amazing women. And by the way, I'm going home to say that Honorable County Woman Member of National Assembly from Homa Bay, and I sat on the same chair today. Okay, there are amazing women in this room. So I feel like if you don't have that kind of list, ile zebra tunapenda kusema ya ABC, wewe kwa life yako kuwa na hiyo zebra list.
Well, Kester, when you introduced Generation Z and Alpha and Millennials, majority of them were born, are digital natives. They're born in this era of technology. And we are seeing how technology is becoming an integral tool when it comes to communicating. Right. How can we leverage technology when it comes to mentorship? Because I'm pretty sure perhaps, I don't know, how many of us here are even on TikTok? Wangapi wako TikTok hapa? Mimi hata siko TikTok. Unaona hata imeza wako TikTok. Unaona hata imeza wako Daisy yuko Daisy, your table uko na watu wako TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, yeah. But we are seeing, even right now I think we're talking about TikTok, the ban on TikTok. So how can we embrace technology as a tool for mentorship across these different generations that we are talking about right now?
Right. Technology could be used in a lot of different ways, but one to start by, if you don't understand technology, create opportunity for someone else who does. Okay. All right? And most probably they're going to be a younger person. Most probably they're going to be a younger person. And one of the things that we also need to tap into is structured mentorship. So structured mentorship is where we can use tools, technological tools, to make it happen. I don't have to meet Rahab, for example, for her to mentor me.
There are platforms that can be created in a way that I can learn from her without having to meet her in person. And I can refer to her as my mentor without particularly having to meet her. Each one of us in this room, I'm sure, has a person that they follow ardently on social media, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on TikTok. Everyone has someone that this is my person, like I have to listen to this person, I have to tap into their wisdom. I feel like there are platforms that we need to build like those to create these kind of linkages. And it can help bridge the gap that you're speaking about in terms of cross-generational mentorship. You don't have to be in the same place as me. I don't have to meet you in the same room. I don't have to breathe the same air with you for you to share your wisdom and knowledge. And for me, I think my call is very clear that we can't see wisdom in one generation and see it lacking in the next and sit comfortably with it.
Thank you so much for that. You know, Francis, you've been sitting here on the panel, and I think listening to all the rich insights and conversations on a panel, as the only male panelist, what do you see as your role, you know, in fueling this intergenerational mentorship for women empowerment? You know, what are some of the insights and perspectives? I think when I was reading your bio, you know, the work that you've done across very many years in civil society, what are some of these insights and perspectives, you know, do we need to, you know, hone in on, you know, to ensure that we have effective strategies when it comes to intergenerational mentorship, especially for women empowerment?
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon, everyone. Let me read for you some names. You know Martha Karua? You know Rahab? You know Madam Charity Ngilu?
Yes.
You know Mama Nyiva Mwendwa? You know Mama Sally Kosge? You all know Mama Aido Dinga? You all know Mama Phoebe Asio? You know she was here, Sophie Abdi? You know Madam Deborah Kumu? Julio Jambo, Daktari? Of course, Madam Dr. Baraza was here. Professor, oh yeah, thank you. And yes, she's there. And Professor Kabira was here. Many of you know Rosemary Okello. Let me stop there. When I came in the movement 27 years ago, those are the people who mentored me to be who I am, to be a gender activist, to be analytical about gender issues. They mentored me. Whom did I mentor? April of 2007, Cynthia, we were in this hall. We were actually training women leaders. And I'll name them. Miss Juma, you know her? Do you know she could not speak on this particular kind of forum? Am I lying? But today, she's a firebrand. She speaks with authority, with power, with high esteem. Of course, Millie Odhiambo, you know, she was in the civil society. When we were being told with Willie Lukuza, who was the OCPD in Nairobi during the Sexual Offences Act, tukalalishwa kwa lami hapo Jogo House, we could not go to Parliament. You know Rosa Boyu, you know Rachel Shabesh. I can name the list. Those are the people whom the women's movement took over, and many more, and moved with them. Today they're in leadership. From 2007, they came to leadership in 2013. My point is cross-cultural counseling is possible. But what are the problems? But before I talk to the problems, days we went to Kericho to do what we call a governor's round table. Professor Chepkwony brought a lady who was a third year in Moi University. She came driving a double cabin Toyota Hilux, new brand. She had been given a contract by the county government of Kericho. Professor Chepkwony brought two ladies. Anyone who was in Kericho will testify, who had been given a contract to build a road from Kericho to Majani, uko Nandi Hills, towards Nandi Hills. They came driving. Let me go to the people I knew. You knew the late Lorna Laboso. Then we knew the late Dr. Joyce Laboso, the sister. Then we know today of Toto. We are talking about Bomet County, right? If you go to Central, of course, you'll get many leaders who have been appointed to leadership. what I'm trying to say is this. The support system is at 3 levels. Either women will be supported by the community, like the ones I've mentioned, whom have been voted to leadership, the community support. Some will actually be supported by government because of the policy and the goodwill of the government of the day. The others are self-made. Let me just look at the challenges. You were saying, before we talk about what needs to be done. If we don't understand the context, and my sisters have spoken so well, if you don't understand the context within which to address youth issues, or even to understand them, then that is a problem. The second problem is politicizing the youth. You can think in your own way how we have politicized youth in this country. Think about it in your own way. And the third thing is the lack of political goodwill. For example, my sister there spoke. If you are a serious leader, you would have sat here to listen to women's issue, to understand them, so that when you make a policy, you understand what the women are thinking, what their plans are, or what the challenges they are facing. But that is the disconnect, because our theme is intergenerational mentorship and of course the disconnect. And that is the disconnect. Another disconnect. We have very good policies in the country, very good on paper. Implementation is the biggest challenge of Kenya in any sector you think of. And when you think about the context, I was talking about context, where's Vision 2030? 7 years to go down the line? What have we done about youth? How about our youth policy? Is it inclusive? Is it responsive? You know, you look at that policy, and even when you go to the Constitution, Article 260, where it defines a youth as someone 18 to 34, I'll tell you the problem. The problem is that is a very short-term season. My sister spoke about season, because it takes you 14 years to shift from being a youth to being a what?
Now generation something.
Yes? So you can imagine you are dealing with issues that span 14 years alone, because past that time, that person is no longer a youth. So the other challenge, of course, is the challenge of approaches that we use to address the issues of young people. For example, we've spoken about Agbo Synth yesterday, right? Do we have an incubation model where if you go to WEF, to WEZO, or to Hustler Fund, there is a system where you will be trained before you get money. They will walk with you the journey until you break even in your business. Then they say, hallelujah, move on, we pick the next cohort. Another challenge is a challenge of principles of engagement with the young people. Do we value them? My sister spoke about value. Do we want to build self-esteem in them? So if the principles of engagement are not aligned, they are not meant for justice. For example, tunasema when we are referring to young people, they are not knowledgeable, they are not experienced. What language is that we are using? So that defines the approaches that we are using. So another issue is the issue of experience, good or bad, negative or positive. And those are the things that we need to look at that will help us, for example, build a knowledge-based society. We say young people are very tech-savvy, but what are they doing on the social media? Socialites? Or looking for knowledge? Searching for information about Rahab to understand her journey, to understand her challenges, looking at Crown Trust videos to see the journey of women. They have spoken about it, but what are you looking for on social media? So there are many, including our perceptions and so forth and so forth. Just maybe a quick one is, for me, we need to invest in young people in several areas. Market, skills. We have East African community. We have free movement of people. We are now seeing the president, the former president, the current president. They are reaching out to other countries where we can export labor. How are we using that? She's at the cross-border, Cynthia. You do a lot of business across the border. How many young people are doing it, or are only your generation? We need to do a proper, and I've spoken to Daisy, we've struggled with this thing since 2017, to put in place a program that, for example, the last election, we should have picked the next level of women, started training them, started moving with them. By the time, remember there are now how many years remaining? 4. So the first year has gone. So say 3 years to be specific, because the other election is the election year. We need to train our women in entrepreneurship skills, a key area of economic empowerment. And Daisy has been also working around that, and many other organizations, and I've heard this morning an organization that says we do investment. So another issue is about the institutions that we have. We have a problem. When you talk about institutions, then we'll get what we call administrative hurdles, like Akbo Unambua, you're from CR, someone mentioned here yesterday. Yes. Yeah? You are told, Nancy, you spoke about it. Now, there's a very big challenge in the room called a tax compliance certificate. That thing is killing women entrepreneurship. And you see, it's an administrative hurdle. You are not supposed to be denied an opportunity to do business, to generate money, because you've not refused to pay tax. But they are holding you back so that you don't get business. They make you a criminal in the system because you will default. That is the kind of administrative issues we are talking about in terms of that. So collaboration, my sister has spoken about, but then peer review. From yesterday when you came here, how many women have you reached out to get their numbers? To just say, Rahab, I've called you, I would like to have a cup of coffee with you, maybe in your house or in town. Mentorship. How many of your peers, even at organization level, have you reached out and picked their numbers in this forum since yesterday to say, I need to, with Ododa here, I have to network with her? And lastly, referrals. Okay? Referrals, references, guarantees. How do we do it? Maybe before, because of time, National Women's Steering Committee does its work very well. Creating networking, creating links, training women to develop their skills and knowledge base. It does a lot of exposure, right? You've come from one county to another county. Tomorrow you'll be training maybe in Kisumu. That exposure, learning from, and I started by cross-cultural counseling is possible. Don't just stay in Nyeri. Go to Nyanza and know what people in Nyanza are doing. Go to Taita, see what people are doing there.
Yes.
And you will learn. Lastly is about women themselves. The young people must create a voice and a platform for themselves like you have done.
That's true. That's true. Thank you so much. Please help me appreciate all the insights that are coming from my panel. I feel like we need to continue with this conversation in the afternoon, like literally continue with it, but we only have like 10 minutes. Do we have any comment or question? Because like...
So we'll have to push that to the afternoon. We'll have to push that to after lunch because we have a session that is called Open Mic that will accord us all an opportunity to ask questions, follow up on issues that have been raised by this panel, as well as any panel that may have spoken and you did not get a chance to.
So will that be, that will be to this panel in the afternoon?
Yes.
Awesome, great. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Like I've just been writing. Susan, thank you so much for your insights on going against the grain, on challenging stereotypes that are not beneficial to our struggles. And Wilkista, thank you so much. We have to open the channels for, cross mentorship and ensure that the wisdom that we're talking about is actually trickling down. Mary, we have to understand the context within which we are programming and having this conversation. I think Francis, again, emphasizing on us understanding the context and not politicizing the women issue and the youth, and the youth issue, but also even for the leaders who are sitting in positions of power, understanding the women's issues enough to be able to create policies that support that. And of course, when it comes to referrals, I'm sure here we can always refer each other. You don't have to be seated at a very higher position of power to be able to refer someone. And I think my challenge on that is in the afternoon, just find out what someone else is doing, because someone who can actually benefit their cause if they can't work directly with you or if you cannot support their cause. I think that's that for our short and sweet panel. Thank you so much for being part of this and enriching these conversations. Asanteni sana.
Makofi ya Bina and her panel. Thank you very much, Bina, for that, and also for your willingness to defer the plenary session. Let me call up Daisy Amdani for less than 5 minutes. She just wants to make known to us the resources available, including the Women's Voice and Leadership Resource Center. Now, when we went for tea break, somebody accused me of not doing a prayer for tea. So just do a quick prayer for lunch.
Boy, Kwani prayers are like paint. You know, once you pray one prayer, you assume that all have been prayed. Who is it? Let me not even repeat what the registrar said. So one of the things that they've talked about is being able to find out what who is doing. And at Crown Trust, one of the things that we do very well is networking and alliance building. And under the Women's Voice and Leadership project, we have a Gender Resource Center. This Gender Resource Center is a directory. Dennis, is Dennis there? Yes, here it is. So this is a resource center, and it's a directory. And it's a directory of women's rights organizations mapped across the country. You can search by county, you can search thematic areas. So this gives visibility to work that is being done. So like honorable members in the room, if you want to search your county or constituency and see which women groups are there, because we have already mapped, I think we have over 1,000 organizations mapped from all the 47 counties. We have, yes, 1,222 organizations. These are women's rights organizations, and you can search. You can search by name, you can search by county, you can search by theme. So you are able to know who is doing what around you. Now, if there are women rights organizations here and you search on the net and your organization is not there, you can see Dennis at the back and Winnie, who can take your details so that you can be included, because this is a resource where even donors go to see what organizations are doing, because there's so much focus on Nairobi, so that sometimes even the grassroots organizations don't get visibility. So through this directory, you can get visibility. People can know what you are doing. We also have citizen journalists that work within the regions and collect information of work that is being done by women rights organizations across the country. And we post the stories of those, what you're doing. So, like if you have an initiative that is happening, we can post it for you so you get visibility, because sometimes organizations don't have resources to advertise their work. So we advertise for you for free so that you are able to, people are able to know what you're doing. So it's a really good resource. It has a directory of activities that are going on, so make use of it. It is there for all of us to be able to use. And so you can get to know what others are doing. When there are grants that are available, we also post there so that you can know where resources are. The calls for proposals and all, because under the WVL, we have organizations that are grant makers. They give money to organize, so they do calls for proposals. So you'll be able to see if you are able to reach out for that. So please, www.wvlkenya.org, that is the website. And if you know you are not mapped on it, please see Winfred and Dennis, and they'll make sure that your organization, but of course it is women-led organizations or a women's rights organization. Your work focuses on women's issues, women and girls issues. Those are the ones. It's a directory for issues around women. Thank you.
All right, thank you for keeping to the time limit. So given it is 2:12, can we agree to be back here at 3 p.m.? On the dot, please. All right, thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. The food is blessed. In Jesus' name, amen. integrated recovery and resilience of these women, giving them back power and a voice to participate in socioeconomic and political leadership. Moses co-chairs both the Nairobi County Socioeconomic and Political Leadership. Moses co-chairs both the Nairobi County Socioeconomic Empowerment and Financial Inclusion Sector Working Group and the Women's Economic Empowerment Community of Practices, Financial Inclusion and Sustainable Entrepreneurship thematic areas. Makofi yake. I'm sure a lot of women are looking forward to hear from you, especially given your specialty in economic empowerment and agro-food, the agro-food value chain. So we are looking forward to hear your submissions, Moses. And also on the panel, last but definitely not least, is Sophie Dola of World March of Women. And let me tell you just a little bit about her, although there is a lot she will expound on. And she is a mother, an unapologetic women's rights defender, a community mobilizer and organizer, and above all, a feminist artist. The national coordinator of the World March of Women Kenya, coordinator for the Arts Progressive Space, SWAN, and that is Support Women Artists Now, and a life member of the 5 Cs Human Rights Theatre Collective, which does progressive popular education for social transformation. Makofi ya Sophie. All right, now that I can catch my breath, allow me to welcome up to the podium Regina Mwangi, who will be moderating this session. Makofi yake ingine. Sophie Dola, World March of Women. Oh, there she is. And Moses Okello. Let me just find out if Mheshimiwa JB can hear me. Is she online? All right. Okay, she has joined us via Zoom. I don't know whether we'll be able to see her on the screens as she makes her submissions. And I'd also like to confirm that she can hear us. Honorable JB Kilimo, can you hear us? Okay. As we work that out, Regina, I'll allow you to take over the program.
Thank you very much. I think this is the last session, and I am glad to have my 2 panelists and Lina JB Kilimo, who is online. The discussion around this convention since yesterday is bringing together all the women, and in this panel we'll be discussing collaboration, because it is paying the price, all hands on the deck. That means that all of us have to work together. It is not a space that you can go alone. You've got to have somebody holding your hand. You've got to have you holding someone else's hand so that we can journey together as women in Kenya. And the previous discussion was on intergeneration, meaning that we need each other. We need to hold each other, we need to mentor each other, and we need to work together. However, in terms of political space, in terms of social economic space, we actually need to work together as collaborators. And I'll pose my first question to Dola, who works with World March of Women. And my question to you, Dola, is from your experience as an organization working with women, how do we ensure that there's collaboration with civil society, government, and other stakeholders to facilitate a coordinated approach towards achieving gender equality, socio-economic empowerment, and political participation. How are we going to do that from the experience that you have, having been able to run World March of Women? Yeah.
Sorry, can I use your mic? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really humbled and privileged to be here and to share our experience. So as you've heard, I'm Sophie, and just what you forgot to say is that I'm a feminist, an apologetic feminist. Today at lunch, someone was asking, what is feminism? And if you see in my profile, I had written, I was very specific with my pronouns, like I'm a she, her, because we are still paying the price. Even when you say that you're a feminist, you still have to really expound on what kind of feminism, who are you, and so it comes with a lot of paying the price, even by what you want to say. So I really want to appreciate that. So the World March of Women is an international feminist action movement, and we underline the word action, because people say that women whine a lot, and women have been whining a lot. That is the notion out there. And as we can see, we are all here, gathered here, and a lot of you are here because you're doing a lot of action wherever you are. So, but we are still paying the price. So, and because we wanted change, and there's this very broad saying that says that if you want change, you must be ready for a lot of disruption. We are seeing women. Sorry, am I very fast? Yeah, I see the hand telling me that I'm a bit fast. So when we want change, we must be ready for all these disruptions. Nothing will come easy. Nothing has ever come easy. And in this country, if there's a section or a sector that has really struggled and continues struggling, is the women. We have seen women come a long way from the histories that we know, and from the discussions since yesterday. We have heard how much women have struggled and how they continue struggling. So we are continuing to pay the price, and the disruptions are so many. Women fought for the Constitution in this country. So many, I can see so many faces here, people who are at Bomas, people who struggled, and there was, we went to the referendum. There was a lot of civic education on the Constitution, and the civic education that a lot of grassroots women did and women's rights organizations made it, and we realized a new Constitution. Still paying the price, because even going to court is paying a price. Even trying and struggling to do all this is just still paying the price. So women continue paying the price, and we know that because we want change, and that change is coming, and that change is going to come as a flood, and nobody is going to take us back, because that is what we believe in. We cannot be in a space where we fight so hard and yet we don't believe. So we believe that that flood is coming, and it's going to be a women's flag, a flag that we are all going to appreciate, and we're going to have it. So, and I want to say that even as we continue, as World March of Women, we've been part and parcel of this struggle. The World March of Women in Kenya is 16 years now, though we started other spaces together. So since 2007, we've been doing a lot of political training at the grassroots level. And when I say that we've been doing a lot of these trainings, we do political trainings, we do feminist political education, we do a lot of popular education, and we use very many different mediums. As you've heard, I'm also a progressive social activist, and I use a lot of art, I use a lot of music, I use poetry, I use pictures and drawings to get to the heart, because art is where art really drives that message home. I know we have scholars, and I know we have many people, we have researchers. People do a lot of things, but we cannot work in silos. We have to work together. From the research that has been done, for example, from the African Women Studies Center, we used a lot of the information that was got from there to break down what has been put there in very simple terms, using music, popular music for women to understand, because we are talking about women who are carrying baggages. We are talking about taking very heavy and very particular messages. The constitutional discussions are not easy, they're very heavy. And you can imagine if us, who are already working in organizations that have specific agendas, but sometimes we feel it's so heavy? What about that woman who still have so many other struggles, doing her own things, and we still expect her to stand up and say that I'm going for that political office, I want to run, and yet even getting a grasp of that, sometimes we forget. So for us, we try to find a way of reaching that grassroots woman, and so that's why we use so many other mediums to bring the voice of women together. And we do it in collaboration with many other organizations. We look for very strategic and particular political allies that we can work with. We've worked with a lot of organizations, civil society organizations, we work with other social movements, we work with art spaces where we know that progressive art spaces and progressive women voices, that we know that when we take this banner out there, then a woman will be happy and able to pick up. So also just a point of clarity, I think I spoke in the morning, and one of the questions that I had was actually asking, because we've had so much, a lot of wealth of information has been shared here, very rich information. And particularly, I was happy and very much intrigued by the conversation that, by the contribution that the former Deputy Justice, Dr. Baraza, gave. And for me, some of it was a little bit technical, and you can imagine from where I come from. But this is the information that we really want, because now we are strategizing. What is our strategy? What are we taking down there to the women? Because they are the voters, they're the majority, they're the ones who are pitting everybody up there, you know? But in the end, who takes it up all? This is a patriarchal society. Kenya is so full of patriarchy. Political parties are so patriarchal, and we had all that I don't have to repeat. We had all the struggles that women are having. So it is our own, it's up to us to know how we take that information. And that was the clarity that we really wanted to find out. Of course, we have grassroots women represented here. I think majority of the women in this group are in this room are grassroots women. If not, then you have a network of grassroots women that you're connecting with. Because I think for a very long time, that has now become our norm as women in this country. Before, we used to have a class issue, because that was the only thing that was dividing women in this country. You know, class. Ule ni wa class gani? Ule yako wapi? Wako na organization gani? Organization yenu inafandiwa na akina nani? Those were the questions. But now we no longer ask those questions. What is the issue? We are women who have an agenda. We are women who are working together, and we are women who must really struggle and see that how do we bring this fight and bring the information down. So we try as much as possible to do this, and we've opened very many political spaces for women. We do feminist political trainings. We do, sometimes we do institutes. Currently, we are working on a space again just to help women to understand, because politics and the word political sometimes also scares a lot of women, because of the many things and the many notions and the frustrations that we had in this podium, and we see them every day. So what we do is we try as much as possible to bring those voices together and see how best can we bring the voices and just give everybody that platform. So yeah, at World March of Women, we tend to do as much as we can, where we can, and we do a lot of collaborations as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. I don't know if Lina, Honorable Lina is online. Honorable Lina Jebiki Limo is online. Yes. Welcome to this session. And we are happy to have you with us today. Honorable, I would want to ask you one question. You have been in the political sphere, and you have a lot of experience as an elected member of parliament. And as we are discussing on ways of collaborating and working together, and ensuring that we create as many avenues as possible for women to get in the political sphere, and also to participate and become leaders in this country. For us to achieve our goals, we require to be very strategic, and we need to put a lot of effort together. And with your experience in politics, what concrete actions do you believe would accelerate the progress for women in political participation and gender equality?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I miss the physical presence, but I'm grateful that I'm able to meet with you online. Now, to get more women into the political space, you have to create a platform for them. And how do you create a platform for them? Give them some activities to do in the regions they will be representing. I speak with gratitude to ECWD, Education Center for Women in Democracy. It was headed by then Ambassador Karita Seyi, where she got women who are interested in politics, trained us, and prepared us to become paralegals for whatever we found to be abuse of human rights. So different people picked different agendas. Mine, I picked female genital mutilation and human insecurity, cardiomyopathy. And so we were to make reports on what we address. You look for an opportunity. We didn't have the resources to call for a meeting. But that's when there is a chief meeting, there is a DO's meeting, they always say, Mama Moja Simame, and we want a woman to speak. Then because you know where you're heading to, you will be able to stand up and say, of course, what's the agenda of that day, and end up with what you want to achieve, why you want to ascend into leadership. And make a report that I did this so that as you share with others, you sharpen your skills. I know the civil societies have done a lot to train us, but our presence in the locations where we want to stand is very, very important. The training is very good because you equip us with the materials to use. I remember I was connected to ECWD once again to get some videos, some graphic materials on FGM. They got some for me from Femnet. I hadn't known what Femnet is, but I had these big papers that I was using to show the consequences of FGM. Until a point where when people look at you, they know you by the agenda that you are addressing. And I believe that starting as early as this, 4 years ago, gives us the opportunity to see how we can build the capacity of women, help them be able to domesticate some of the international instruments which we know they speak to human rights abuses or girl child empowerment, help them to understand our constitution, so that when they get that space, that platform in the regions they want to stand in, they are able to speak. However, speak in a manner that addresses or targets the audience, by making the subject relevant to wherever they are at that particular time. So this is what I did. Of course, there was a lot of training on our part, even just how to be able to win elections. I know that these 2 days we've been talking, and I know I'm going overboard, but let me just talk about what we've been going through these 2 days, about holding each other's hands, mentoring each other. This is very key. Speaking from my own experience, without Senator Zipporah Kitori holding my hand and pointing to me that the door of opportunity. She was a member of parliament, but when I spoke to her, she told me, don't enter through this door. Enter through the other door. Go and find my sister, Ambassador Karita Seyi. She was not selfish to say, I want this one for my party. he wanted me to find a way of winning the elections. He pointed me to Tabitha Seye. I went to meet Tabitha. She took me to the Democratic Party of Kenya, a very unpopular party in the Rift Valley. And that is where, in her wisdom, the many years that she's been in leadership, that is where the Reservoir saw an opportunity. So it is important that we mentor each other, we hold each other's hands. And maybe it's because of the mentorship they did to me that as I accepted, I became a member of Parliament. I sharpened my skills based on what they taught me to mentor other girls and have an agenda which I needed to achieve. So I know I've spoken so much, there'll be other questions coming. And while in Parliament, they are still on holding each other's hands. I'm taking us back to the discussions of yesterday and earlier today. When as Kewalker, as the chairperson of Kewalker, with members, my sisters, there is one thing we agreed, that if our members made a mistake on the floor of their house, we would cheer them so much, stamp our feet, that the rest will wonder, did we not hear right? I thought that was not correct. Also, we covered each other's nakedness as sisters in Kewalker.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Lina, but I would want you to expound on, is she still there?
Yeah, I'm there.
I would still want you probably to expound on two things. We've seen that political parties in Kenya actually shape they shape the politics of today, and also the way that people will be elected. What I would want you maybe probably to enlighten us is that how then do we ensure that the political parties are democratic? And again, we have seen the upcoming of independent candidates every day, and I think that's a phenomenon that all of us have observed. Again, then, how then do we ensure that as we have as many as many independent candidates, this is driven by positive change, and we also ensure diversity and inclusivity in the two.
Yeah, okay, thank you once again. Unfortunately, political parties in our country is more of a boys' club, and to access space in those political parties can be a problem. And so, for you to be able to be elected by those people despite their political parties, then it has to be, what are you standing for? What are you known for? You have to work extra so that when they are making a choice, they are choosing you as a person and not the political party. Political parties, unfortunately, also, at the end of the day, politics is local when it comes to the political party. So it's also important for us as women to be able to see which is the popular party in that area, and now speak to the needs of the people, speak to the emotions of the people. As women, we are advantaged that we can speak to people's emotions on what is hurting them, so that as we compete with the men, they will choose us, elect us on what we have addressed to them, or on what we have seen as the challenge over there. I know that to ensure democracy in political parties, I will throw it back to the civil society organizations. They are the people who can agitate for change. They can agitate based on what our constitution talks about, holding the political parties accountable, looking at the various institutions that are looking to the accountability of political parties, that they are actually holding them accountable. And also justice. If it is the security system, if it is now political parties, if it is saying that a political party will not be able to, they are the ones who will use a tool, to come and see these political parties. Are they actually doing what our constitution says they should do? Are they doing what the political party says they should be able to do? Because as a candidate, you cannot now start questioning your part so that you are not doing this. You will be blacklisted. But somebody has to stand in the gap for you, and this is the civil society organization. Over to you.
Thank you very much. You're still learning. Huh? Over to you, Moses Okero.
We talked about the independent candidates.
Yes.
Yeah, let it be a last resort because they speak negative things about independent candidates. So as I said earlier, political parties are localized at the end of the day. Politics is localized at the end of the day. So as early as you have started now, we see which is the popular party on that side or wherever you are standing, and you align yourself. However, as the others are just talking superficially, talk deeper on what is the challenge that people are facing. Talk to their emotions. When you go to point A, be like a chameleon. Reach there and you become like that person of that area. You reach this other place, you become like that. I remember training one other woman some time back. They told her when we go to church for the Acorino, make sure you have the longest dress with pleats, not these other pleats which are very common. You just have the ones you have so that you are like that. Yeah? And so in that way, they will see you as one of them, they will see you talking what has been happening there. Get intelligence reports from the ground first before you arrive at our place. So that when you reach there, you speak and people will wonder, yes, she's touched where it hurts most. Where the issue has been hurting, she has identified that one. And we can only have our presence in these localities where we are standing when we have an agenda. And I am asking Crown and others, in gratitude for today's meeting, create some activities for women to be doing in the constituencies they want to stand in. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jabi Kilimo. Let's have up for her. Thank you. Over to you, Moses Okelo from CREW. As we know that for us to achieve our goals together, we need to bring components of many things. Some of them is policy changes and grassroots mobilization. How can organizations like you bring the community and government to foster a holistic approach to empower women economically, politically, and socially?
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Moses Okelo, like you've heard. I work for Center for Rights, Education and Awareness, CREW Kenya, supporting women's economic empowerment work with CREW. The journey has been long working with women entrepreneurs, and something unique about the group that I've been supporting specifically is that they are survivors of gender-based violence. Looking at that issue, at CREW, we knew that it's very important that our approaches, or the approach that we were to adopt, was to be able to holistically or wholly do away with all those issues or unique concerns that women are going through. So briefly about CREW. CREW is a women's rights organization. We advocate for rights of women and girls, of course, that have been through gender-based violence. For the past 20 years, we've been in this space, and we've picked a lot of learnings working in this space. Initially, most of our programs were looking at responding to and preventing issues around gender-based violence. But then again, we came to notice that that approach was not comprehensive in a way. And therefore, we had to sit back, not only as a CREW or technical experts at CREW, to identify these key issues that we needed to address completely. We had to also look at the stakeholders, the key players that are also in this space. Local actors, the government, private sector, all these players, and to help us then design a strategy that would completely do away with this challenge that is limiting women from participating in, if not only in political leadership, but also actualizing their socio-economic potentials or actually potentials. So just to help us to then understand what are these holistic approaches. These are strategies or interventions that are in place to completely do away with the unique issues or concerns that women experience. And we noticed that not only women that are at a certain sect within our community that experience these unique challenges, but there is also a group at the grassroots level that we also need to bring up on the table so that together we can push this agenda forward. So that is what at CRU we came to discover. And therefore we came up with Women's Economic Empowerment Department. Well, there is this that I want to talk about. What is it then that we've been able to do? One is that we've leveraged on the existence of local actors to help us then identify the challenges that women go through. And we also came to a common understanding that they themselves have got, or they have got experience in terms of solutions to those challenges that women face at the grassroots level. And that helped us to then develop what we call localized and contextual approaches to these challenges that women go through. Specifically, I will give the case of Jasiri Fund project that we implemented in collaboration with Roots Kenya, CCGD, with support from MasterCard Foundation. This project, as we speak, has helped over 26,205 women to respond to issues that they are experiencing, especially gender-based violence. Then what was this approach that led to this kind of change that we saw? One is that we came to understand that there are systemic gendered barriers that are rooted down there, limiting women from not only gaining their voice, but also participating in some of these spaces that then would help them to voice their issues. And this we called integrated approach or intersectional approach to GBV programming. How does it work? One component was providing comprehensive support services to gender-based violence. The second bit was on sustainable or fostering sustainable financial inclusion and entrepreneurships to women. So that way, we came to learn that if you are able to provide to these survivors of gender-based violence psychosocial support and maybe legal aid services, you are able to represent them in court of law through legal aid. That is something else that you really need to provide. Otherwise, they will go back to those households where we've got perpetrators waiting for them. See? So, looking at it that way, we notice that we need to give women a voice. They must become financially independent. With financial independence or being able to have resources in your hands, you cannot keep on staying with someone that is there to maybe frustrate you, abuse you, hurt you, or just do things to your loved ones, things that you yourself you do not wish to be done to. So you have a choice. So that aspect of autonomy is something that at CRU and the partners that we work with is what we wanted to then address, to give women second choice, so that they can walk away from perpetrators. They can be able to take care of their unique needs, the needs of their loved ones, and people that depend on them. So then, having provided comprehensive support services to gender-based violence survivors, then how was this financial inclusion model looking like, what we call Jasiri? It was looking at 4 main pathways. One was that we provide skilling, what we call entrepreneurship and business development training. So this was to help them utilize the financial resources that they were to access through the program to be able to not only invest in their businesses, but wisely use them to meet their basic needs. Number two is that there was the aspect of access to credit, the Jasiri Fund itself. We noticed that without credit, these women would then still go back. Training alone is not enough. Let me tell you. Resources must be there, and we must ensure that these women are able to access resources. Not only women at the grassroots level who have expressed the need to venture into businesses, but even those women that are at this level that are aspiring, who are aspiring to get those political seats at the national level. So resources must be provided. So that's a call. And therefore, we noticed that with the Jasiri Fund, the financial ecosystem in itself was not responsive enough to these needs of women. The credit was so expensive in terms of interest. It was way above the commercial rate, and therefore we had to do something to make it below 9%. So it was 8% for these women entrepreneurs. And before they got to access the Jasiri credit, we noticed that a grant had to be also provided to these women, and the grant was not to be returned. This was for starters. Then upon providing that, we ensured that there was what we call business development support services to these women, mentorship, hand-holding, so that not only should one provide training and financial support services, but they were to be mentored in a way that they were able to then get to know how to navigate the confusing market system where their businesses operate. So that is something that CRU did. And we noticed that was not enough. So we reached out to other partners. I will mention Ajira Digital. We noticed that for them to claim bigger market share, we had to bring the aspect of digital literacy to our programming or training. So those people came on board, we paid them nothing, and they offered that. So women were then able to then access markets. The element on capacity building was then able to help women to be able to build networks, foster stronger partnerships, and now they are thriving. Do you know the resultant impact right now? By the time we were enrolling women into the program, almost 100% of them had been through gender-based violence. But as we speak right now, 91% of them tells us that the cases of violence has reduced within those households. And that's so remarkable. And why did that happen? One, these women were able to diversify their businesses. 61% of them, after a period of 3 years, holding their hands together, walking that path with them, said that they were able to diversify their businesses. 63% of them had created jobs for these women, for other people within the community, other women, young people, even to some men, and that is something we noticed with Jasiri Fund project. Most important, we were looking at the interconnection between Jasiri Fund and other societal issues like education, health, and the rest. 86% of these women told us that then they are able to meet their medical bills or obligation. They are able to pay.
Okay, that's great.
That is something that we noticed was so remarkable. So I wanted to say that for us to achieve a holistic approach, then we have to then look at these cross-cutting issues or concerns that women are going through, we have to then identify how these societal issues are interrelated in terms of their goals and resultant goals, what they tend to achieve at the end of the day, and their benefits to society. For example, in conclusion, if a government is providing resources like providing schools with teachers to teach students, providing books for students, then also providing a school feeding program to keep children in school, why then can't government come up with free sanitary towels to also keep those girls that are going through discrimination around menstruation in school? So that is something that we really have to address when we're talking about holistic approaches to achieving socioeconomic and political empowerment of women. So everything that we do must be in a way that it's able to address all issues from societal, economic, political, we go to education, because when one goes to school, we expect them to later transition into the world of work. And when they transition, even the national economy will grow and develop when they pay taxes. Same as that person that have got access to information on how to access the AGPO, invest in her business, then contribute to national development through payment of taxes. And therefore, this is an agenda that definitely we really need to move together forward. And CRU is already leading the way. Recently, we've collaborated with the county governments of Isiolo, Meru, Nyeri, and Narok to come up with gender-specific GBV response policies. And that you can see even during the devolution conference, what happened. This was recognized, and I believe we can work together, foster coalitions, and forge stronger collaborations and partnerships to be able to work to support women, both at the grassroots level and at this level where we say women are a bit stable. But then again, like we saw yesterday, they do not have other resources to be able to compete for opportunities at the national level or in political spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses. You know, as I was listening to you, I remember one time we went to a meeting and Daisy told us, we have to find a way of bringing our resources together as women so that we can support each other. This story of saying that I cannot vie for a position because I don't have money, I think we have 4 years to work for this. If we want to be in the spaces, then we've got to economically empower ourselves, and one way is collaborating and bringing our resources together and supporting each other. That's why this panel is heads on the deck, and it's all of us that must work together. Back to you, Sophie. Transparency, accountability, and gender balance is something that we want to see as women. And looking at the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties and IBC, who shapes the political landscape, what specific actions or reforms would you like to see to achieve transparency, accountability, and gender balance?
Thank you. I think it all goes back to the base. The base is our political parties. These political parties are male-dominated. They are owned by men, so they're led by men. And the women who somehow get positions closer to that higher top within these political spaces go through so much harassment, violation, too much, that by the time they are leaving that seat to go down to make that space equal and to give that equal opportunity to other women, that woman sometimes also feels so patriarchal and so macho because that is what she went through. You use so much money to get that space, and it's never transparent. It's a very rough space for women. And for me, I look at women in politics. Any woman who has gone and has vied and has tried and has attempted is a woman I highly, highly respect. Because these are spaces, yeah, I see Julia saluting. I do salute a lot, and I tell you this all the time. Because you go through so much. It is the hardest. It's actually like a prison, even sometimes more than a prison, because it's somewhere you need to call home. I belong to this political party. You sing that political party song along, and then during nominations, you're shocked. We had the stories yesterday from what Sophia shared, and she shared a lot from her own experience, where I am sure so many of us have passed through the same, you know. And for me, if I hadn't had all these struggles that we've had, I would say, can we have a women's political party? Which we have also seen, and we know that it's possible to have a women's political party, yes. But how viable would that be? Because we are being reminded, like even Honorable Lina has just shared, and she has said that politics are very local. People will look at who's driving, what's the driving force, who's driving us here. You as a woman with all your policies, with a good manifesto, with a better agenda for everybody, because for a woman to get a political seat, that woman will definitely not just speak for her. And it's not there's no women's club, they're boys' clubs. Women don't have time for these clubs, because by the end of the day, you still have your family, you have children, you run around, you do your political, you know, you're out there campaigning, but you still come back to ask, watoto wamepikiwa? You know, you'll always be there finding out what is there, you know. Hapo ndo naambiwa hata auntie amechoka ameenda. You're in the middle of your, you know, and then we still expect to excel and get there. I think this office of the registrar has done tremendous work. We had what Anne Derito shared yesterday, and what she did. And we are so lucky as Kenyan women that that office is being headed by a woman. Imagine if it was being headed by a man in a male-dominated patriarchal country, which we can't lie that it's not. So we are lucky that we have her. And she told us the kind of steps that she takes personally, because she understands the dilemma and the struggles that women in politics go through. So she shared how she helped a lot of us women. Sometimes people think that women are ignorant. Women are not ignorant. Women just don't have time. A lot of time. We have time that is being divided and subdivided and divided to the last letter. So how much time do you have to even know the world leader of where you're going? Sometimes it's very important. We can't ignore that. But comparing what women go through and what men go through. Yesterday, when Daisy was talking here about the intersectionality of women, and you talked about 3 levels, I think I would want to break it down and bring it to 5 levels. You talked about 1, being a woman, you pay the double price because you're a woman. Imagine you being a woman living with disabilities. We had the disability session here this morning. It's tough. Then you're a woman living with disability in a marginalized community. You're from Northeastern, where it's patriarchal, where everything, even religion, even religious leaders will still turn and point a finger at you. So you're those 3. Those are 3 troubles. On top of you going to a same level field with a man who has all the financial muscle and has all the communal support, and where men sometimes in these marginalized communities, during elections, we hear that men keep the identity cards of the women and they escort the women to the ballot. How do we expect women to excel? So from those 3, we still have 2 that we need to add on to what those 3 that were spoken about yesterday. So we have 2. You are a woman living with disability, living in a marginalized community, and then you're young. Today, we were challenged, and I really want to appreciate Melody, the young girl who spoke this morning. And she said that it starts from home. So you can imagine, if you cannot be supported from home, where we see even able-bodied women, you know, I can walk, I have my money, I can do this, but the man in the house says no. Hautaenda, huendi hiyo siasa, na sita kusupport. And we've even heard videos and audios, and we've seen men, powerful men in this country who believe in the political space, stopping their wives, stopping the women. No, ukienda utafute mahali utaenda kuishi. So you can imagine. So with all this around women, I think our IEBC and the Registrar for Political Parties have a lot of work to do. We need more spaces, more platforms created for women. Mm-hmm. If we can have, and I like the way we were challenged yesterday when Anne Derrito said that, sometimes even as women, you know, umesha electiwa, umeenda, if you're number 2, you know in our politics there's no number 2. Na hata ukipatiwa, hata ukisaidiwa uwekwe mahali tumenominatiwa, it depends on how loud do you sing our political songs and how loud do you dance to these tunes. If you don't do that, you will not be nominated, however strong, however powerful you are. So we have a lot of challenges as women. And women cannot give up because we have come a long way. We have come a very, very long way, and we don't have time and we cannot afford to give up because the struggles, the women who are there ahead of us carried very, very heavy baggages that if we give up now, trust me, you're letting them down and you're going to blame ourselves. We will forever blame ourselves. Right now we are here. Tumehang kwa lose. We're just here. Because 2/3, we don't even know where are these 2/3. You know, we pray every day. You're going to bed and you're saying, oh God, what we fought for, please, isiende. I remember how much of women moved around this country collecting signatures. Because we were so happy to see this parliament, at least Kenyan women have power. Tumefunga hiyo parliament. And grassroots women saying, my signature was there. And I collected 15 signatures from my community and I made a parliament. Look where we are, because it's a patriarchal society. Men still rule this world, and especially this country. So for us, as Kenyan women, I really want to insist and to reiterate that we need to create more spaces. And I really want to appreciate Crown Trust. By the way, to be honest, I like that somebody noted that we have never had a forum where we had a panel of people living with disabilities. I've been to very many panels. I've been to very many spaces. Even internationally, we have not seen this. So this is the beginning of quite a great journey. If we give ourselves hope, can we start giving ourselves that hope? And can we also do that? Can we also do that in our own spaces? Because I think also one of the problems that we have is sometimes, even us, we are to blame sometimes as women because we also discriminate against ourselves. Unasema na ule atamanage. Anataka kwenda ule ataenda wapi? Atatoboa. We ask those questions silently. But again, we just say, enda, just go and try. And then later on, situliwaambia. And yet, you are the one with that vote. She depended on that one vote. Yeah. So let's take our voices down. Let's work with the political parties like properly. And if we can have binding laws, we have policies and laws in this country. We have a very, very beautiful constitution, better than the one in Rwanda. But where is Rwanda in terms of women participation compared to Kenya? Our constitution is actually the best, and a lot of people draw inspiration from the Kenyan constitution. We are calling it the women's constitution. But where are the Kenyan women? Where are we?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, ask yourself that. I mean, we have so much to talk about ourselves. We have so much. This space is zikikreatiwa. And I also want to just insist that most of us, all of us who are here, you are invited in a space. This is, I would call it a very high panel space because this is where we are discussing it's a very critical space where we are discussing very deep issues for this country. You as a leader, you are invited here as a leader. When you come to this space, what you do with this information you get from this space is up to you. Kenya will count you, and we are going to look at you and ask you, the information you got from that space, inspire ngapi? Mumeanza political educations ngapi? Can we have very many political spaces for young women? Can we start creating spaces for women and invite IEBC and so that they can hear? Sometimes they don't know. People think that women exaggerate. And sometimes we just approach them when it's almost during elections. We were told here, we see women 6 months to election. while men start strategizing every day. Saa zile amechelewa hajakuja nyumbani, they sit in the men's club, they have coffee, but they're mobilizing, and they're also campaigning, and they're making, and they know how to make their money, and they know where the money is. We were told here in the morning, they know where the money is. Mtu anakuambia wewe enda ufanye hivi, tutakuonesha kufanya hii, tutakupeleka KRA, utapata hii, wewe enda usign, alafu wewe ukae ukigojea. And then they get money for politics. You're still working, doing a lot of care work, taking care of the sick in the house, cooking, doing, alafu narudi nakumbuka watu wanakuambia wewe umekuwa ukitulead hapa sana kwa county. Ebu kwa county sawa, unakimbia registrar, unasaidiwa like what we were told. And then where is your social support? Where is your economic support? So we need pathways that are going to lead women to that ballot in truth. We love that we've been having a lot of these spaces, and I can say that, I can proudly say that World March of Women has seen women. Just from the spaces that we have been working in, we have seen women vying, going to the political seat and being in the ballot, up to the Senate level. You know, women trying, and we are not giving up. And we'd like to see most of us women, if every person tries, and we change our strategies. We cannot do things the same way and expect different results. So we have to really change our strategies. Men are changing their strategies. Can women also change their strategies to build Pamoja?
Thank you so much. But before we wind up, before you give me, both of you, and also Honorable, I don't know if she's still online. I would want to ask, as all of us as women, how many of us are registered in any political party, by show of hand? I am a member of a political party in this place. A leader or a member of a political party. See. Now, if we don't belong to political parties for real, and we want the political parties to support us, are we really going to get any support? They will not get you from your house and make you a leader or even give you that space if we are not going to be members of political parties, unless we want to be maybe dependent candidates, and we also know the challenges. So I would like to give this opportunity to Moses and Sophie and our Honorable JB Kilimo, just to tell us one actionable one action that you'd want us to take, or one step that you want us to take to ensure that women get into these political spaces, and the collaborative way that we need to work together. Just one. We start with Honorable JB Kilimo.
Yeah, thank you very much. One action is more of such meetings, and listen to the women to contribute more on the challenges, and have technocrats now translate those challenges into actions or into a campaign to help women to package a message around the challenges in their communities. Over to you.
Thank you so much. We got Moses.
Well, from where I sit, I've seen that or noticed that when women are given the economic voice, then they are able to meet all their issues or needs that they do have. And therefore, my appeal from what we've done and tested and we've seen is working, is that we are appealing to all stakeholders, government included, to be able to set aside a fund that then will be able to support women, not only entrepreneurs, but even to women aspiring to become leaders. And that exactly is what I believe, if it's done in the right way, then we'll have all women at that higher table, being able to participate in those spaces that truly will be able to uplift them socioeconomically. Secondly, is that looking at also something we did, if within a span of 3 years, over 878 women entrepreneurs were then able to actualize their economic goals and dreams. Then it's a call also that we can then adopt a strategy like this, then look for like-minded organizations, then like CRU. We come up with a facility then like this Jasiri. Something I wanted to mention is women rights organization. It's also a model that truly I have to appreciate Crown Trust, CRU, Care Canada, and Uraia Trust. It's a program that is strengthening capacity of grassroots women's rights organizations so that they are able to not only get to know how to access resources and opportunities that are there out there for them, but they are able to then advocate for their rights and ensure that the social justice system is working or is functional, and that nobody is there, or what we call the systems of power are not able to perpetuate the gender inequality that limits these women from participating. So that really would be my call, that we come together, we design holistic approaches or programs, and we involve the local actors to identify these solutions and make them really responsive to unique needs of women and girls. And to political parties, this I have to mention. I may not be a politician, but I've also been in this space to witness what's happening. The Constitution provides for a female representative in each county, but we have 290 positions or posts for members of parliament. I've seen there is a gap there. There is no provision for women, what we call reserving these seats, some of these seats for women. And who are the decision makers? They are the same members of parliament, and they hold these systems of power accountable if women are not given that opportunity. Definitely that will not work. So what should the political parties do? One, they should be able to reserve seats for women that are vying for those seats that are for members of parliament, and national government to do something around the constitution so that that provision exists there. The women rights organizations or the civil society organization can work together with them so that we can craft policies and move this agenda forward so that we have issues of women integrated in the constitution so that we have equal representation in our political system. It must be inclusive and more representative.
Thank you. Sophie, one second.
Yeah, thank you. I pick up from there. One, action, it has to be very inclusive. We need to leave nobody behind. And another thing is that maybe, how about if we just, we have very many researchers in the room. We have many women who are doing a lot and amazing work out there. Can we also just learn from best practices? I mentioned Rwanda because Rwanda is mentioned everywhere. It's not only in East Africa. Globally, they have achieved more than 2/3 of women in the house. So, and looking at where Kenya is and where Rwanda is, I'm sure Kenya is at a better place. So if we can get the best practices and just share and see how best can we bring this and start these conversations from the ground. And I like that we have organizations like Kewopa who's already, taking the 2/3 agenda, now akaita 2/3 mashinani. Can we just craft, if we can pick that one agenda at 2/3 and we say that every woman should understand it. Yesterday I really felt a bit low when the question was asked. We are all here in the room and we were asked how many of us really understand the 2/3. And very few of us raised their hands up, which means there's still a gap. Maybe that is where patriarchy is taking charge, and they have realized there's a gap, and now they're the ones who are taking that little space that we have given them, they're taking advantage of it. So can we find a way of just picking an agenda as a collective, women's force? Can we create a force around the 2/3 gender and start these conversations, connecting it with the best practices from a country like Rwanda, where we really appreciate that they have very many women in decision making, not only in the space in parliament and all, but they're also in decision making spaces, and they're making decisions. And if you can see, for real, Rwanda is one of the best countries in East Africa. It is doing amazingly well. And they're keeping everything, even the laws, they're all binding. I think because they have a lot of women there. So can we also just follow suit? We have a better country.
Thank you so much. Can I hand over to you before we do the applause? Sorry? Can I hand over to you for questions? Yes. All right. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for the wonderful job.
All right, round of applause for Regina and her panelists. We have had Moses Okello, as well as Sophie Dola Shiha. Makofi yao, thank you so much. Your passion for what you are communicating is palpable. I'm sure we all felt it. So thank you very much. As you sit there, I will now commence what is called, and I got you do it, what is called the open mic session. Remember, we didn't take questions from the last panel. There are some questions which were left unanswered yesterday on account of time. And I'm sure there are some questions or follow-up comments with regard to this particular panel. So you can shake a little bit? Shake a little bit? Just a little bit. I won't make you dance like Bina did, but I will soon enough, because after the cake, then the party begins. All right. That is the point at which
and Sophie also has a song.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're waiting to hear it. Like Daisy's song. All right, so soon enough you'll be shaking. You'll be shaky a leg, but before then and before we hear the communique from all the deliberations we've had, I'd like to open the floor to questions. I will ask you, please keep them as concise as possible so that as many people can contribute. I'll start with this table. Should I hand over a mic from the stage? Okay.
Wow, thank you so much. It was very, very, very informative. The speakers of today, I actually nawatolea kofia. We have learned so much. Let's applaud them a bit like this. Thank you. My request, I don't have a question, I have a request to all the development partners except Daisy, Crown Trust, because she has actually started it. And thank you so much, Daisy, for this. I want to request, a special request to all the development partners, all the donors, and anybody who has something that they can help the political class. I vied for Member of Parliament Kangema, and I had my share of challenges. I will not mention them here. But some of them, if I mention them here, some people will never vie because of what we went through. Including being told on your face, we are giving this to so-and-so. That is already intimidation. So I have a special request. Kindly, the Maendeleo, the CARE, everybody else, bring the women on board right now. Don't look for them helter-skelter 2027, that you're looking for a candidate somewhere. Even people who have no idea what they're going to do, just to pick them. Right. Let's start them now, okay, and also
I will stop you
either
there.
for capacity, material, or cash.
All right.
Yeah, so that's my humble request.
Aya, pitisha hapo microphone. Mikono tena ndo nijue hiyo nyingine iko wapi? Oh, yes.
Thank you so much for the 2 days, Daisy. Man is one. Women, don't forget to thank yourselves at the end of every day. Pigia mwili pole. And anytime you wake up in the morning, can you tell yourself you are wonderful, you are beautiful, and say hi to yourself before you leave your house. Don't forget that. Number 2, women leadership, we were told, is everywhere. Start in the market, start in the church, start in your house, start wherever you are. Those are the low-lying fruits. That is how you'll introduce yourselves to the world.
Okay.
If you can't lead your house, how will they support you? How will he support you? How will the children support you? So start by showing them you can lead right from your doors, your own room, your own self. Lead yourself first before you can think of leading others.
Okay.
And this I'm saying from the experience I got in Ghana, the Amakola market. The women there are controlling that market, and the market is producing billions of shillings in Ghana. And women are the ones running it. So why do we allow some spaces meant for us to be run by men? Ladies, that we are only looking for political positions. That is just one of them. But start by leading yourself, then the rest will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are wonderful and you are beautiful. Yeah. You didn't, you were not listening. You're wonderful and you are? Yes. Yes, the girl with the glasses. Just because I don't want to be told I'm disenfranchising the youth. No, sorry, her first. Grace.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Grace Kamau. I vied last election. Apparently, I was censored by the party. And one of my biggest fans were my age mates, the TikTokers and the Instagrammers. I didn't learn how to campaign with, I don't want to call you old, but more matured than me. Now my question goes like this. How can we use technology advancement to influence and shape the political processes and participation in the society to achieve the two-third gender rule? And I am not stopping to vie. I'm here to make a change. And I am a, look at me guys, I am a representation of a whole generation. Santini.
All right. There's a lady with the glasses just next to you there.
Well, okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all the panelists this morning. And my first maybe observation would be towards the panel for the young people, the millennial and Gen Z. Did you say Gen Z?
Gen Z.
Oh, Gen Z?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the panelists, the only man in the brood, the one-third, asked about when we go to social media and asking the young people, what do we watch? How are we using social media? Then I'll be throwing the question back maybe to the young people in our spaces and in our organizations. Maybe if we think that our social media is being distorted and most of maybe the explicit content is by the young people, what are we doing to maybe create awareness to the young people that let us use social media to our development and the development of maybe the whole community. And then my other thing is about the last panel was about all hands on deck. We are talking about women coming together and women rights organizations, but I think as civil society, first of all, wachana na community, sisi civil societies, at one point, we look like we are competing for the donor. We look like we want to outshine each other so that we are losing track. I remember when we were doing the Green Amendment, some organizations, some women rights organizations started poking holes into the campaign. So as we go forward, how do we ensure that all of us are having this all the hands on the deck? And also speaking about that, we are glad and thankful to Crown Trust that at least today we had a panel from the people, the women and the people with disabilities. And I was just telling my neighbor here that maybe we should also now start also bringing the religious on board. Go even up to the Catholic sisters, the Catholic fathers. For example, one person said, that you begin from where you are. Me, I begin from my church. So one day I asked my pastor, every day you pray for women who are barren? When will you ever pray for men who have low sperm count? Because when you can't have children, it is now the woman who has the problem. And in my church, I'm sometimes looked at like I'm very radical because I will always be talking about these things. So the religious space is another space that we need to bring on board. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, I see your hand, but your mic ikikuja hivi. Watu wa grao, ni vile siwaoni.
Asante sana. Upande hii ni kama we are marginalized, lakini thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jane Kamwaga. I'm the County Secretary, Maendeleo ya Wanawake, Murang'a County. And within these 2 days, we really appreciate the presentations, and we have learned a lot, and we are feeling like the 2 days are not enough. Because about capacities have been spoken so much, and more so about economic empowerment. Because without this economic empowerment, we might not be getting somewhere.
Let's listen.
Thank you. Sorry?
Thank you. No, sorry, I was asking them to listen.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want space. Now, we are talking about leadership. There are a lot of spaces that have been availed, not only in political spaces, but like, for example, members of parliament or MCs or presidency, but there are also other spaces like boards. The chair, Maendeleo, talked about other boards. For example, there is water boards, land boards, and we need women also to sit there, and we need capacities. We are also getting challenges when we are trying to pursue the representation in these boards in the rural areas, even at the local level. I have a case at hand now as we speak, whereby I vied for a position for a water board, and I qualified as a Maendeleo ya Wanawake representative because it was a category that was required, because women and water work hand in hand, because without water, women are the ones who suffer most. Okay. And I went through the process, I qualified and passed. But on Monday this week, as I was preparing to come for this conference, when the letters were being called for, those that qualified or passed, my name missed, and I was in the list.
Okay.
This is also discrimination. This is violation of rights. And I feel that with the help of our organization and the women of this country, we need also to get our spaces. Okay. This is not about being handed over because you are so and so, or you are known to this person or the other one. It is because you qualify and you also represent a very big constituency. Asanteni sana, but we appreciate Daisy and the rest and the team. We feel this should be rolled down to the grassroots level, so that our women that we represent can also feel that we want to work together. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Since you have the mic.
Yes. Okay, I want to be very brief in the interest of time. I just want to thank the organizers of this event because of bringing this to me. They are gold mines. I'm a beneficiary of the Jasiri Fund during the COVID time when many of us was facing GBV, and it was through the Jasiri Fund that I was able to navigate through the hard times of COVID. We used to call him Uncle Mose. Hakuwa anajua tunamsengenya hivyo. Every time we would call each other, Uncle Mose ameongea kwa M-Pesa. And I want to thank the organizers of this event because of bringing Moses here, and Sophie. Sophie is, through the World March of Women, is exposing women from grassroots to the world. And we are heading to Turkey. And I had to ongea mingi.
All right. Uncle Mose pia mimi siongee nini? Kwa M-Pesa. Yes, okay. Just because hii forum ni wenye hawajaongea, the three at the back there. At your what? And keep your comments as brief as possible. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'd just like to answer her when she said that no woman can be an enemy of another woman. Not everyone is a saint. Right now in Nairobi, at the county assembly, we have Joyce Modoni, who has drafted a bill over Nairobi Water, for Nairobi Water to be privatized. Amefikiria wamama wa mashinani. Amefikiria people living with disabilities. Then you are telling us about women in governance that are oppressing us. Yeah.
So you disagree with Wilkester?
I disagree with her cause we had Agnes Kagore aliandika watoto wetu wakuwe agents wake kwa polling stations and she never paid them. She never paid them.
All right. So because they are not here to defend themselves, tutaacha hiyo hapo. Okay, coming up. Just then I come.
Thank you. My name is Wanjiko Vega. I have a recommendation to make for the 2027 bit. Among the programs you're going to create, we always talk pre and during elections. We never talk about post-elections. What happens to those women who have lost? How do we take care of them? Women go through depression, marriages break, you're broke. How do we come back? So let us have, even if it's a camp where women go cry, because women called me, they were crying. Me, I was mourning my own loss. Women expect me to support them. I want to be supported too. There was no mechanism of support. So even as we prepare to win, let's also know that loss comes, and let's plan for how we can take care of ourselves after loss so that we can come back vibrant and ready again.
Okay. Was there just one more hand? Yes. Ndio mseme nimemarginalize and then tutakuja hapa.
Okay, asanteni. My name is Ruth Mombi, and I'm a community organizer, human rights defender, and I also vied in the last election. And for me, I just want to raise concern because there is this notion, and especially in the civil society fraternity. But before I say that, I must affirm that I'm a feminist, and I know that women issues are political issues. You can't separate women issues in politics. So, because I know there were development partners who are here, I need that clause that usually in a governed civil society, we are non-political, we are non-partisan, it's excluding, and it has been making women who are very radical, who are doing amazing work on the ground, and listening to the former MPJB, she categorically said that she was a paralegal. She was a paralegal. That's the platform that propelled her.
Okay.
So in the civil society, we also need to change that notion that we are non-political, non-partisan. No, we are political and they are partisan. That's why we are saying about gender rule. But I also want to correct my little sister here, Teresia. I think maybe Crown and the rest of the partners can pick up these issues. Joyce Modoni might she's not maybe clear on what she wanted when she was being nominated.
Okay.
Can we sit her down as Nairobian women and tell her that what she's doing, she's not representing our voice, this is what we want her to do. Na nikimalizia, nataka kusema pia, I'm a board member wa NGAF, National Affirmative Action Fund, Nairobi County. Na hiyo kiti haingekuja kama singeingia kwa siasa. And Baba was very categorical. I was in Azimio coalition. Na akaambia mama, tafutia huo msichana wangu mahali juu tumezimia. So pia politics So I want to encourage women. Let's just give it a try. Wacha tuingie kwa siasa na ile kitu tutapata, it pays and sometimes it doesn't. And these are success stories that we need to document and we need to propel. Si mara kila saa tunaongea tulianguka, lakini kuna wengine walianguka na wakajishikilia mahali. Hizo stories zao zinaambiwa na akina nani? Asanteni. Viva women, viva!
Mmesema mnafungua roho.
Hai akina mama. Mimi naitwa Rahab Wangoi Ndamboki na nimeokoka na mpenda Yesu. Na kwa hivyo nataka kusema sisi hatujasimia. Kwa sababu hatuwezi confess kusimia na sisi bado tuko. Sio imefanya nisimame. Mimi ni mama wa Wiper, ndio nimeongea hivyo. Na Wiper unajua pale tuko, si ndio? Lakini sisi tunapenda serikali na sisi ni mama wa maendeleo. Kwa hivyo mimi niko kwa pale mama yangu wa maendeleo ananipeleka national, tuko pamoja. Hiyo naye si ni makofi. Haya, mimi nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Uncle Moses kitu. Nimefurahi ameitwa Uncle Moses. Ulikuwa unapatia watu pesa bwana na huku tukumbuka, lakini tunashukuru. I just wanted to ask you one thing. Now that you have talked about the gender-based violence policy with some counties, what criteria are you using so that we can be able to work with other counties like maybe Meru? I don't know whether Meru is there, Nairobi, Machakos, Kiambu. You know, there are so many other counties whereby we have challenges with gender-based violence. I remember when I was the chair for Maendeleo ya Wanawake in Meru North, those many years back, I had a lady who was chopped off her hands by her husband. In fact, alikatwa mara kama 20 na kitu. We thank God she is alive today, but she does not have her hands. So what can we do so that we can have the same policy in those other counties? Because I don't know which criteria you are using so that we can be able to help our women. Otherwise, we are happy. We thank God for this conference. God bless you. Bwana asifiwe. Beatrice, mimi nataka ni dakika moja. Mine is a way forward and a take home for all women seated here. Never leave a leadership seat vacant. Ukikuta kama hata iwe ya Munanda, hata iwe ya bodi ya shule, ufike mapema na ukikuta hakuna chairman, kalia. Tuko pamoja? Alafu ule anakuja kama yeye si mzuri kukuliko, kalia vizuri. Kama unaona unamheshimu kidogo, mwambie asiwe anachelewa lakini umpe, lakini akichelewa siku ya pili usimpe. That is the fact. Hata bwana yako akitoka nyumbani, take up the leadership position. And that is how you practice. And you go and tell the other women never to leave leadership vacuum, sit vacuum, because this is the way we can start. Tukianzia hapo, hata hatutahitaji kuitisha hii 2/3. Wao ndio wataitisha. Asante.
Thank you very much. I'll try not to be too long-winded. First and foremost, thank you so much for the panel. I want to speak to, my concern is really what she presented, that there's a space. Census ilichukuliwa hapa jana, tukaona kwamba sisi sote hatuelewi hii 2/3. And it's so shocking because I've been in 2/3 for years. My daughters are in it. Everyone around me is in it. So to do the census and to know that yani kuna wamama ambao hawajui 2/3. So now you have said that maybe the men have taken up that and are speaking to it. And I wanted to speak to that because there are women leaders that are created by men. There are those who have been in the movement as me, as I'm saying, I've been here for the longest time and I have the heart for it and have never made it to that office. Within the campaigns, there are those who campaign for the men and get nominated. They are the ones that now are branded the flower girls and the bonga points and give us those names. For those of us who've been struggling in the movement, but now we have to embrace them. Wakiingia kila wiki ni kitenge mpya, kibeti mpya, kujijenga, kupigia mwili pole, vile tumesikia. But it's hurting the women movement. How do we embrace? Sitaki kuwapiga sana. And I don't know if there are laws that we can say that once you're nominated, be sure that you must speak. Oscar Sudi anasema sio grama mingi, atuongei kwa bunge, tunaongea huko nje. But then you must be able to at least speak and articulate some of these issues. Okay. We must put it, let's make a formula that once you're nominated kule mashinani kama MCA, at least speak. Now, you must be in public participation. You must. Okay. And you must be speaking on behalf of the women. Sio tu vitenge na vibeti tafadhali. Right, speak on behalf of the women. You know, whichever way you came, kama ulikuja kama girlfriend, kama ulikuja kama nini, kama you are very passionate. Kama umefika hapo na wewe ni mwanamke tafadhali tentea wenzako. Asante.
Very, very briefly, please.
Thank you. I know I'll talk when we are doing closing remarks, but allow me to comment on on the speakers before we went for lunch.
Okay, Madam Chair, as briefly as possible, because wananiambia hii ni session yao.
Oh, ni session yao.
Yes.
So we'll come in later.
Yes.
Then let me just say that I support mentoring in this particular section. We have Daisy to talk about mentoring, you know the gaps, so that we'll talk later. I will also say that I stood for Parliament in 2002, 22 years ago, in Yatta constituency. I did not make it. But because I was a businesswoman, I went back to business. I want to encourage, as much as we want politics, we need to be in business. We need to create wealth. Because the challenges we have had across board here, if you are in business and you did not make it, you have a place to bounce back. But if you just are doing politics and you don't make it, surely it cannot be the only thing we want to do. So I am supporting economic empowerment, creation of wealth. I'll come back.
All right, thank you very much. Msijali, kuna ile swali ya elections iliulizwa, Madam Chair atajibu.
Kwa majina tena naitwa Rose Chege. Nitaongea na hii lugha sababu wamama wengi, mama zetu wamepitwa na hiyo kizungu mingi. Nikiangalia pad, nimetumia pad kama 2, nimeandika. Si ndio hiyo sasa? So part yangu nataka kuzungumza on behalf of mama hapa. Hii yote tumefunzwa hapa. Tafadhali naongea. Hii yote tumefunzwa hapa, ni maneno mengi tumefunzwa. These 2 days are not enough. Kweli rongo? Organizers, tafadhalini. Mama Rahab, mkubwa wa mama, muna pesa zimetoka Canada. Lipieni hawa mama. Mtulipie, tukuje. Same time in August. Duration ikuwe 3 days or even 1 week. Na kuna wengine hapa tena wanaweza jisponsor, ama mnaonaje? These 2 days are not enough for us to have hii kisomo. Na bado nangoja ile story ya 2/3 sijaisikia. Ama mama mlipata? Mlipata? Kwani mnauoga? Si tuliambiwa tu nini? Hiyo 2/3 na Kiswahili hatujaelezwa. Ikaendelea hivyo. So hiyo ni ya kwanza. So we need a week or 3 days. Same duration next year in August. Tumekubaliana? Madam Rahab najua amekubali ukiona amenifanyia hivi. So tutalipiwa. Tutalipiwa. Ya pili bado ni kwa wamama wenzetu. Madam Rahab, I think utakuwa ukijiavail yourself kuenda mashinani. Nasikia hata mko na maofisi ama? Madam Kariobangi, mko na ofisi ya wamama? The lady here. Muna ofisi mashinani? Kuna maofisi ya maendeleo mashinani? Sasa huku ni ndio hapa niko hivi. Hamuna ofisi za mama? Rahab, na tumaini unasikia yoyote? Bas, sawa, mtajibiwa. Na yangu nilipiwe special ya 1 week ama ya next year. Sawa? Na ile do ya jana, hii nitakuja hapo kwa 500.
Aya, sawa. Thank you very much.
Nipewe microphone, hiyo lazima nitazungumzia sababu hakukuwa na 30 bob juu ya 5.
Nafunga. Keki tapoa.
Sema.
Mic hapo.
1 minute. Niambia niendelee. Kwa hivyo bado nitachukua mic tena, sawa?
Hapo ndo tunafikisha hapo. Please, so that at least one more person can speak.
It has been a beautiful 2 days. Yes, it's true it's not enough, but we have learned a lot. So we'll refer to our theme, inclusive governance, sote pamoja. It's a call of action to all of us women here. Let us learn to participate. Let us not only depend on the ones in the offices. As I said before, what are you as an individual planning to do?
It's coming.
So let us be very participative. Even kwa mashinani, there are the CIDP, hizo participation forums. Who goes among these people here? You just allow, yes, very few of us. If I say we raise our hands, who goes for those who are development meetings? You see, and see there we are many. Very few of us go. But that's the room where you need to put our policies in front to these leaders. We chose them, they need to work for us, not the other way around. But if you do not go, they just put their policies, and then again after 5 years, we will be complaining. So let us learn to participate. Thank you.
All right, Mike, isafiri huko, ya mwisho. Okay, hiyo inakuja na keki.
Hongera. Naweza ongea kwa ruhusa yako?
Please, hiyo watanime.
Mimi nasimamia, kuna kitengo ambacho haujasimamisha. Kitengo ambacho hujasimamisha.
Gani?
The women in the church. Of course, we know Daisy is in the church, but we are talking about reverend pastors and all that. And are you here? Yes, and I'm one of them in that category, hujatusimamisha. And also media. I want to to put a challenge to you all that our TikToks, our Facebook, our WhatsApp, our Instagram, whatever range of social media, use it for your business. Don't use it to show us your bam bam. We all have bam bams, but we can do better in that. So when we are criticizing the personality in media, media can build you, media can bring you down. And I told the Tharaka Nithi women rep that when somebody hits a man, we are talking about those people out there, yeah? When they hit you, the following morning, book an interview, go hit back. Thank you so much.
All right. Tuna hiyo
Na yule madam amesema wamama wako hapa nyuma wajasoma wamesema wamesoma. Tuwe hamwe. Tuko pamoja. Asanteni, habari zenyu, mimi naitwa Apofia Mwende Moyaseo. Now we are really having a very good conversation today, and I thank the organizers for all that. Tunasema ya kwamba, for example, madam, Wanjiko, you started your politics at what age? 21. Those other ladies, they started their journey at what age? 21. The same age. Tupelekeni hii maneno kwenye mashule. We start from ground. We are doing mentorship advocacy in school, SGBV, me and my partner here. We can as well include leadership skills. Huko primary school, secondary school, wakuje wakipanda ya kwamba wakiniambia sijui niko na matiti kubwa, ni sawa. Sijui wakiniambia sijui niko na wanaume wangapi, ni sawa. Because my capacity will have been built. We talk about self-esteem. That is what we are suffering from, women. And also now the patriarchy, society that we have, the men that we have get to know what are our gaps. And now hapo ndio wanagonga ilivyo. So tuanzeni huko chini, tuende kwenye mashule. Tuanze kuwafundisha ya kwamba you can be a leader. Hii 2/3 ianzie huko shuleni, si ndio? Na tukiendelea hivyo, it is gonna be good. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Just one more.
Habari zenyu. Mimi naitwa Lucy Njoroge. Mimi ni actress, naigiza katika Inoro, Roa Wedo. Na mimi nafurahi nikiwa mwanamke na nikiwa najua kabisa everywhere where I go people resonate with me because I'm on TV, and that is where we work with Apofia. Na mimi naweza sema there is a lady who spoke, Wilkista Aduma. You spoke about cross generational mentorship. That one resonates with the people who are using social media. Me being a TV personality, social media is very important. And one thing I'd like to ask Daisy, maybe you organize for a way that people can get to know about the leadership and mentorship through social media. There's a lady, Eve. Is it Eve? The girl who has a social media page, a YouTube. Wanjiko. Kindly like her page. I went through her page. Anna likes Mingi. Please go to YouTube right now like she requested, then just follow her page.
All right.
Let's make sure we adjust each other's crown as women.
Thank you. The last, absolute last one. na isipotelea hapo katikati. Thank you very much.
Wamama oye. Wamama oye. I'm Ruth Uvai from Makueni, but I was born in Kakamega. I'm married in Makueni. I want to thank Daisy and the partners and all those who are here who helped this forum to be the way it is today. I want to thank God because of this day, because I was in politics. I vied for a political seat on an MCA seat in Ukambani. I didn't make it. I was almost giving up. But now this journey of yesterday, I'm no longer giving up. So I'm saying this. Tukirudi kule, wamama, let's not give up. Tusimame, tutafute wale ambao watatusaidia. Washira, nimesikia ukiongea kuhusu ajira, umeongea kuhusu wale wengine. Fika kule Makueni, fika kule Machakos. Wamama wanataka kujijenga, tunataka kusonga mbele kwa sababu hatutaki wanaume watufinyilie kila wakati. Unajua kuna hii to that gender rule ambayo tumeongelelea. Hata saide isi mimi narudi nyumbani kama sijui itakuwa namna gani. So I want to go back there. Wacha tuingie mashinani. Tuambie wamama wale wengine what we want. Sawa sawa. Tunataka the next coming years wanaume waanze kulia to that gender rule for men and not for women. Sawa sawa. Mama Rahab, I'm talking to you now. You come from that place of Ukambani. In Makueni, maendeleo ya wanawake is not working. So just come to Makueni, tunataka kutokelezea. Asante sana. May God bless you, ladies.
Thank you. Please clap for yourselves. Please clap for yourselves. You guys are amazing. Amazing. You are wow. All right, but you know the program has to move. Your questions have to be answered. Najua mko na mengi. Days umesikia kilio. 2 days is not enough. Aya basi, I will invite Regina, give us the answers for the questions that were directed to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the sentiments that are coming. This is very encouraging, and I think I love to see how we are ending up this day. Sorry for those who have not gotten opportunities to ask their questions. We can still interact out there. We have people who can actually answer us, and I think that will be okay with us. Before I give my sentiments, I will ask Dola to respond to some of the questions, and then Moses also to respond to after Dola to one of the questions that were asked here on resource.
Okay. Wow, thank you very much. Hii moto imeanza kuwakishwa hapa iende mashinani. So I'm really excited that we are all excited. They usually remind us that how it starts sometimes does not matter. How we finish really matters. And what we live with here, how we finish from here, is psyche and mtaani people. Otherwise we'll just be meeting and making noise and doing whatever, and people will say, si walikutana, hawakufanya chochote. So let's do something with what we got here. So I want to try and attempt to answer some of the questions. I had numbered them, but I'll just answer as they come. On the issue of time, sisters, I'm happy that we are saying that time is never enough. Hata tukipatiwa 1 month hapa. We've gone to forums where we spend even a week. On the last day, women cry and say that the time was never enough, time was never enough. It will never be enough. So it's one of the biggest challenges that we're having right now. And I've also had so many people, everybody who's talking is calling back Daisy, they're calling back Mama every time they're talking about Maendeleo leadership. The reason we are here, what Crown Trust has done today, they have opened up a platform for us to share. This is an opportunity for us to learn and to think how we are going to organize. We can't expect Daisy to come to Kindu Bay today, where I come from, and tomorrow she's in Makueni, and another time, what are you doing? Kazi yako ni nini? So let's take up what we have and let's start strategy. These are strategies. We are building together. We are including everybody. We can't know everyone. Even our own president does not know everybody. He doesn't know anyone in my village, but people know him. So we know Daisy, we know Crown Trust, we know what Women Political Alliance is doing. So what are you doing yourself? So tuache kulia maneno ya time. Time haitatosha. Na time inaenda. Na tumeshakumbushwa that in a few years, we are going into another election. We're expecting women to be there. Women who, when you ask them, when you introduce yourself, and you say your name, and they'll tell you, my name is so-and-so, and I don't work. And we expect that woman to come and tell you that she's taking a political seat. You ask her, you're saying that you don't work. Who cleans the house? It's me. Who gets the firewood? It's me. Who cleans the children? It's me. Who does this? It's me. What is that? It is work. So we have a lot of work to start helping that woman at the grassroots level from her own identity. Can we start appreciating women? That's work that a lot of women do to appreciate. So we have to continue doing that. And on the issue of technology, thank you very much, Kamau. You're always amazing when you speak, and you inspire so many of us. And I think she's right. We need to go where they are at. If they don't come to you, I did a lot of political education on popular education, and one of the scholars that I follow a lot, Boal, Gusto, I think they said that some of the critical political questions, you see why men exhale, they talk about politics in bars. They'll go to drink, but they'll talk about politics. There's a time men used to have places in town, kunaitwa Wikidi, you know, they call them Wikidi. I know some of you know it. You know, what happens at Bunge la Mwananchi Mombi, you know, people sit there, a lot of them are men. What are they doing? They're not talking fashion, they're not talking about women, they're talking politics. So what are we doing? Can we also strategize in our chama? Tumalize chama alafu tuongee kuhusu nani anaenda this time. Tutachangia nani, tushone leso, tunafanana tuende kwa ground. If we start that, that's a good strategy for us. And so we need to go out there, and it's not only social media. I think we have a very big challenge, and this is technology. Women must be taught, you know, technologically. Right now, technology lazima. Najua mpaka ushago sai, and you know, when you need it, when you realize that you need it, you'll get it. My grandmother, ukimtumia pesa sai ushago, atajua, najua ni M-Pesa, message ya M-Pesa, that's technology. Kwa nini tunasema wamama hawana technology? Wakati wa COVID, pengine hata aona tu, lakini atauliza umetuma ngapi, juu ameona ni M-Pesa message. You know, and that's technology. So what more can we use that space for? As women in politics, as grassroots women who want to take up leadership spaces and do something in these spaces. So it's not just that. You remember during COVID, some of us didn't even know that something like Zoom existed. You know, we learned how to use Zoom, and it is something that we have picked right now. Now I don't have to go to Tanzania to have a meeting. I need to have a meeting with my sisters in Tanzania. I'll send them a text and tell them, can we have the meeting today? And they'll all be there. We just need to create time and get a link, and we are all there, and we're discussing. And now we have these spaces as Kenyan women. So it's not only the social media. And I had the millennials generation. There's a time someone said, ati uko Facebook. Who's on Facebook now? Now we'll tell your age from the social media that you keep, you know, because they are saying Facebook has been outdated. Now watu wako wapi? And they are telling you, yeah, if you're in Facebook, they know which generation you're born, which generation you come from. Watu wako Musically, watu wako TikTok, watu wako Instagram, you know. So what are we doing? Tukae tu your Facebook yetu because we are mobilizing this generation. Beatrice anacheka kwa sababu tuko na yeye Facebook. Tukae tu Facebook. We are not saying we don't live there, because that's where we know, and that is where some of our generation are. But can we also try and learn TikTok? Can we also try and get to Instagram? I like the idea that our sister Lucy has raised about even us supporting Wanjiko, you know. She has a page. How many of us even know that we can create our own YouTube channels and exhale? We can start YouTube channels, do whatever, do this political education on, and every morning you just tell people, I'm going to post another YouTube like in 3 hours. And people who are interested in politics, the information we got here was amazing, but we keep it to ourselves. If we post it on Instagram and you just say for women interested in politics, those women will follow. So we are going where they are at. We need to start from there. Yeah, so very lastly on the issue, somebody talked very passionately. This is one thing that I'm very passionate about, but sometimes it also affects me. I've never vied for any political seat, but I support a lot of women who vie for these seats, and because I respect them so much. Because when a woman offers herself to be in this political seat, The woman does not just offer herself as a woman to be in the ballot. They come with a lot of emotions, with a lot of resources, with a lot of themselves. We have cases from this country where women wamekuwa violated mpaka watoto wanauliwa because you're in politics, because your counterpart or the person you're trying to sees that you're better na naona akimaliza mtoto wako, hiyo time yako ya campaign utabaki ukishughulikia mtoto. And some of them got scared. Some of them even left the country, and we know, just because somebody offered themselves, and they bring their all. Women bring their all, sadly. When a woman wants to do something, that woman gives their all, and they don't know how to give half-half. So that is one of the biggest challenges that we have. So someone...
Sophie, unfortunately, I will have to cut you short there.
Yeah, just this last one on what can we do to the women who go out there, they give their all, and then wanabaki na a lot of emotions peke yao. They lock themselves in the rooms, they cry. You know, somebody tells you, mimi vile nili lose after giving my all, for 1 week I'm not gonna shower. Why should I? I'll stay there. Mtu anakuwa depressed. Yeah. So what we need to do, I think we need to be creating spaces where we prepare. Women, we know how to prepare. So if we can prepare these places, because we already know that we're in a murky field. Politics in this country is very murky. So we know that when we are going into these murky fields, we have these women who are going to come out and give their all. And definitely, we don't expect every woman to win. But we are not also telling women that you're going out there to lose. So what we are doing, we need to prepare. Okay. Get spaces for mental wellness, where we can have women, we can have counselors, we can have people talking to them, we can have people appreciating them. Hata kama tunaweza rudisha half of the money they used in a way, if we can get some support to give them back, I think these spaces can help women a lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Tunataka watu waende nyumbani na giza.
Woi pole.
Moses, kindly.
Myself, I do appreciate as well what has been happening since we started yesterday. Regarding the question that was raised by Rehab on the effort that you are putting forward to be able to reach out to other counties because of the collaborative effort to help them develop gender-specific policies at the county level, I would like to say that this is an effort that is still ongoing, and that CRU is open to partnerships, collaboration. We can work on this together after this. And it was just a matter of priority or prioritizing those areas, but the work is still ongoing. We have 47 counties. We did this almost in 5 counties. We still have 42, so it's still open. We can have that conversation further. On technology, I'll be brief. Use it to brand yourself, to market yourself, create awareness using technology, record yourself, talking about leadership topics or thematic areas, specific thematic areas that appeals to people. Then you'll be able to move your agenda forward. As I complete or conclude, when we started Jasiri, we had 3 women that later vied for politics after the mentorship support that they received from us. And that was very specific when I wanted facilitators. I went for women to facilitate and become mentors, and they are here today. And that is exactly what we really need to do. Mumbi was my mentor, and we have others also here. And they all vied because of the mentorship support we provided. And we hope women, if opportunities are there, do not deny another or fellow woman opportunity to grow or to advance economically. That is something we can do together. Thank you so much.
All right. Mosei wengine ataongea kwa M-Pesa. Chair Lady, there are very many questions which are directed your way. I will allow you to speak last. 3 minutes if you're able, please. And then Winnie Maru, the next portion of the program is yours.
Thank you. We can clap for her. She's done a great job. When you hear me, I need a microphone. Munanisikia? Yes. I did not come alone. Let me start from there because I want to give an answer which seems to be running through for Maendeleo. National Secretary come here. Nairobi elected team, sub-county chairs come here and the chair. Any of the elected, Jane Kamwaga secretary, please come. I have a team elected from Maendeleo. And we run the office from headquarters. Modoni, please come. And Maendeleo is a voluntary women organization. We also run from our homes. Some of us have done that for many years. This is Maendeleo, you should be here. But this is the elected team now. That's what I'm calling, that is Nairobi chair and all the sub-county chairs. So, I have had a cross-cutting thing on Maendeleo elections, I do not know what. We had a board meeting last week, and my board is 47 county chairs. I have now a county chair here, Nairobi County Chair, mkono juu. National Secretary is here, mkono juu. National Secretary, salamia watu.
Kina mama, hi. Hi. Kina mama, hi. Hi, mama. I'm very delighted, Desi, with this conference. I have been a business lady, and now I'm serving Maendeleo, and the secret is money in the pocket. When I started, I was below 30. I went into export business with my national chair. We traveled all over the world. We brought dollars into this country, but today we are serving the women. So I will say, let's do economic empowerment. I was privileged to be a board member of Women Enterprise Fund, and I support the gentleman who was here before, that when you have money and you can buy a kibiriti, you cannot call for us, you ask your husband for a pencil, you will be respected. So let's go above petty issues and support each other and put money in the pocket. Chair, I think I'll leave it there.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you, Katibu. Yeah. So all we are trying to say is Maendeleo has run this country for 70 years. You saw our national celebrations last year, and you know how we ended. I want us to look at the bigger picture and come out of petty politics. All these leaders here are elected with a very big following. If you tell me you want 10,000 women tomorrow, I'll give them to you, because the leaders are here. So I am trying to say that as this is a very important woman in Wiper, Ruth, we were together, so all we are saying is let us be positive. Ile swali iliulizwa ya kura, tulimaliza board meeting. In November, all these are members of the AGM. My AGM days here, you have about 200 women. Half of mine will be 780 women. They set the calendar of elections in 2024. They make the decision. It is constitutional. They will speak, and the nation will know what the AGM of Maendeleo has said. So whoever is asking, we are on 4th floor Maendeleo House. You have seen the county chair of Nairobi. There is a county chair in every county. Surely, Rahab cannot talk about the county chair in Wajir. You've got to talk to her from there, because Rahab is representing the whole country at a headquarters. But from Maendeleo platform, let's please Kenyan women, let us look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture will help this country. Let us not incite small talks in such a conference like this. And they say on behalf of Maendeleo, we thank you. So let me do my closing remarks. You can have a seat. Let me do my closing remarks. Economic empowerment for us in Maendeleo. Having walked this journey, we want to say we have a national water harvesting project. Please, I can see you have your pens. Those who have not gone to our website, go to www.mywokenya.org. You will see our work of the National Water Harvesting Project. It is in 23 counties. We want to be in the 47 counties. We partner with Equity Bank. We train women, and I can tell you, we have had very big results. So if you go to our website, you will see what we have done. Now, let me come to the issue of why we are here. They say in 2003, we had a meeting which Mama Gracia Machel talked to us, Kenyan women in New Stanley Hotel. I do not know whether you were there then. And she told us Kenyan women, who was there? 2003 New Stanley, I was there. And she told us, yeah, 2003, Mama Machel, Mandela. And she told us, Kenyan women, you fight one another too much, and yet you are so capable, all of you. Kenyan women, clap for yourselves. You are very capable. In this region, we are the best business women. We have done a lot. We are the best caregivers. We've been very good mothers and grandmothers. We've been excellent wives. So let me put it this way. The infights, which are so small, Daisy, we met in our office, and we agreed. The challenges in this nation, they need the civil society together, and that is why we are here. Maendeleo will bring his strength, Daisy will bring her strength, and together we are going to sort out the remaining issues in this country. So for us in Maendeleo, Mama Gracia told us, you do not need 1,000 NGOs doing the same thing. We carried that. So in my time in Maendeleo, we have had to put so much together to streamline the institution. Today we can come out and say, go to our website, challenge us in what we'll be doing, and come to our offices. Daisy, coming back to your meeting, we need to start a mentorship program. Because what we are hearing from the young people, yesterday when I spoke, some are saying we did not know what Maendeleo has been doing. We did not know that this journey has been this long. We did not know that Kina Mama Phoebe became president in Maendeleo in 1958. We did not know Maendeleo was started by the governor's wife. So Maendeleo has been passing on the baton. And we can confidently say, I am the 12th chair and I have been passed on the baton. So we as a women civil society, Daisy, you are 13 years, we are 70. We then need to agree, shall we be passing this baton? We have had gaps from young people. We have had them telling us very many things. Why is this missing? Let's be honest. From 2003, some very serious civil society went into government, right? During President Kibaki time. Then we came President Uhuru after 2013, we continued being in government, right? So we left a gap. So let us accept that we've left a space, and Daisy ran with this space for the last 10 years. Can we clap for Daisy? Because she really tried her best. We would see her on television, but we in Maendeleo, we were also comfortable doing our own other work. So now that we are agreeing that there are gaps, let Maendeleo bring their work, let civil society bring their work, and let us all come together and say, what is this one thing missing for me? As we encourage our young girls to go into politics, I also think we need to encourage them to do business. And this one, me, I'm very serious. Because once you lose as an MCA, we had the girl telling us here from Kiambu, I have spent 2 million shillings. I have to do papers. I have to do materials. If she does not make it, where does she go back to today? But if she has a business she's running, she'll be able to bounce back to her business another 5 years and she'll come in. So what is the strategy? For us in Maendeleo, we had 40 MCAs in 2017. Now we have 57 MCAs, right? The number has gone up. But we have almost 10 women working in the county government, priding ourselves in also supporting the government over the years at the top level. So what are we saying? We are looking at 300 MCAs in 2027. Not less than 300 MCAs, because if alone we have gotten 57, then together we can do another 250. Are we in agreement? Yes. How do we do this? We take these meetings to the counties. Daisy, we take these meetings to Makueni, we take them to Kiambu, we take them to Baringo. We do a lot of meetings ourselves. I was in Baringo with Beyond Zero and FGM, and the government institution, and we are training 7 women on FGM. I was in Embu, Mbariri opened the conference for us. We were still doing FGM. So Maendeleo is on the ground, but quietly, because we are also an institution. We do not have to go out announcing everything out there. But if you go to our website, if you go to our Twitter, if you go to our Facebook, when we meet in the next conference, you'll see what Maendeleo is doing. And the water harvesting project, I am encouraging you. Equity Bank gives our women very good loans. For 3 years, you pay a 10,000 liter tank, 67,000. If you go to Kajiado tomorrow, you will find the vegetables they are growing with this 10,000-liter water tank. So I welcome you to come to Maendeleo. I welcome you to visit our website, and from there we can work together. In conclusion, women in church, I want you to join this. How many are agreeing with me? How many are in Mothers Union? ACK? Tukutendeleza tuko hapa. How many are in CWA? How many are in the Women Guild? Pastors wako wapi? Kina daughters of Yahweh. So what we are saying, we are Christian women. Are we saying that? Are we Christian women? Are we Muslim women? Are we Muslim women? Wako pale, my sisters. We can therefore not afford to let this country go down in values, in family, in integrity. With those many remarks, let us be our sister's keeper, and let us take care of values, integrity, and family in this nation. Thank you so much for listening to me, Daisy. Thank you so much for the invite. Oh, I have to answer Maendeleo first. 2/3. Daisy is our chair, and I wanted us to speak because we are 2 chairs. We have the PS for gender, Veronica Nduva, and we have Daisy Amdanyi co-chairing. Simuna Gumbali hawa wanatosha. And then the members are here. How many members? Please come, members of the 2/3. Just been gazetted by the minister. How many members are here? Daisy, you have to stretch. How many members are here? We are about 15, and I am one of the members. So what are we doing in this committee? 2/3, first of all, is for appointive and elective positions. Whether as teachers, we need 2/3. Whether in hospitals, we need 2/3. Whether in government, we need 2/3. Church, I'll be careful, because churches run differently. As an Anglican, I know the protocols of the Anglican Church, and I worship at the All Saints. So let me not bring church here. There is already a big debate on the church. So 2/3 in every institution, appointive and elective. So that in the banks, we want to see our girls there 2/3. But ask yourself, when then we only talk about the girls and the women, the day the men will be less, they will also need 2/3. Are we agreeing? They will also need 2/3. So when we come to the ground, because we are coming, I'm coming, my dear, I'm almost done, we will then be very, very careful in how we approach this debate. The parliament is men. That's the story of men. I am very careful myself because men are my partners. I'm a mother of sons, and I was married to a man for almost 40 years when I lost him. And I had a very strong father, and I have brothers. So I'm quite careful with the issue of men. And I know when you want to get consensus, even in your home, you really must calm down to be successful. Kenyan men have a very high ego. Allow me to say this. And when we do not place them where they belong, we are the losers. So mimi ningependa hapo, let us fight like men, but let us be women. Let us have humility. That way, you'll get everything you're asking for. Wamama tumekubaliana? Tukinye, kuna nyimbo ya Kikuyu inasema nginyoka gia o kahora. That style is the style to win you. You walk one step, you go back. You know, the Kikuyu women know this. They are an institution by themselves. You walk one step, you go where? So let us handle our men with care, and we'll get everything we are asking for. Let us not go with this women, I don't know thing. I am very careful myself with that. I don't like doing that because I'll lose. But I know when I have gone with humility, even to my own husband, I got everything I wanted. So truly, the president has already brought us this far with the 2/3. He has given us this memo. Can you clap for the president? I know wengine watasema alikuwa azimio na nini, that is behind us. Maendeleo works with the government of the day, and that is where we are today. So, on that note, he gave us the memo and he gave the support. So what we are saying is tukija kwenu, let us be objective. let us truly handle the 2/3 like this is our last chance. If we don't get it now, Kenyan women, we forget about it. Tumekubaliana? If we do not get it now, we do what? Because the president, it has started with good wishes from the head of state. So there is anything I've left out? I think we'll be hitting the ground soon when the minister says whatever she'll say next week, and with those very, very many remarks. Which one? We were appointed by the minister. Oh, to become a member, you have to be above 18 years. And then you come to Maendeleo House, the secretary is there is an open office, and the rest you shall get from Maendeleo House. And we give a cup of tea. Sisi ni wamama, utakunywa chai, utaenda bathroom, tutakupatia certificate. With those many remarks, Kenyan women, thank you very much for the honor. Thank you very much for the position of serving you. And today, may the good Lord bless you. Thank you very much. Let us do that in a Maendeleo. Surely this was not a Maendeleo meeting. I want to respect Crown Trust. This was their meeting. Please go to our website. Everything is in there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There are also officials who came up here, so perhaps you can follow up with them as well. All right, I'd like to invite Winnie at this point to bring the program home. Shona keki imeandaliwa. So in as few moments as possible, we'll be wrapping up.
Thank you very much. Olive, please give a round of applause to Olive. She has been a fantastic MC for the 2 days that we've been here. Managing women is not easy. Thank you, Olive. Make sure you tune in to her show, 7 a.m. Is it 7? 6, hiyo ni ya watu wa merauka. 6 o'clock, please tune in to her show every day on NTV. NTV. Yes, please make sure you follow her. Yes, we are bringing the program to a close. I just want to respond to the lady who said we need to start in schools. Ni nani alikuwa amesema huyo? Aya, unaitwa nani? Apofia. Apofia. We actually have school children here. Nataka musimame. Kujeni hata, kujeni. There is Juma Elizabeth Naliaka from Friends School Tigoni Girls in Form 1. Come, Tigoi. Simiyu Faith Nafula St. Joseph's Girls High School Kitale, Form 1. Kariuki Chantal Kageha, St. Mark's Girls High School Kitale, Form 4. Michelle Achieng Otieno St. Bridget Baraka Secondary School, Form 1. Cynthia Wanga. Mutapanda hapo juu. Hao ndio watatukatia keki. Just so that you see how much of inclusion we have. We have done women, we have done people with disability. We now want to do the very young people. Sawa, with rehab. Yes, ngojea Cynthia Wanga, Butere Girls High School Form 1. Stacy Ayuma Moi Girls School Nairobi, my alma mater. Form 2. Immaculate Karaoke Oletipis Girls School Form 1. Pigieni hao watoto makofi. Can you see this is inclusion? And any other person who is under 25 who is here? Any person who is under 25 who is here? Come, Jackie. In fact, Jackie is a youth with a PWD. Jackie, come. And there is a Daisy. Daisy, how old are you? Where Daisy nimekuona miaka kaa 15. Where ni under 25? Aya, sawa. Sharon kuja. Na nani? You are under 25? Okay. You're 20 what? 3. Aya, sawa. Hao wote, yes. All, hata Cindy amejileta. Cindy ameniambia yeye ni under 25. Good. Haya. And for the ones who also thought that we don't have people from Mashinani, we have brought people from across counties. There is Kisumu. Watu wa Kisumu wako? Watu wa Kisumu wako hapa? Winnie Kimeu unawaona? Watu wa Nakuru wako hapa? Hawako? Very good. Machakos? Thank you. Makueni? Wako? Kajiado? wako Busia. Cynthia yuko hapa. Mimi nimetoka Wasingishu County, watu wa County of Champions. Sisi Wihab imelete watu wa Kwale, Nyandarua, Machakos, Turkana. So please note, we have actually involved women at the grassroots. So this is actually all inclusive. I will now call Velona. No, to do the communique. We have to do the communique first. Yes, that is why I only wanted young people. Do you want Rehab to stand until we read the communique? I don't think she can stand. Exactly. She can. Amekataa yeye mwenyewe. Velona, come and read the communique. Yes. Rehab will represent the eldest women. And just while Velona comes, no, Rehab, apana sit. The communique is being read, yes. And just before Velona reads, I want members of the planning committee who made this a success, even as Velona will give the vote of thanks. Please stand wherever you are. And our partners, they've gone. Planning committee, Beatrice is here. Daisy is here. Please clap for them. Rehab, yes, through Maendeleo. The rest have gone home. All our partners, but utawapatia hiyo asante. Thank you very much. It's been a long time, but we have made this a success. Asante. Velona, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll read the communique first, and then I can proceed to something else. I'm not the outgoing type of person, but I'll try as much as possible to speak loudly. I hope everyone is, you're okay, you can hear. Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust is in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Global Affairs Canada, African Women Development Fund, CARE Kenya, the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, the ECO Network, Women's Political Alliance, Justice Advocacy Empowerment Center, the National Women's Steering Committee, hosted a two-day Maendeleo ya wanawake. I apologize. Hosted a two-day annual Women's Rights Convention that is from yesterday, 23rd, to today, 24th August. The theme of the forum, as we all know, is inclusive governance, sote pamoja. We are all together here. And it has been attended by over 400 participants. That is physically. So we are still doing the numbers, so it's going to be beyond 400 by the time we are done. And then virtually we have been joined by over 1,000 people. We are still doing the numbers. Participants were drawn from various various industries and high-ranking government officials, private sector, non-state actors, development partners, thought leaders, women rights organizations, the media, academia, and grassroots women from Nairobi County and its environs. The goal of the third annual Women's Rights Convention is to foster discussions on inclusion, governance towards improving women's representation in leadership positions, and to promote the theme of Sote Pamoja, which translates to all together in Swahili. The annual Women's Rights Convention was officially opened by the Cabinet Secretary of Gender and Affirmative, of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, that is Honorable Aisha Jumwa, following keynote addresses from representatives of the Canadian High Commission in Kenya, women representatives from the legislature, and representatives from partner organizations. The thematic areas discussed by the panelists were the 2/3 gender principle, which I think we still need to demystify and make everyone aware, even at grassroots level. And navigating the terrain, that is taking stock of women's political participation, investing in women, disability inclusion, intergenerational mentorship, where we were working at bridging the youth divide, and what we finalized with is paying the price, all hands on deck. So we, the women of Kenya, from women rights organizations, policymakers, government officials, civil society organizations,
non-governmental organizations, marginalized groups which include youth, persons with disability and ethnic minorities, and the media, hereby present this communique as follows. We observe and acknowledge that significant progress in women movement has been made over the years, and the strength of leadership displayed by women in the movement is commendable. The collaborative approach and commitment of the government to work with women demonstrated by the Cabinet Secretary of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Aisha Jumwa, this one is applauded. The progressive, the progressive government initiatives and policies that recognize and address women's issues, including the most recent gazettement of the multi-sectoral working group on the realization of the 2/3 gender rule, where Daisy sits in order to build a truly transformative and inclusive governance movement, we must not lose sight of the mission to ensure no woman is left behind, especially at the grassroots levels. And we must harness the skills that lay dormant within marginalized groups. Achieving gender equality is not merely a slogan, but a steadfast commitment that must be embedded within our core values. Gender integration cannot be compartmentalized, and it needs to be integral. There needs to be an integral thread throughout the fabric of all our work. Economic empowerment remains the integral part of women movement's agenda, and stakeholders engaged in this work must continue to be supported in order to realize inclusive governance. The intentional inclusion of persons with disability on the panel at this convention is applauded, and it's a step in the right direction. We note with concerns that the barriers to women political participation include discrimination based on age, marital status, objectification, shaming throughout derogatory language, and online attacks, especially from male competitors, gatekeeping from certain spaces, lack of access to finance, and physical and sexual violence. We recommend moving forward the adoption of broad-based actions that inspire horizontal and vertical leadership for women across all spheres and bridges ideologically contestation to address the barriers that women face. That the underlying causes of poverty and injustices faced by marginalized groups must be tackled to achieve the true equality through building agencies and transforming structures to fight discriminatory social norms. That all women set aside their political affiliations and work towards achieving a 2/3 gender rule. That women in the political arena seek and embrace the history of the journey towards affirmative action so as to draw lessons and forge a way forward. That women leaders in all spheres, including civil society, should engage in intergenerational mentorship to ensure the continuity of women in leadership. That women seeking elective offices familiarize themselves with legal frameworks that provided for in the Constitution, such as registration and active participation in political parties to increase their electability. That women build support for their agenda through more strategic, deliberate engagement with men, as well as networking and building relationships in the political arena, including seeking our mentors in order to learn how political spaces work. That stakeholders capitalize on the ongoing political goodwill of the current government towards advocating for women's agenda. That women should rally support across all marginalized groups, including people with disabilities and the youth, as their collective voices can yield more impact. That stakeholders mobilize resources for capacity building for people to understand the concept and technicality of the 2/3 gender, beginning with parliamentarians all the way to the community. That women and stakeholders should work with the media to amplify the voices of women and their experiences in political participation and governance. That investment in research be made to determine the value of women to the economy, society, and political processes in order to derive gender disaggregated data that will guide interventions for gender-sensitive programming. and the formation and convening of a consortium of organizations working with persons with disability to rally for policies and interventions that promote inclusivity of persons with disability. The policy recommendations are: we encourage the government to prioritize fiscal policy that increase resource allocation to sectors that impact women. We recommend the formulation of policies within organizations which demonstrate commitment and inclusion of people with disabilities, such as the formation of diversity and inclusivity councils. We recommend the formulation of early childhood education policies that cater to children with disability. We propose the implementation of youth-inclusive policies through approaches and principles of engagement aligned with the youth. We propose that policies that address women economic empowerment be improved to increase access to finance for all cadres of women, including the forgotten middle. In conclusion, after taking stock of women political participation and assessing the state of inclusive governance in Kenya, it is clear that there is need of collaborative approaches to be adopted by women movement and their stakeholders, so that we advocate for the implementation of the 2/3 gender rule, as well as rally for inclusion of all marginalized groups in governance. As we continue to do so, we maintain focus and remember the essence of the movement is to leave no woman behind. Thank you. So with that, I would like to take this time to give a big thanks for those people whom you do not see in the front, but have made sure that this event has actually taken place. And this is the very strong team at Crown Trust that is headed, if I call your name, you just stand and wave, that is headed by Daisy Amdani, our Executive Director. Stephen Itiakorit, who has been walking around, he's been our event coordinator. We have Anne Wanjiru, who has been tirelessly making sure that we get several likes and tweets and communications. They are all behind there. Cindy Kobe, who made sure that our guests have amazing gifts, and are well taken care of. Winfred Kimeu, who also made sure that all of us are well taken care of, and we all attend this event. Then we have the person who is always silent at the back but takes care of all the technical matters, that is Dennis Mwendwa. And then we have Caroline Mudhoni, who ensures all the money matters are taken care of. She looked so beautiful, and I would like to thank her for attending this time round. She's missed most of them. And then I'd also like to thank myself. This team worked tirelessly, and some of us had to sleep very late. Some of us had to work through several documents to make sure that this event goes well. I would also like to thank the planning committee. Oh, apologies. And Edward Maina, who is also one of us, and also made sure that everything works for us and that our programs go on well. This team is what makes everything happen within Crown Trust. I would like to proceed on to the planning committee, who also had several meetings and within their busy schedules made sure that they have time to make sure that things run well, and they also support us. We have Winnie Maru, who is also from the National Women's Steering Committee. We have Dr. Agnes Meroka from the UON We have Beatrice Kamau from the Women Political Alliance. We have Jacinta Makoha from Reinvent. We have Isabella Mutinda from Maendeleo ya Wanawake. We have Regina Mureithi, also from National Women Steering Committee. We have Linda Kagota from Global Affairs Canada. We have Sarah Muhoya from ENA, that is Eco Network Africa. So these are those who attended all the meetings and made sure we planned, budgeted, and also tried to fix in where we had a bit of difficulties. We also had our care team, who are also a major benefactor towards contributing to this. We have Elizabeth Hammond. They have left, but I'll mention them. We have Terry Maido, And we also had Zilia Pondi, and these are people who are also part of the planning committee. Daisy saying Jackie Nekesa from the ministry, and yes. So those are the ones whom we had within the planning committee. I would also want to thank the technical and communications team. This one will start with our event moderator, Olive Barrows, who has been an enemy to so many, telling them time is up. We want to thank our sign language interpreters, that is Nancy Njoki and Minnie Mbesa. We want to thank our rapporteurs. They were very silent at the back somewhere, Natasha Chebet and Jerry Mbudhi. We also want to thank the ushers. I think they made sure you're seated comfortably wherever you are. I also want to thank Sky Media. You've done a wonderful and amazing job. We didn't have any technical hitches, and we made sure we are online. We want to thank Terrazzo New Media under the leadership of Agnes Nonsizi. They did a lot of media mobilization to make sure that we are everywhere in the media. Those who watched KBC yesterday, we were there. And those who buy newspapers, yeah, we were also on Kameme. Kindly make sure that you can also view this online. Then we also want to thank our major hosts here. The hotel, the Panari Hotel, under the leadership of Diana. Diana was all over the place, and she made sure that she met the needs of each and every one of us. Some of us were very unrealistic, but she was very accommodating, and she made sure that even those who were not really taken care of, she made some room, even if it was not within what we had agreed under the package that they gave us. For those whom I've not said thank you to, just know Crown Trust and the partners love you. The attendees are very annoyed at me right now. They're also saying we thank you very much. You took time to come from whichever area. There are those of us who came from Kisumu. There are those of us who came all the way from Coast, Kisii, and Nairobi slums. Those who came from Machakos. Those who came from Kajiado, Busia. Thank you very much for coming for this event. As always, we are very strong in networking and alliance building. So this is a platform for all of us to come together, network, do alliance building. And I'm also being told I've not said thanks to the band. I had them on my list. It's just like my eyes missed them. They're called the Amazing Band. They made sure they were taking care of the older generation and the younger generation. We were singing along. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending. Always know that your network is your net worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Velona. Participants, stand up, we thank you. Stand up, stand up. Tuweke mziki. Band, yes. Tumefika tamati, sasa ni kufanya nini kukatika, si ndio? Si tuliambiwa tunaambianga mwili pole. Bas, sasa hii ndio time ya kuambia mwili pole. Tuweke mziki ya kusimama. Ndio najua ya kukatika kwanza. Watu Mama Rahab akija kukata keki, kwani anakuja tu fwa. Anakuja na muziki. Yes. Ya kukatika kwanza. Yes. Rahab, hebu dance ukienda hapo stage Rahab. Yes.
Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We're gonna celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. Watch your pleasure.
Hold. Haya, sasa weka muziki ya kukata keki. Ngojeni, wacheni hiyo yenu ya ushamba. Mnaona hii generation ni generation XYZ. Hiyo yenu ya hii ni generation Z to the power of 26. Haya, weka hiyo.
About to say, sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. Hot hair balloon, not the goodest pants. In the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm clap along if you feel.
Now cut.
Because I'm clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because
happy hour, let's get the cake.
What happiness is to you.
Because I'm
love if you feel that that's what you want to do. Here comes bad news, talking this and that.
Endeleni kukata.
Give me all your
Endeleni kukata.
don't hold it back.
Yes.
I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why, because I'm not alone if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm not alone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm not alone if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm not alone if you feel like that's what you want to do. You get me down, I cannot. You get me down, my price is too high. You get me down, I cannot. You get me down, my price is too high. You get me down, I cannot. You get me down, my price is too high. You get me down, I cannot. You get me down because I'm not alone if you feel like a room without a roof. Not alone if you feel like happiness is the truth. Not alone if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm not alone if you feel like that's what you want to do. Because I'm not alone if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm not alone if you feel like happiness is the truth.
Okay, you can come down. We'll get them to cut the cake. Musiende, keki lazima mkule.
request Beatrice Kamau, WPA leader. This is for you.
Kisabila belango ya bato likwela yanga ina sheri sukalili tama. Oh ngainda ya oh na ebi kongo ya bandate oh ya ngainda ya balango ya bombanda te oh ngaida ya oh na ibi komo ya banda te oh ya ngaida ya oh li balango ya bombanda te li bala ya ngai na mobali nangai mama na pika de la polo coco na piko batongo ngai mama batikala na sonyo bakana ngai mama batikala likombe oh ngai nda ya na ebi kongo ya banda te oh ya ngai nda ya libalango ya bombanda te oh ngaida ya na ebi kongo ya banda te oh ya ngaida ya libalango ya bombanda te libala oyo ikeke kosango mama majoko para shonu vele angaina matika te malamete kama tongo matika te malamete kama pinganga ngai oh ngai na ya ho na yemi bongo ya bandate oh ya ngai na ya ho libalango ya kumo bandate oh ngaida ya oh na iri kongo ya mandate oh ya ngaida ya oh libalango ya mandate
Okay. Asante sana band. Inakaa iko watu hapa hawataki kwenda nyumbani. If you haven't gotten cake, please come. Naambiwa iko keki. But that's notwithstanding. Ati iko nasikia iko ma request band, be ready, but I just want to say first there is tea outside. Musiwache hiyo chai imelipiwa and then mkunywe hiyo chai. Asanteni sana. God bless you as you go to your homes. May you have journey mass.